Så det er ikke noe funker.
Start curling off, you know, this 124.5, whatever area on Amazon it decides to start curling. I'm looking for a new 5 green candle. Jeez, man, a new green candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's get it together. A new green candle on the 5-minute chart to make a new high. If I see that, then I'll decide to get it in, probably a half
kommer ikke
position.
inn på
Maybe we'll
chatten.
curl it through possible high days here.
Hva mailen er det bruker da?
562, the high a day, up 3%. Where? Yeah, we talked about this already, the 126 area. We know that that is going to be the area of resistance. That's the dip. That's the area we started out yesterday before the big dip. When
The
tech
Big
sold
Dipper.
up. The Big Dipper.
Do you know who that is?
I know that the Big Dipper is a star formation constellation.
Well,
yeah.
it's Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh,
Big Dipper.
Why?
Uh,
Because he was like huge and damn it on everybody.
I don't know. You know what? It probably obviously has something to do with the fact that he was like 1,000,000 feet tall. You know what? I really don't know. So where will Tesla, Geratin TV, where do you see Tesla land end of the day? So here's the thing. I just got short Tesla again. So you're going to ask the guy who, now admittedly I did like a dip buy in Tesla. It never got down to where I would have bought the dip, obviously, or maybe I would have had it. And sometimes you get a wipeout bottom and you should be setting up a breakout long here around that 225 area or at the high of the day. Those were all available. I was paying attention to other things. And once it got to 230, I'm like, this is where I was looking for the short. So quite frankly, if you go to the daily chart, like the top, this is about 238. Those are wick highs, and then you have 233, which is the actual highest open that it's had all the way back in November. So if we break this top 38, and if we break down, I think you could be back at like 25, 26, even though I would cover any short at VWAP because you're against the grain. But at the end of the day, like I have one good short out of 3 on Tesla, and they keep setting up here. I don't like the long setup from here. Especially with the market at resistance level, like 14.5.
Yeah,
that's where the market happens to be. I want to respect the fact that Rivian keeps bouncing higher lows. So if we wick above 14, I'm not adding to this one anymore. I need to cover some in front of VWAP, and I might have missed the chance at MVIS. So instead of pulling back into 740 where we have the long, it just bounced off 750. So I don't want to add up here. Volume's too light to be adding up top. Now it just has to break out. Give me an out in front of $8, and then I can look for a new trade. I've obviously missed the dip buy here on MVIS twice, and that's not enough reason to be chasing it. So I'm not going to chase MVIS. It was good early, but just like yesterday, like I wasn't long at the bottom. I wasn't even long there. And if you were following in the afternoon show, like the breakout happened at 7. I consolidated 740. I wasn't long till 750. I even tried a long again at 770, and that's where it didn't work. I don't want to chase this move either. You got to keep a perspective of what happened at $8. Kept on running out of steam right at $8, so I don't want to chase the long at 770 like yesterday.
So interesting. I saw PDD here is up 5% on about 6 million shares. So doing a little exploring, it looks like generally ADRs are up. Yeah, they are generally on the news that the Chinese central bank is requiring state-owned banks to decrease their dollar deposit interest rates in an attempt to support the yuan. So interesting look there. I know what a lot of countries do in order to elicit dollars and to kind of increase their US dollar holdings is they say, all right, anybody who's got US dollars, deposit it with us and we'll give you like an exorbitant interest rate there. We'll give you about 13%, 12.5%, whatever it is, Neil. Depends on the country. I know Egypt's offering 13 points if you leave it there for 3 years right now. Yeah, 13 points. I mean, that's fantastic. That's outperforming the. But now you got to take stability into question. Anyway, the whole point is that costs them money to do that.
Of course.
So looks like they're trying to ease a little bit here by giving less interest on U.S. dollar deposits. So interesting look there. The market's curling though, Neil. Here we go, man. We're curling back up. We're definitely not making any newer lows. We're not exploding to the high side like we were earlier, but we're definitely not moving down. but we are being met with selling in front of 14.5. I have not, made a decision one way or another of how this is going to go. I'm completely without bias at the moment, Neil.
And that's what, like, if you have no bias, then you're trading off individual stock levels or scalp trades. Have a good weekend, Sean. Sean's out of here. He's going to be golfing this weekend, getting an early start. Although you didn't make any putts. I know, it's in the car. Oh yeah. So we have a new putting. We have like one of those putting greens now on the trading floor, which, I mean, obviously it's gotten rather popular in the 2 days that it's been up here. Yeah, Sean. I wanted to see Sean. He brought his putter in, but I guess he won't be making any of those. Congratulations if you have Marvell. Thanks for pointing out in the chat. It's getting close to that 60 level, looking like it's going to turn up. I suppose, sometimes you should just take a setup that's available to you.
Euro close incoming. Too,
yeah, I mean, Euro close is incoming. That might not matter here, but
Yeah,
if this starts holding a bit above 60, that gets really spicy to fill in that gap. Has to break out. I have Micron already, which I actually want to trail out if it cannot hold VWAP, especially at these highs, right? Like, this is right for Micron in general.
Oh my
Look at the
God,
downward trend.
Netflix.
If the market pulls back here, then Micron could be back at that low. I never really would have thought it'd fill in the entire gap without the market getting to like 2%. So I think this one could be coming back out for me at 65 even. Still a good trade, just not a lot of fall through. You see the market continue to make highs. Micron started to catch up. Suddenly, it's like the air is going into or pulling out of Micron. NVIDIA is still not at that 87. This morning I said I don't think NVIDIA can be shorted till 87. The one good thing is I didn't pull a Tesla where I tried short a million different times. Oddly enough, if I'd taken the first call, it would have worked, but that doesn't mean you should do it. 387 is still where I think there can be a turnaround based on yesterday's trade. If it gets there and we're still doing nothing off these highs, I would take a shot at NVIDIA to the south side of the trade there.
Wow, Netflix, super strong. Sadly, I had a dip trade set up on this one that I canceled. I wanted to focus on the Amazon trade. That probably wasn't a good idea. Anyway, make a long story short, this has been strong as it is now, expected to make about $6 to $6.5 billion dollars a year extra. I believe a year. Yeah, pretty sure it's a year extra with respect to their new ad-tier supported service. So that's supposed to bring in that from 2024 and 2025, in addition to whatever else they're going to add as a result of that with their new users. However, they can monetize that because now they've dragged in new users. So it's been very strong lately. Let's go have a look at the daily right there. I mean, just from the October lows, it goes without saying, getting in at around 210 there. Now we're doubled over 400, 408. The move, though, on earnings, there it is, the 18th. That's the big move. We were in the mid 300s. Now we're about $110. I'm sorry, $60 above that. So been a strong name, continuing to benefit as information and news leaks out with respect to new revenue source. But there are headwinds. Let's be quite frank about it. The headwinds being that they are in the midst of a writer's strike. And the actors, certain acting, I believe, guilds are looking to add or look to join in the strike. So it's a bit of an issue that you never really want to be facing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, that's like a tricky situation there, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's you always want to. We always talk about the markets here and try to keep it to that, but there's some like legitimate. Sometimes gripes or real life situations, because that's something that's been going on for years and years. And so you get a little bit of a resolution, and in a couple of years it crops right back up there, because there's a lot of money out there. Yeah. And it never feels like I know a little bit about some of the other aspects of it, like especially like animation. I don't know if you know what sometimes goes on in that world.
No.
Where animators like work their butts off for some of these movies, and like the hours that get put in to see the magic that you see sometimes. There are big animation studios that will work on a blockbuster that goes insane and is a #1 film for a summer, and the company goes under in a year or two. And it happens because that's just the industry. Now I'm saying all this caveat. My brother is an animator.
Oh, so that you know how detailed information.
Yeah, so I'm like, If I'm sounding a little bit biased about it, that's probably why. Oh, come on, Tesla.
So two things I want to note quickly here, Neil.
Can I complain with just 1 second?
Yeah,
Because
for
Tesla
sure.
just did this again at 233. It wicked 233. I'm like, how can I not at least, if I'm shorting this level, when it wicks above, I should be trying to get something in and out here, 33 to 32. I just tried to grab it there, and it goes right back into the low 32s, and I did not get the fill. So the next time it does that, I will try quick rinse and repeat at this level on Tesla. It's just barcoding here, and I'm sitting. So I did this last time. I was just sitting in the short at 29 while it was going up and down, and I wasn't scalping 50 cents. So I'm going to try to add here and then maybe scalp some of this while it doesn't move.
All right, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that there will be buying on Amazon at VWAP.
Will there though?
I will say yes.
Hva faen, hører du meg ikke?
We're talking
Jeg sa-
revenue change, and if we have a revenue
Det
change,
kan-
we'll probably have some.
Det kan komme litt ned nå, men det er grisesterk.
And then if big money's involved, we know VWAP may likely be on their radar when they're making intraday purchasing decisions. So I'm going to say if Amazon...
Men jeg tør ikke shorte mer, ass. For jeg sitter jo feil fuckings vei etter jeg stakk i stad.
That is at 124.12 on my chart. You got to say maybe between that and a quarter. You got to give it a...
Nå kom noen, jeg kommer tilbake.
May not make its way down. But that, again, is dependent upon what we do on the market. Now, I want to say something else. That Amazon was trending up when the market was trending down. More specifically, the NQ, at a part this morning, they diverged for a little bit, not much. But that kind of gave me the idea that this Amazon trade may be secular, that I may not need to associate it with the index. So, you know, some conflicting data that I have to kind of resolve there. But anyway, the bigger point of this is I'm looking at VWAP, and I think that this would be a solid trade here if the market at least doesn't hwadung. 124.15, 124.12, 124. We're pretty close. We're at 124.5 right now. We're making our move down, and we're making a move down on Amazon when the market is not really making a move down. We're quite close to highs, both on the NQ and the ES, and on big tech in general. Yeah, even Netflix, AMD, NVIDIA, everything is very much near day's highs. Amazon curling down. I'm looking at VWAP. Neil.
So the thing about Amazon at that price too, I know you're looking at VWAP at 124, but I'll tell you, and not to influence you to like the trade more.
Price action right
but
there,
if you
too.
look at the price
Yes.
action from the morning, because when the short was working, it was working here at that 24. And I, of course, reload here, and that sucked. It was trending to the upside. So here's why you shouldn't reload here, even though I did. You see the support down at 123. It bounces off 123, so it's probably a good out there. And then you get a wick beneath, and then immediate recovery. So like a rejection of selling underneath 123. We do not want to sell under 123, even though we've come down from that 124 and can sustain the up move. Then you get this higher low, trend right back in. You shouldn't really like that short unless it gives you a really good reason to get in, like a break of the high of the day, a wick over the high of the day, and a complete rejection underneath that makes you like the short again. Instead, I just like the price and get short in front of that price. It broke out from there. My exit would have been a perfect entry, but I didn't take it. And now suddenly you're looking at VWAP, and
Yes,
that
sir.
same level that was previous resistance,
Happens to
and
be
when the
there,
move
too.
jumped off, happens to be that
Yeah.
support.
Yeah.
That's a
I
great
love
setup
when
for
they,
long.
yeah. So I'm
That's a
looking
great
there. Let's see what happens on that. I'm biased to the long side on this one, but we'll see what ends up happening. 42.90 exactly is where we wicked high a day on the ES June contract. We're at 87.5 now, very much near high. We haven't made any newer lows. We're slowing down though in our ascent, but I don't know. I'm still very much biased to the high side at the moment. Right below 14.5 on the NQ, 14.494 3/4. That's the look there. Strong on the day. Tesla being the beast, it's up 3 2/3, and Nvidia is up 3%, minus 10 bips, 2.9%. Amazon also the beast, 2.8%. You saw that. We took that north for a buck, and that was basically the only trade I've had on the day on Amazon. That's why I'm continuing to eyeball this trade as it finds support here at the $0.50. Talking about that 124.5. Could be just noise on the way down into 124-ish.
Ish.
That's where I'm hanging, Neil.
Hanging in the ish. I mean, that's the thing. It's not. It likely doesn't bounce off 124 even. That's the thing. Very rarely does it go to a price like that and give you the Okay, so Micron did bounce off 64, but that's more of a coincidence. Like sometimes it gives you the exact price. Most times it's in price area you're looking for a bounce. So you see it bounce, you get into the long. Same thing with VWAP. It might not be actually at VWAP. It can be somewhere underneath. So Tesla's making that run at the high of the day. The second I don't get it, it immediately goes to 32. When I do get it, it's hanging out here a little bit. So a bit of a different story. Each time it's wicked above 233, it's gone right back down, like right back into the range, 32 half to 32s. So I get the fill up there, so let's start scalping it, and it now wants to hold that high. Sometimes that's how it is. If it breaks the high, got to get out of it every single time. Affirm, thank you very much. Aldrin Giller?
Man, we are accumulating here. Man.
Yeah, I like that term, accumulating. Affirm just broke the high again every time. Look at that.
Så
Short
deilig,
words,
Morten.
get back in without a sign of weakness. Same
Ja,
thing I was just
dritbra.
showing you. Why
Blåser
shouldn't
her i
it
hvert
reload
fall.
on Amazon? I did reload as well on Affirm. It's similar. You
Oi,
like the price.
skjerm der også, ja.
It worked before, so you try it again. If it goes up the top, that would have been a long entry
Hva
there
faen?
as well because it showed you signs
Da må
of
vi game etterpå, da.
strength. This has a huge gap to be filled. Just alert to the 18 level. Wick above that 18, then a bit of a failure last time. So I would, as someone who wants to be looking at the back end of a firm, whether
How about
it's 18
Prosecco?
or 20, that's about it. Like those are the two levels that stand out to me. It is on a tear. It broke out 16, it held 16, it held 16.
Kjøpte det gjorde jeg gjorde det samme i stad. Jeg var kjempegevinst, og så bare dro jeg ut. Så kom jeg tilbake, så jeg bare, oi, fuck, 10 000 i minus.
The CL continuous contract. Yeah, that's not nothing, Neil. It's
I'm sorry. I'm
yeah,
watching
here it
Tesla
is.
here,
Look
guys.
at this move.
What
Dylan,
just
on
happened?
Oi,
oil.
nå
Yeah, I don't have the news on
kommer den
here,
ned igjen
but
her da.
Hold on.
Oil broke down
Å,
71.70.
i helvete, se på oljen da.
My tweet deck is
Yeah, it is really
Oh,
headed south. I mean, it
fuck.
started.
Fytti helvete.
It started the day. I want to say positive, sure, yeah, because we closed out yesterday at
Å,
70.
fy faen! Se på oljen da.
Popped up to 73 and a quarter. We are in a full state of Huadong
Wow!
on the CL contract here. Now 3.25% to the downside. Some of these other equities, these oil-related equities, I'm talking about our friend Zom over here, ExxonMobil.
Og jeg kjøpte Bear på Oslo Børs i dag. Juhu!
0740 on XOM down 1%. Oxy also down 1 1/3. It's headed southward at 59. They're just barely holding that 59 level with 03s the low of day. A lot of other stuff heading southward in energy land,
The
Neil.
economy's fine.
We're good.
It's absolutely fine.
Tok du opp den gangen, eller?
It's the fact that
The NQ would, if you watch the NQ, you think everything was daisies and roses.
there is a really large difference between how the stock market acts and how the economy acts. And it's a weird thing because, quite frankly, by the time that somebody says to you and they put on their monocle and they've got the patches on their sleeve and they say we're in a recession, a lot of times by then the market is making, a higher low or something like that because it's already bounced. Like that's just how it is. It's a weird one, but yeah, that's interesting. I didn't see that one, but obviously we don't really trade a lot of oil names.
but
If you're
it's just
trading
nice to
Oxy,
know.
if you're trading any of those names, you got to pay attention to them. I did get one hit there at 232.5
Carvana broke out.
on Tesla. CVNA finally broke.
Broke 20, headed to 21,
Are you
2083 high on
Now
our
the
friend
volume above.
CVNA.
This
Let's
is what
bring
you
it
wait
in
for.
over here. 21 incoming. Oh, baby. I'm hearing people yell in the back. That usually means excitement. And there's yelling. I'm not in this, but I'm going to hit the bank for them because there's clapping and I'm pumped for them. 21.12 HOD up 35 1/3. It keeps fluctuating. Where are the levels on this, Neil? Okay, you got to really
Levels?
zoom out. Yeah, levels.
20 was pretty much the level, but there was no volume before. It's going into a halt.
Is it going
might
to
halt,
Go,
might
go.
halt,
Go to
might
Neil's
halt,
screen, yeah.
Might halt.
We're
Do I get a
above.
fill? No, it doesn't halt. It was a fake out. I hate it when they do that. I'm in it anyway, so I wanted volume above. Let me just get my stop out in there. It didn't halt, obviously. I took it anyways. I got the 21 there. It was going into a halt trade, but If it had halted, I wanted to hold through the halt. If it can hold, I have a
Hva skjedde?
stop underneath here that somehow
Ah,
is
hva var
not
det jeg sa
going
til
to
deg?
trigger just yet. So I have a stop underneath at the 3/4. We'll see what happens on this one. I mean, Carvana, if it decides to hold, great, fantastic. I would have loved it if it had halted just now. That would have been a little more interesting. And then just sort of play that binary reopen trade. I don't have the 20 long because, quite frankly, it was rejecting 20 above, and I wanted to see accumulation above 20. That's the only reason I don't have a 20 long. And so if you have to break,
Oh, Johnny.
that's a good one for you.
Hello.
There's a lot of sellers.
I'm
above
doing
here,
good. How are you
of which I'm going to
doing?
probably join here in front of that 2130 because, quite frankly, that's a lot of sellers. Tesla's coming to the downside, but I mean, Carvana's more interesting.
Ja, det er varmere her enn i
Rates
Roma.
here, I want to take a quarter out in this
Ja, ja, det er digg. Jeg sitter her med vindu. Jeg driver og trader laget nå foran en haug mennesker. Så har jeg vindu på bar gap, eller vid gap, og jeg har på sånn vindus... Nei, vent, for sånn her vindmølle og åpne gap. Det er helt sykt her.
I'd show you my daily chart for why 20 is good,
Ja.
but yeah, my daily looks like.
Ja, ja.
Whoops, no, why? See, no, that's actually.
Here we go, guys.
If I hit
Here's
enter
the
again,
Vana
it's gonna load?
20. Here it is.
Yeah, it's still not loading.
This is why it's good, guys. Do
There
you
you
see
go. You
this?
have to go way back. That's the problem.
Yeah, see this wick right here, and then we have a lot of consolidation in and around right there as well. That's why the 20 level is a level. Do you look for support at 20
Yeah,
for a bounce, right?
ideally, but
Yeah.
at this point, I don't know that the bounce would be clean off 20 because
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
gonna. So you have a 21 long. If you're not like I'm gonna have a tight stop underneath it, but most people probably have a wider stop. I'm risking to just under 75.
Yep.
If people have wider stops, then suddenly like you could be turning at 50 or 20, or you could break 20 even and hold VWAP down here. Because anyone looking for an absolute miracle home run could be thinking 25, could be
Yeah.
thinking 30 as some ridiculous number. And then suddenly, if you're long anywhere from 20 to 21, and you're thinking it's going 25 to 30,
You're buying again.
well, you don't care if it goes to 20, yeah, whatever. Like you literally have support at 19, is what
And you
you'd
could be
thinking.
buying at
And
those
you
levels.
could be right. So I have a tight stop because that's how I'm rolling. I don't like buying the high of the day, which
Roll,
I've just
baby.
done here. So it is what it is on Carvana. I suppose it needs to resolve itself. It's already 11:50. Come on, Carvana. You wait till now to go. You look like you were going to halt. I don't even want to offer up here anymore. Like now it's enough accumulation that if it breaks the high of the day, it's probably going higher. If I have a tight stop, I might as well just let it ride a little bit if it decides to even break that top.
So we are accumulating and rejecting for the moment at 42.90 on the ES, excuse me. And we are, it looks like we're accumulating for a breakout on the NQ. Here's the ES level. I didn't think that 42.90 would be the level, despite the fact that I had my trend line there. That means that was a closing print on a prior day. Anyway, we're finding resistance there now. We're not finding that kind of resistance that on the NQ, despite the fact that we haven't broken through 14.5. 14.497 is the top, but I don't really see much in the way of selling either on the NQ, and that's the thing. So the ES topping out for now. I thought 4,300 would be the level. Let's see. I think maybe we probably get continuation through. Now, because of where we're at on the NQ, I am now looking at the Qs. So I've got the Qs up here. The level that we're consolidating below on the Qs, 353. I guess that's going to be the equivalent of 14.5 on the NQ June contract. So, pardon me. That's what I'm looking at there. Looks like we're building up, man, to break here on the 14.5 on the NQ. Let's bring that chart in. That's looking mighty strong. We're still at, we still haven't broken through 97.25. That's high day. But look at these higher lows all throughout the consolidation. A bullish upward channel usually resolves in the direction of the trend. And I don't got to tell you, the trend is upward, up 1.17%. 14.5 has been achieved. New HOD. Do we continue or do we reject? So let's see. Let's see here, guys. I'm not taking any longs, any
there it
shorts.
goes.
Want to see how we trade. Looks like the ES definitely not following with the NQ at the moment and making high days, Neil. It's still at 87s. I'm talking about 42.87s with a 42.90 high day.
I just put in the chat there. Carvana's probably going to run the tight stops and then have a chance to go. So it just did, like it ran the tight stops, like that's the breakout. There's where you have a tight stop placed, and now it wants to have a chance to go. It could still go sideways and set up a re-entry around this price. That's always a possibility. I don't know if it's a guarantee. I want to acknowledge Shinobi AO. Oh, of course you're going to go now, Carvana. AMD. Come on, load up quickly. AMD just broke 122 very, very briefly. So with that 122, it's trying to go. But you're so top heavy now that you probably need to see some accumulation on some of these. Like the top breaks, they haven't really been continuing much just yet. I still want to have a bit of a focus on Carvana here because I'm not completely convinced that this is done just yet. If I had a wider stop, the wider stops are definitely still holding on here. The 20 is the better entry. So for me, if I have like a C plus or a B entry, I don't really want to give it a ton of room. The long should be off of 20 even, based on what you see on the daily chart. And I don't have that long. That's not what I had. I have what was the halt level up there. It didn't halt. Tight stop. If it had halted, great, because I'm looking for the halt play a lot of times on something like this. Marvell breaking 60 even. That is a good one there. I have my trailing stop on Micron. That's actually slowing down a bit. Oh, it didn't. Oh, okay, breaking didn't actually break just yet. So Marvell trying to break that 60 level.
Man.
But man, Carvana, the market's at these highs. Everything is at the top, it seems, at the same time.
NVIDIA is pushing things up. AMD,
That's at 87.
Apple. They're all curling,
everything's at these key levels. So, I mean, NVIDIA was the one I haven't placed a single trade on NVIDIA. And it's pretty much right here. This is why I like 387. I wicked above 387, got to 387.50 or 60 in the afternoon or late morning, and rejected it. I have not touched this thing until it got here. I didn't really like a dip buy at 375. I don't really know why I didn't like the 375 dip buy. I knew I liked Netflix on a dip buy, but managed to miss that. So let's see NVIDIA. Carvana's going to be on the back burner, at least for now, although I still think it has a chance to break out and maybe halt to the upside.
Yeah, Microsoft looking to make days highs as well. That 180 level, though, could be incoming on Apple. So let's have a look here. Netflix been super strong. But Apple, I feel, because of the weighting, et cetera, it's up 1%. It's up and to the right. Here comes 180, 30 pennies away. We broke through that 14.5 on the NQ. So 14.507 3/4. Now let's see how we trade. Are we going to claim this level? Is this going to be just a moment where we kind of consolidate a little bit, maybe retrace back a few points, and then we make our way up? If that's the case, we're taking that long. We're taking the long on the Qs. But not going to make any decision about how that goes. Let's see, give it at least 5-10 minutes. Let's see, maybe even more, see how we trade at these levels. Yeah, and simultaneously, we're looking at Amazon as well. We didn't get the opportunity for a dip trade on that because we're thinking VWAP. I was thinking VWAP. 124.50 is where it retraced to. So coming back into the $0.50, not quite giving me my look there at VWAP now. VWAP at 124.17, up a couple of shekels. Yeah, we're moving up here.
Did you say shekels?
I did. I took that from you.
Oh, yeah, you stole it. Well, I mean,
we're moving up here, Neil. We're moving up, man. 180 incoming on Apple.
How do I not hold Carvana?
179.87. Vana's been strong, a high a day, 21.60. We'll get to that one in a second. But here comes 13 pennies, 12.10 off the 180 level. You recall Max and I and a lot of guys on the floor and gals were trading this at the 180 level, and it ended up resolving through, but there was a bamboozlement. So obviously it's a regurgitated level and not likely to have the same impact second time around. So we'll watch and see as we get to that level. We're also at a critical NQ level 14.5. So we'll see if we find resistance here.
Yeah, I mean, Carvana took the high again because, of course, it took the high again. That's what it does when it's going absolutely parabolic. I had the tight stop on it. I just went with the high-end break. I think this time, give it a little bit more room to the recent low, take some out in front of 22, maybe rinse and repeat on each individual break if we can catch it. Oh, goodness, Tesla. Tesla as well. So remember Tesla 233. That's Tesla again at 233. Getting the fill there, getting 25, 232.50s and 232s out as that one does the whole up down. It just keeps on getting to 33 even cannot break out and then pulls back 50 cents and pulls back $1. So Tesla at least working. And no, Aaron Yeager, Sharif did not tell me what the name of the song was yesterday.
And I'm not going.
And I didn't even ask today.
No, he didn't.
No, it's
He's
just one of
moved
those.
on.
Yeah, you got to move on at some point. And like, I was still curious, but obviously he didn't want to tell me, so not gonna find out. Sorry, anyone that was interested in that, but I had to give up at some point.
Where are we at, man? Let's go. We're holding 14-5. Thanks, Sharif, says Mad Legend. You're welcome. Fonzie says, dumb, displeased with my antics. No Lambo trade for you today, Ponzi. Not like a...
Any long is the answer to a Lambo trade.
Yeah, I know, fantastic. But
That's
I don't
not
know,
true, I
man.
shouldn't
We're
say
at
that.
levels. We're at levels right now. Let's
Obviously not oil.
Hey?
If you were long oil, you're not Lambo trading
no.
today. You know what I mean when I say any long.
Tech long,
Lambo,
you're golden.
Tech long, just most
Oil now down 4.25%, headed south, baby, on the CL July contract. I said June contract earlier. I meant July. I use the continuous on this one, guys, because I like to be able to chart going back.
Right, that makes sense, of course. And you already looked at some individual names, I'm assuming, right? Like
On? Yes,
On
I
oil.
did. We looked at XOM, we looked at Oxy, we looked at, what else did we look at? Yeah, those are the two we looked at.
I'm just waiting for like where do we think Warren Buffett's buying it today on Oxy? What do we think? Like 50 underneath?
Yeah, Uncle Warren's going to be buying.
Underneath
likely.
58.5, he's going to be buying down. I don't know. I'm speculating on this. I have no idea. Just underneath 60, underneath the 50 period, which I can't see because obviously I can't see. That doesn't want to load up for me. You see some buying action often with Mr. Buffett. Oh, I know what just happened. Right. Okay, so I'm out of Tesla. So when I went into scout mode on Tesla, I didn't adjust. Yeah, I didn't really adjust my bid at 231.5 for the fact that I was covering at 232.50. So I'm now out of Tesla. No one ever went broke taking profit, but I didn't want to hold on to a piece of this. I could just jump right back in, but I'm going to hesitate to do that, jumping back into short. I'll just take the money and run. It's been a frustrating short anyways on Tesla. To get it back by getting a quadruple like that, oftentimes you can be pretty fortunate. So into Carvana, Saskatchewan, give Uncle Warren a call and ask for us. If I could, I would. But I can't, so I won't.
Yes, I shan't.
You know that one.
Yeah.
If I would, I could, but I can't, so I won't.
14-5, we're at, Neil, here. So I
This is
am
it.
very interested now to watch exactly how we trade. Do the dips get bought up or do the pops get sold off, and which one is more aggressive and where do we resolve? Sometimes that resolves in 5 minutes, sometimes it's 20, but it's at a critical level, and now we need to watch how it trades because I am going to take this whichever way it goes. My thing is I don't want to take this prematurely, but sometimes it ends up resolving in a V-shaped fashion where it doesn't trade long enough for me to be able to make intelligent decision for myself. You know, others are way quicker on the gun and get it right. I suck. I'm not good enough for that. So I'm going to have to watch it trade a little bit more. I'm going to have to watch it trade a little bit more to get convinced.
You're a trader that wants confirmation
Yeah.
to get into your trades. So so basically that just means that you're going to want a higher hit rate and a lower trade rate. So what?
There you go. Okay, well
So
said.
what?
Yeah, I didn't articulate it that way, and
So
that's
what?
quite well said.
So what? I'm going to speak
for
for
it.
Max for a second. Actually, it's past 12 o'clock. I know Yannick's going to come on here in a bit, but it's already on Yannick. Yeah. Instead of just putting his face on already and getting mine off there, you could just have one of those, like, the cane comes across like Looney Tunes and gets
we
us
need
out
that
of there.
animation
I
where
can
like a
take a
K
hint.
comes off.
But what I was trying to get
funny.
at was, I look at a lot of traders that trade small caps around here, or like big runners. We have
Yeah.
a trader on the floor, I won't name his name.
Yeah.
He likes to look for the halt trades where he's going for big, explosive, 120%,
Yep.
win one time out of 5. And I know Max will always talk about the fact that if you're going to trade one of these runners, if you get in early where you can get a price that allows you to hold it and look for that bigger move. Because it hasn't won if it hasn't gone parabolic, when most of the time these things give it up. Like if you pull up a daily chart, and of course, as I say that, mine's not going to load on the Carvana. But you get those spikes, and oftentimes it just comes right back down in. So you're either getting that monster move, because most of the time it's not going to continue.
Yeah.
So you have to find your own niche. That's kind of what I'm getting
agree.
at saying there. And there's nothing wrong
Very much
with being
agree,
someone who trades less to win more. Just the same way as you could be a scalp trader who's going to trade a lot right? And just get in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, trying to capture a lot of a high win rate.
There we go.
And if you do that, like look at Carvana here. Like if you were in, out, in, out, in, out, shorting this thing on a trend up, you could be short here, short here, short here, short here, making money, and it's trending to the upside. You still win. So just find your own niche. I will leave you with that. Okay. I'm in Vana. I'm giving you a little bit more room here underneath that previous wickout. Yannick is going to be coming on. I think he did a fantastic job last time.
Yes, sir.
If Tesla gets up to 33, maybe I reload it. I'm still holding that Rivian anyway. So I'm going to log out and then send you guys off. I'll be back at 2 o'clock with, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be with
Max. You are with Max, yeah.
Exactly. So
all right, thanks for coming on, Neil. Leave you guys with that. And Neil be on the close as always. Okay, so back to the future, because that's what I've been watching. I'm looking to trade the Qs, but my eye is on the NQ June contract. And we just dipped below 14.5, made a wick bottom, but getting bought up. And this is what I'm talking about, watching how we trade here. Okay, so look, the dips are getting bought up, but now do we reclaim 14.5? So much to be decided. You know, so many ways this could end up turning out in terms of rhythm and, you know, price action. So there's no point predicting it. Let's just see how it resolves. But, you know, we'll watch it in the meantime and make comments, of course. Finding support now. What else have we got here? We got Vana, you know, Neil embroiled in that. It's pumping to the high side. 21.97 HOD. We're in the 70s, 80s, now up 41%. This thing's been a rocket, several bull flags here, and it's danced with VWAP later in the day. Wow, but very wicky candle. And one of the traders on the floor came to me and he said, you know, I traded this and, you know, I almost had it. I got stopped out by a couple of shekels. And I said to them, you know, when you're looking at this type of chart, your stop is going to have to be based upon the range of the average candle. If the average range on, you know, if you're averaging the candles out, maybe you can take these couple of initial ones out and just use, you know, the more the range of candles. If the average range is wide, your stop is going to have to account for that, right? Your stop can't just be where you want it to be. And so when you see stuff like this, you're going to have to obviously scale down in order to allow you to, you know, extend the range. So Nick Dubb, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. Sharif, can you give us your thoughts on Upstart? Sure. Let's have a look at UPST. We got another chart over here. Let me just move this over to the side and load it up. And let's see what it's been doing on the day. Yeah, oil is still heading down, guys. 4.25% now. So just heads up there. Oil pumping to the downside. Move this down. All right, Upstart on the day up 6%. Okay, we're on the daily candle, so you know now we have actually reclaimed the 200 EMA on the daily. We're above that. Price action wise, we've taken out a local high, breaking through that range. Obviously, the chart still looks very skewed because of where we were, but when you look at the local highs, we're definitely above February. We're above even last September. We're not quite at the August levels, though. So not quite there. That will be the next target. The high of that, I believe, is like in the high 30s, 36, 37 area. So that is the target, but that's from a daily perspective. Quickly, I got to keep my eye on the market here because I want to see how we're trading at 14.5. So as I'm looking at Upstart, I'm looking at the market. We're not breaking through 14.5. On the day, Upstart, what's it been like? Yesterday we had a red day. The majority of the market had a red day. We stair-stepped down. We started the day off at 31.5, got up to 32, low 32s, and then we found our way all the way back down to the mid-28s where we closed. Very little after-market action, and then we make a newer low today, sadly, at 28, but we're looking to take some of the gap that we made yesterday. We're filling it right now. Above 30 looks fantastic. Now, look, you got to say, the price action is around here, right? This is the 11 o'clock. This is the 10:20 to 12:20. 2 hours of price action in and around this area. Do I expect resistance on the ascent here, especially in the gap fill? Yes. I'm talking maybe that 30.90, 30, whatever. You know, this is going to be the demand area. So keep that in mind. You're good to go. Yeah. We got our boy Yannick back by popular demand because you guys filled the chat with ones you weren't. I don't know. You didn't hang out long enough to see, but the entire chat was filled with ones.
And I saw afterwards.
The chat was pleased with you, Yannick.
This time I'll try to look at the chat more and actually answer your questions. I completely forgot to look at it last time. Lambo trade again, Ponzi
Lambo
Fonzie.
trade.
Carvana is your Lambo trade today, man. Looks like it's really going.
Chef Yannick, says Darwin. You're already you're gonna have
Yannick,
a whole bunch of names, guys. We're pumping here on Upstart. 6 2/3%, 30.44. We're now officially in the resistance area, if you want to call it that. But hey, man, I mean, if this one wants to keep going, it's going to keep going.
Yes.
These fintech names have found their strength lately. Affirm's been doing better. Upstart.
We all know.
Names, yeah.
This is all kind of carried on the back of that AI stuff, right? So.
Yep, they're all getting that. And that's the thing. I mean, we talked a little bit about it. I want to get your take on this too. A lot of people are making the fact that AI is going to have this huge productivity boom. And this productivity boom is going to come at the expense of jobs.
Yeah.
And then
some jobs.
Yeah, because it's going to be replaced. I'm not trying to make a doom story, but I'm trying to pitch you the earnings aspect of this.
Yes,
so
for sure.
As a result, what they're predicting is, big companies, Microsoft's, Meta's, these big ones, they're going to start laying off 10, 15% of their workforce per year until, 5-7 years down the road, they've cut labor costs 75% down. So they're looking at these companies as their margins getting wider and wider and wider and wider because of productivity booms. So the margins that we have to look at here are completely different. What's your take on that?
Like, yeah, I mean, from the perspective of companies like that, they're obviously going to benefit from it. Like, a company that has, strict margins is only going to benefit from cutting employees, right? Finding ways to do the things that they already do without having to hire people to do them. So, yeah, it's beneficial from their perspective, but I'm curious to see, like, the outlasting effects, 5, 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
What happens to people that actually lose their jobs? If we do get to a point where we have mass layoffs in the sort of more like, what's the word? Administrative positions, like positions that are more so kind of like, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a lot of people are saying, the knowledge worker is going to go by away the same way that the laborer went. You know what I mean?
And one more thing to add on to that.
Sure.
I also think that, like, there won't be that many layoffs as much as we think there will be. I think that, like, a lot of companies will kind of give this as a tool to the people that are already there, right?
Yeah.
And sure, some people will be laid off, but it'll just make your job a lot easier and quicker, Like,
I hope so, man.
Like when you're talking to a support online, like instead of it just being like a bot completely, like it's someone sitting there watching like 10, 20 different chats, and they're just inputting different things to let the kind of direct the bot,
what you're saying,
direct the AI a little bit, help it out a bit,
I hear you.
Like someone's like kind of controlling, like
there's still human input in there somewhere.
One person can just do a lot more now.
Yeah, I hear what you mean. Yeah, I see your point. So why don't you take us through some of your trades today, man? Let's talk a little bit about it. Let's go to Yannick's screen.
So I didn't do too much today. I traded NEO in the morning, just like trading some shares. I wasn't too successful on that.
Give us your trading plan on that, like the in, the out, the plan, etc.
CVNA was really the only like half decent trade that I had today. I didn't want to take the break on this thing because it's getting crazy, and I wanted it to base out and give me a good entry with a proper spot I can risk to that's actually defined. And I got in small shares. Took it all out on that first move there.
Yeah.
And I just didn't like the price action. It just kept selling off every time it hit that like 70, 60 area.
Yeah.
And there's just so much selling. Like, as you see, it's going higher, but it's probably just going to keep stair-stepping up like this, and eventually someone's going to come in and put a big order out, and that'll probably send this thing flying down.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
CVNA, great, definitely a great opportunity today, but you got to be quick with this one. You got to be quick and
what did you think about what I had to say with respect to giving your stop based upon the average range of the candles?
Yeah, that's also very important too. You got to see the spread, see how these candles are trading exactly. And when you've got a candle like like that one there, it's like got to be careful on this.
That's the 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a 3-minute
That's a 3 minute.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's a dark pool wick. Yeah. That's not even probably.
Yeah,
a real
I
wick.
think we're a bit tighter on the range on that. Yeah.
pool wick,
So look here on the cues. Come to my screen because now we're continuing to dance. We're dancing below 14.5, but these dips are getting bought up. All right, and that's what I'm looking for here. The fact that we're not making a lower low, and every time we dip, we're getting bought up. And what does that help me form? It helps me form a bias. Am I long bias or my short bias? Where am I looking to go? And then you wait for another confirmatory indicator, and then you punch. So that's what I'm waiting for here on the NQ. I'm going vis-a-vis the Qs, the triple Qs. That's what I'm going to be doing on that, but definitely watching the NQ.
You're looking for a long?
Yeah, well, right now, yes, but I haven't formed
Yeah.
an opinion. We're watching how we trade, but right now the bottoms are getting bought up, and we're dancing with 14.5. Again, this consolidation range, we've taken 14.5. 14.514 3/4 HOD on the NQ June contract, so getting bought up again. This is my, I'm eyeing this. This is the trade that I want to take. I want to take the NQ over the ES as a result of the fact that the NQ is stronger, 1.15%, 0.35% for the ES. For the ES, though, if you were to take this long, I'd be looking for a 42.90 break to 4,300 test. You may run through 4,300. We have on several occasions broken through that 4,300 only to retrace and always close below it. We have not been able to close above that 4,300 on the ES as of late. So that would definitely be a profit target for me, Yannick.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can take us through whatever. So maybe you can tell us how do you search for stocks on it? Do you go through a watch list? Do you have a scanner? What's your modus operandi here?
I definitely in the morning look at 2 different scanners. I have a little FinViz scanner with like a green and red, like up stocks that are up the most and down the most. And then just on TradingView, I'll open up the. You want to look at my screen here? I'll just open
Go
up
to his screen, guys.
the TradingView, the hot watch list here. It's good, you know.
That's nice.
It shows you the
How you've
top stocks that
separated
are
it.
down, top stocks that are up,
Good.
and the volume gainers. So yeah, just keep it simple. You know, you don't need anything too fancy. Obviously, we have the trade ideas here on the floor, which is very powerful.
Yep.
But yeah, you can find other scanners too. It's not just trade ideas.
Yeah, we're sponsored by Trade Ideas, so shout
Gotta
out to
shout out
them.
Trade Ideas. Got
And
it right here in front of me too. Shout out, Max.
There you go, yeah. And shout out to Michael Noss. In case you guys are wondering, you now have the option to add the anchored VWAP as an indicator on the Trade Ideas.
VWAP,
Michael
yes.
Noss sending an email letting us know that the update has been done. So the anchored VWAP that Michael Noss and Brian Shannon were talking about, and I know a lot of our viewers are super interested in that, is now live on Trade Ideas platform, and you'll be able to use it through there. So shout out to them on that. Let me just check something here real quick. Midday show. Am I good to go on everything here?
What's
yeah,
going
I think
on
I'm
here?
good.
What do you think? What do we think of Carvana here? You think it's gonna keep ripping?
22.
Looks like it wants to.
25. Yeah, dancing with
Looks like it
22
wants to.
now. I do trade stocks on NuView. Yeah, I traded Amazon today. I don't know if you were hanging out earlier. I took Amazon for $1. That was my only trade of the day. Now I'm eyeballing the futures because it is at a level that I like. So yeah, I do both. Yeah, on NuView. Long time viewer of the show. Always see them in the chat. Yeah, so Vana up. Hey, look, man. I mean, I don't short Vana. I just don't stand in front of it. It's too heavily.
Yep.
It's a heavily shorted name, and it's against the direction of the trend. To me, that's not.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean,
What's your look?
with a stock like this, you really got to pick those solid levels because, man, like, and even so, when you do have a level, like, you got to have a wide stop because this is the type of stock that will front run you, go for the stops, and then absolutely Huadunk back down, and we know how this goes. So shorting this, I don't know about that, but
57.28
a long
short float on Carvana says trade ideas.
That
here,
is
guys.
insane.
That's big.
Yeah, that's massive. That can definitely do something today.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
You know, it depends on where the shorts are, right? You know, you
Very good point.
Right? Like that's really what matters. Is
Exactly.
where are the shorts?
Where are they
are their
positioned?
averages?
Exactly.
Where are they trying to get out? when
Wouldn't it
goes
be
against
nice if
them?
we knew that?
Yeah,
You
it
can
would
kind
be
of
great.
discern that if you look at. Have you ever heard of Bookmap?
I've
heard about
of
this.
course,
so,
of course,
yeah.
know about Bookmap.
I love
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I love this, man. This
Bookmap
guy's
is
already
great.
ready, bro.
Not part of my strategy,
But you know about it.
But Bookmap is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Extremely. You see the liquidity where it is,
Exactly.
right? You can find the stops. You know.
Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is all stuff you should be able to do on the book, a thorough analysis of the book.
Yeah.
But
For
you
some
know,
reason, they
this
don't
one-
give us all the data.
Exactly.
It's there though. Like
You got to
know,
pay for all of it.
It's
though.
there.
Bookmap is quite pricey, and then like it's
Yeah.
100 minimum US, right? And then
Yep.
you're adding data packs on
Yep.
top of that, right?
So you can't plug in your broker's data.
I don't think so. The trader that was on the floor here never said it was
Bookmap.
possible. Never said it was possible. He was always paying for more.
Well, Trade Ideas has its own data, right? Or you have to pay for data on Trade Ideas as well. Yeah, right.
Fonzie says, I'm determined to make Yannick laugh. Fonzie wants to make you laugh. All right, the
The
SPY's
Lambo
going.
trade.
There goes 42.90. The SPY curling up. And the NQ also back at 14.5. So for now, it looks like the dips are being bought up and buyers are winning. Let's let it resolve. I don't want to guess, but you know, I'm seeing Apple also curl back in to possibly test 180, curling 179, high 70s. We're also seeing some other names curl here. NVIDIA and Netflix, not really at the moment. Tesla curl.
Oh, the 80s Golden want their sweater back.
It's your own personal
No,
style.
man, this
yeah.
is,
Yeah,
these are
look, you can't
nice
take
little
any of
knitted
that too
sweaters.
seriously.
Come
It's
on.
all
No.
like it's all kind-hearted
Trust me,
stuff,
I
you know.
I'm laughing.
It's
It's
just
funny.
trolls.
It's funny. Someone made me laugh. There you go.
22.77 Carvana.
Yeah, we're just
High day.
my 20.6 20.7 average would be looking very meaty right now, but yeah, don't have that on anymore. Got scared out of that one. You know what I want to address though? Yesterday I saw a lot of questions, at least 5 of them. People were asking pineapple on pizza ? And this is a big one for me.
Here's the thing. About
Ready? What are you gonna say?
If you're
What's
enjoying
the
this
thing?
video, please
Oh.
take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple.
Yes, never forget. My answer is do not put pineapple on pizza. It does not belong there. It is a fruit. I would never be caught putting fruit on pizza except for tomato in the sauce.
So now what we're going
Not
to see
Italian,
are
but
adoption papers headed
Spanish,
from
close enough.
Neil's way over to Yannick's desk. It's all over. He has been adopted. He is now in Neil's good books. Guys, we're going to test 180 here on Apple. 179.91. The NQ finding its footing at 14.5, but the ES now leading 42.91.5.
That's funny.
It's looking to curl 4,300. Who knows? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's bring that in.
Wow, that is not pineapple on pizza,
This
but that is valid.
right here,
It is? Oh
this
no.
is all
Oh no.
the banned.
Almost. Almost. Almost
Neil,
a pizza. Almost.
How many likes, Neil, for you to take a bite of that?
Pineapple and mushrooms.
Name the price.
Mushrooms belong on pizza, but not.
Name the price. How much is it going to cost, Neil? Aw.
Send it back.
All
Yeah,
right.
send it back.
You've eaten pizza? Okay. I'm sure there was, yeah. 5K,
Like-
says Day Trader Cut.
No, it's not like I'll deny a pineapple pizza if I'm given it, but like it's
Eat it.
probably on the bottom of my list.
All right,
for
we're
pizza
flying here,
toppings.
man. Here we go. Okay, so the future
Yeah,
has
nuts.
decided which direction it wants to take. Now it looks like we have
Wow.
decidedly taken that 14.5 for the moment with the higher low, and now the higher high at 14.515
That's crazy.
and a half. Do we look for bamboozlement here, or is this a legitimate trend, and we're going to continue here? What is the resistance level, the local resistance level on the NQ? Okay, here it is. The moon, says Neil. No. So we have a top. Let's bring in the chart. One moment here. I just have to bring this in. Sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. I shouldn't be doing that. The local top is this. 14,692, essentially 14,700. So we're going to have, obviously resistance at 600. We have a bit of a gap fill, 14,550. We've talked about that. Okay, it is time to go long. So I am going to go long now on the NQs. Actually, give me a second here.
GameStop's trying to go.
Let me see. I think I'm going to go long. I'm going to send it to you over for a bit while I digest this a little bit more here.
Yeah. Go for it. PLTR is looking kind of interesting here. Let's see what's going on with PLTR. Yeah, man. PLTR has just been trending beautifully today. Had that first move off 14.5. Your dip buys in the money. Never even looked back. Even if you could have still held that here, you would have still been in it, assuming you didn't skew your average, and then boom, past 15. And now we're trying to go even higher, kind of little, what's it called? Higher lows being put in there as we're curling off of the 100 EMA. And it's crazy too, the MNQ didn't even touch the 100 EMA after the morning. The Qs, it's just rocket ship with no end in sight.
Yeah. So I'm long. I am going to go long. My out will be the break of the lower end of the range here on the triple Qs. I will be looking to add in the mid-range, in and around here, just below 53s, in the mid-90s or so, should we make it down here. If we don't, I'll continue to take the trend into 14,550. I feel that may be a resistance area on the NQ. We shall see how this resolves. That is the plan, but the out is the break down of the range. That is 352, 60-ish area. That is the range there. That's where I will be out, but I'm looking for continuation. I think we resolve in the upward direction. I'm looking at Apple. I'm seeing we haven't taken 180 on Apple. Does Apple single-handedly hold down the NQ, from really rising? Because now we're seeing the ES accelerate, ironically enough, and the NQ not accelerating as quickly as the ES. Even though it's up 1 1/4 on the day, the ES up 0.44. So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see if Apple ends up being a bit of a lid here on our ascent up at that 180 level. 179.96, the high. AMC is dead, says Rage TV.
There goes Carvana.
What is Vana? My goodness.
23.2s.
Vana, a.k.a. the rocket ship. Send it over to this guy.
Yeah, 23.2s. Once again, my 20.7 average looking very nice right now, but non-existent. So, we're a little upset about that one. But, hey, we made our money. We left the party. And the party continued. So, a little bit of FOMO here. But, we're not going to do anything about that. I'm not going to get in here. There's no trade. We wait. I like that. Maybe there will be a trade later.
You're going to be a good trader, but you're cold. You got to be cold,
man. The market is colder than everyone else, man. The market doesn't care.
Take your money and eat your lunch, man. They will not care.
It's the Wild West out here, especially on Carvana today.
The Wild West. Have you heard of this Flash Boys thing? I don't know if you've gone into that.
Flash Boys?
I got to get into that. Is there a movie I can watch?
Yeah, it's a YouTube. It's like an hour-long little docu-series. It's kind of like filmed like that.
For real? Okay, I thought it was behind a paywall. That's
Flash Boys is the book.
It is, but there's no movie?
I don't think there's a movie. I'm thinking of, there is?
Oh. I don't know. I think someone
I'm thinking of Floored. You ever heard of that? Floored?
No.
It's a 1 hour YouTube little docu-series about the transition of on like the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the older traders that had to transition from trading however they traded before, like hand to hand, like floor trading, to the computers, and how most of them were just completely rinsed and could not adapt to it, and how like computers really like it's brutal to watch in their perspective, because it really changes, it flips their world upside down, but it's like shows you how quickly things change in this.
I heard like you actually had to be physically fit to be on the trading floor back then, because you had to like elbow your way through and get your order.
The taller guys would be the ones that usually got
long arms and stuff, right?
Seriously,
literally.
Long arms, tall, over 6 feet. You're getting your fills ahead of everyone.
Yeah, I'm long, guys. I'm long the wrong name, though, it looks like, sadly. The NQ not going yet, or not yet, not until maybe Apple resolves in the upward direction, but the ES is going. Here comes 4,300, I posit, on the ES. We're at 42.94 and a quarter, 42.95. Incoming, likely, on the ES. Strong now up 0.46. Let's see what's buoying the ES. Oh, here it is, the bounce in oil. Okay, so we found a $69 low on the July contract. There it is on oil, and now we're at 70.5. So the ES finding more power than the NQ now as a result of the buoy of oil. How's banking doing? Banking's mixed. Banking's flat. Not really weighing much in on the S&P. So.
Yeah, tech is up the most.
Tech is
today,
up 42.95, man. Here
new?
we go.
What's
ES is strong, Yannick.
Yeah, we're pumping your. Oh, actually no, the ES is strong. Q's not doing much. Oh no,
Yeah,
it's going.
Q's
It's going.
okay.
It's going.
Not
It's going.
great.
We've got hopes.
That's okay.
Hopes and dreams. I tried shorting the NQs back at that 14.490 level, but yeah, obviously didn't work out. Just one trade. I didn't want to try it again because this is just no sign of a change in trend.
Yeah.
Just took one shot at the the reversal in the
Right.
trade. Whatever. Didn't fight it.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so we're moving, baby. Okay, here it is. Now we're pumping 97s incoming on the ES
Yes, I'm good.
4300 180 Apple. Okay, so we have Apple up for exactly this reason. The dance resumes. The 180 dance, yes, you know it. If you watch the midday show, you saw me dance with this level. You saw Max dance with this level. We all danced with this level.
But not the last dance.
No, not the last dance. Exactly. We're back right at that level. You know, we're probably going to find resistance here. Yeah, so we'll have to see which way this resolves. Stock Hunter, Sharif. The only trade on Carvana is call options on a huge squeeze. 100% utilization, 8.5% fee, 155,000 naked shares to short 0.44 put call ratio at IBKR. That is a lot of stuff that I kind of semi understood and then didn't get at all. I'm not an options trader, you know that. And although I've heard all of those before and kind of know what each is, I don't know how to take them in and consolidate them and digest them. So I'll have to thank you for that. But
That's funny.
yeah, woo, right over my head, baby. 42.98.50 Yannick.
What was the put call ratio on
0.44
on what?
on the Carvana. He's like the only.
Put
Okay,
call
so here's what he
ratio.
said.
Okay.
The only trade on Carvana is call options on a huge squeeze, 100% utilization, 8.5% fee rate, 155,000
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah,
naked
yeah. 0.4 put call ratio.
Let's go here. We're 20. Where are we? What are we? 6.
pretty low.
35. Yeah, 35 pennies in the money here on this triple Q's long as we break through the $0.50 and get to 14.523 on the NQ. Do we find a top though at 4,300? And if we do, does it affect the NQ's ascent? We'll have to see, especially with Apple below 180 still, 10 pennies, 12 pennies, whatever, south of that 180 level. So we'll continue to watch and see how this resolves, but we're embroiled in a long. We've got a decent long here, unless we get a Huadunk. I posit we made a higher high, higher lows, broken through 14.5. I think we trend a little bit here, and it's just by, I think by how much. Now, Yannick, we talked about this 4,300 level. Now, you and I haven't had this conversation, so maybe it's nice to have here. Let's go to the half an hour here.
ES?
On the ES June contract. Look at this 4,300, Yannick. Every time we get here, we dance with 4,300 on the 2nd.
Yep.
We don't get there. 5th, we get there. We reject. Again, the 7th, we get there, reject. Do we do that same dance?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But here's one thing that I'll point out here, right? So we managed to get lower after that second touch of 4,300 over there. Yeah, right there. We did manage to get all the way down to almost 4,255, right? 426 flat, basically.
This is 425 over here. This
Yeah,
is
426
right here.
almost there. And look at the buying there. Look at these
Lot of
wicks
buying.
over there, right? It got down there, and
Bought
there
again.
wasn't much selling, right? There was more buying there. So I'm thinking that we probably go to 4,300 and don't break down this time. I think we'll probably hold, maybe go higher, trade there for a little longer. I don't think it'll be like the last 2 times though, because this is more of a serious base, and it's also a
very nice base,
longer
yeah,
base too.
yeah.
So I think that should mean that it is stronger.
Yeah, the more touches you have at the level, the more important the level becomes. And I would suggest to you that if you're looking for a bias, take the bias in the trend.
Yeah.
Have a look.
Exactly.
Where are the higher highs? So if you're looking for a bias breakdown, why would your bias be south unless you had some data point that said, we were coming to this and it switches up. But if your bias is, should be in the direction of the trend. At least that's how I see it. So 4,300 incoming now, whether we break it in this time or next time, what time, but probably will be sometime soon. You have to think, where are we here on the the Q trades? We dip back into the 30s. We're dancing. We're still with 14.5. It's probably time for me to set up my dip trades because I want a better cost basis. Not going to lie. Let's go down here. I'm going to sit at 06s because what's life without whimsy? We're going to sit right in front of 350.
We got Yannick Sweater in the chat. Wow.
So
already.
now, I
Jesus,
love this,
you guys are crazy. You guys are so awesome.
Yannick
Sweater already there. You got to get a picture of
The chat remains undefeated. You have to know that. Like,
There-
there's
that
nothing
was so
you
quick.
can do.
That was so quick.
Yeah, so
It's like,
quick.
you had 20 minutes to make that account or change your name. There you go.
That's a huge
Yannick
W.
Sweater.
Hit 1 for Yannick Sweater, guys. Hit that one. There it is. There it is. The
You know what? That's so funny.
Bradley. Bradley's definitely behind that. Where is he? For sure, Bradley's behind it.
That's my long lost brother, Macaulay Culkin.
There it
I'm
is.
actually the brother that's on the show, the Succession. His brother is on that
yes,
show.
I've heard.
That's me. That's me.
That's funny. There you go. The chat lighting up there with ones for Yannick Sweater, guys. Lots of love for you guys all in the chat. Best viewers and audience, I would say,
Most
on YouTube,
certainly.
guy.
Most certainly.
All right, where are we here? We're dipping on the triple Qs as we roll back into 14.5. So this is going to be another interesting observation. What are we going to do around here? Do we get bought up? Do the buyers step up, overwhelm sellers, and do we create a higher low and even, more ideally, hold 14.5, right? So that it actually is more, of an identifiable level. Let's see how we trade. I'm set up here at 06s. It looks like we got down to 08s. I didn't get the fill, sadly, so we'll have to, continue to wait on a possible cost basis adjustment here, guys. As we, there we go. My boy has that Biggie Small sweater on. Says TB.
Smalls. Or the Bill Cosby sweater,
Bill
according to
Cosby.
Neil.
There we go. I get the fill. So now we are filled long on our dip trade. Let's continue to watch. Are we going to make a newer low? A newer low for me comes by way of this break of this 352.60 area. The corresponding level on the NQ, I would say, is that 14,475 area. So let's see if we hold up here. Do the buyers step up? That's going to be really the question. We know we're looking at 4,300 in the face on the ES, and that was my question kind of to the chat earlier. Does a rejection of 4,300 stifle a move up on the NQ? So
Man,
watch this.
Carvana
Bradley's
here.
going to do something.
Is he? What are you going to do? Okay.
Oh,
Man.
we're moving down, though.
Carvana here is looking
Yeah, go for it.
interesting.
Take over.
I don't know, man. I'm debating here on taking this trade, but I think this is really just a coin toss at the end of the day. This 20, yeah, you got the 22 level, but what is 22? It's not that important. There's not much size there, so there's really nothing here. The trade was there earlier. I should have just had more size and just punched it. That was it. It's all right though. A thing like Carvana though, unless you're just scalping it, you really can't be entering like at these points here. You have to get like that as close to the initial move as possible, and then try and hold out for the rest of it. But yeah.
Yeah, so we're trending
tough
down
one.
here. This guy.
There he is. There he is.
Proudly doing
Hey.
our boy Yannick dirty.
Hey, it's not.
Man, he's just joking around. It's
And they're actors, man. They're good-looking guys.
Of course.
Come on,
Oh, shit about it. There
There's
we go.
no-
That's the kind of attitude I like.
Bang.
There you go.
big bangs.
I'm all right, guys. We're moving down here on the NQ and the ES. Let's not panic, though. No panic selling. Let's continue to watch the range
Not
because
the
I think that
brothers.
the range is important. Still have another dip trade in the cards before that 60 break. So that 60 break will be my sand in the line. Sand in the line. Come on,
Sand in the
Sharif.
line.
Line in the sand.
Sand in the line.
There. So, and what I'm watching for, again, just to reiterate, do we see the buyers kind of step up here and buy up these dips and, really show that we're overwhelming sellers, or are the sellers going to win out through 14.5? That's, whatever way it resolves, I'm good with it, because then if it ends up that we move short and break down below that 14.475, then, I'll definitely be looking for an interesting short as we look to fill that gap. So let's continue to watch, see how we do. We have
Yeah.
17s. We're out of the money, sadly, but we've got a plan, and I'm going to follow it.
I don't know. This the short is looking kind of juicy here on the MNQ.
Luana on the MNQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a level breakdown. I want
Yeah.
to see how we trade. Does 14.5 get bought up? If it doesn't, I'll be short right away.
Yeah.
If the sellers overwhelm the buyers, I'll be the first one to switch.
Yeah, definitely looking at that 14.5. Short here though is not. Can't really structure risk here without
You'd have to give it
risking
to
a lot.
14.5.
You'd have to give it a lot for sure.
Yeah. AMD hitting support, says Shinobi. Yeah, AMD hit that 122.21, that 122-ish area. It's retracing into that 121 area. It's a little bit above it at the moment. We'll see how that one resolves. I haven't been trading AMD, though. Looks like yesterday's close is that 118 area, just below it, 117.83-ish area on AMD, but that has not
wow.
been my look.
BYND is actually going for it.
Go for it. Let's have a look at his screen. BYND apparently moving
Let's
here,
take a look at a better version right here. Let's look at this. BYND. Let's see a 15-minute. What's going on here? Oh yeah, that's nice. That 1150 breakout. That's nice. We'll have to see what this does tomorrow, because getting long at here 12 definitely not the play, but a short trade might work off 12. That's a decent level, but nah, it's not even 12. I'd say you gotta wait for 15's really a more of a juicy level. Let's go further back. Yeah, actually 12's not bad for a short. How strong is this right now? Oh, that's still going. Yeah, that's strong. 12, 13. It's not bad. Let's pull BYND up. Let's see what's going. Let's see what the tape is saying. What's going on?
Yeah, Apple rejecting that 182, by the way. So I think it's really helping the NQ and the ES really retrace. And you're also finding tops on a lot of these other big caps for the moment. You're finding a top on Google, Tesla, you name it, Meta. They're all finding tops at the moment. But we're still within the range on the NQ, so I'm going to let my trade pan out. But we have a possible 4,300 rejection, which could turn this market. So got to be very cognizant of that and not get too attached to the trade. The trade is only as good as it's profitable. So if it's not profitable, cut that, you know what, right? So we're quite close. If we get into this area here, the trade will be donezo. What else is being spoken about here? Let's see what the chat is up to. Damn BYND, yeah, my man just covered it. Chicken dinners tonight, says Elon 2024. BYND running, says Cameron Collins. Yeah, caught that. Beyond Meat flying. Upstart, yeah, Nick. We talked about that one, Nick Dupp. Thanks for the super chat earlier. Upstart, still strong.
It's picking up now.
BYND. What is the headline? Let's have a look. BYND. Let's see if anything comes up here. Shareholder class action. Not seeing anything.
Nothing?
But my blotter's been busted, I gotta tell you the truth.
Oh.
It's been
That is
hasn't been showing
interactive, right?
Yeah, they know about the problem, sadly, and they haven't been able to fix it. So we'll continue to watch that. But yeah, BYND. So let's have a look at BYND over here.
What's
What
Google
is
say?
this thing doing? My goodness, this is obviously news.
There's no release
What is the
as
chat
of
saying?
recently.
Anybody in the chat know why BYND is running? Anil saying 43% short float. That's big. That's all
Yeah,
you really
I
need,
guess
right?
so.
Quite frankly, for a breakout, depending, like Yannick was saying
Yeah.
earlier, it depends really where the shorts are sitting,
Yeah.
right? Because if they're not
That's the
sitting at
key.
those levels, they're not getting squeezed, right?
Yeah.
So, big boy move up 15%, Yannick, on BYND.
Yeah, and that could get interesting. I mean, it's already gotten interesting. We're almost what $1.68.
New
right?
York
So
or
it's Nasdaq. I thought
Nasdaq.
it was New York too, but apparently it's
some
Nasdaq.
reason? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Sympathy play. You think with CVNA? Yeah, that's definitely possible. That's what happens a lot. You know,
What?
like with you have one name, they're like completely unrelated in terms of what they do as a business.
Yeah.
But just because they both have extremely high short floats, you know, one goes and then the other one starts going just
Yeah.
because the short floats are all similar. Like with that GameStop stuff.
Right,
That's what that was,
exactly,
right?
yeah,
That was just
absolutely.
them picking, you know, the high short float stocks.
Identifying it exactly. You know, sometimes it's a little bit laggy, that information, usually
Yeah.
2 weeks. I don't know who gets access to that data earlier and whose
Yeah.
data is more accurate. I think that's probably a bit of the advantage there,
For
first
sure,
to
for
enter,
sure.
right? Yeah, but you know, what do you feel about more transparent markets? A lot of people saying, you know, let people engage in these activities, like don't ban short floating, don't you know, restrict it. Make it more transparent so that you know where everyone's sitting, who's sitting
Yeah.
where, and you know,
Well,
you just
from-
open it up.
From our perspective,
love
yeah,
it,
yeah,
right?
like we'd love it, sure, but I'm sure those big guys
Would hate
sitting
it.
wherever they are, you know, they don't want that to happen because they have the advantage on us, right?
Of course, right?
yeah,
And
it's,
you have to also think that, you know, once we have that data, the trading strategy completely changes
Oh,
because
yeah.
then everybody's got the same
everyone's
data,
got it,
right?
and
So-
probably won't even work, right? So
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so lots always to consider there. Good convos though, my man over here. BYND buys a lot of product from my company. It's a chemical additive to give the food its texture.
Ooh.
Would not suggest eating the stuff. You have to wear a respirator when
Wow.
handling the additive.
What?
All right, you know, obviously we're not making any claims here. I'm just
Whoa.
reading an opinion. But thank you
Man.
for your contribution and your opinion on that. Nice. Always good to have, you know,
That's something.
insider information and your opinion there.
But don't
As
trade on it.
we hold up on these markets. Nothing great yet. We are during that lunch hour, guys. 12:45. Got 15 minutes or so. So maybe the traders head back to their desk. But do you subscribe to that theory of sell in May and go away? Do you think that summers are typically a bit more calm?
Yeah, well, like in the past, like summers definitely periods of low volatility, like before COVID, before 2020.
Yeah. Come back to our split. Yeah.
That was definitely like I was trading 2017, 18, 19, and those were periods of extremely low volatility for day trading. It was good if you were, you know, in growth stocks and whatnot. That's when I believe Amazon and Apple had like pretty solid runs, and yeah, but definitely summertime is typically lower volatility, but this summer's been different. You know, ever since the pandemic came, things have changed, right? The market has got so many new participants, so much more volume that is here to stay, actually, right? A lot of these people are, you know, using trading as another income source,
Yeah, absolutely.
right, and whatnot, and yeah, it's great. You know, more volume in the market, more moves will happen, more
Yeah.
opportunities. That's what we want as day traders.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Slowly slowing down. Is that is that proper
slowly
English?
slowing
Slowly
down.
slowing
Yeah,
down.
sure, why not?
On the descent on Apple, I wonder if we get another touch there at 180. What I see on this chart are higher lows and higher highs with an upward trend. So if we don't make a lower low here, we start curling. I gotta suspect there may be another 180 touch incoming in. You gotta think though, you know, even though 180 is that nice level, we danced with it. You gotta say it probably falls over this time around a lot easier. Considering that assuming we continue to trend up here on the market. So Apple 40 pennies away or so from that entry. We'll see how that one ends up resolving. But yeah, for the moment, holding out. Neil, Yannick, I kind of wanted above 18s on a Firm, our friend Affirm has been strong lately. Neil embroiled in that. He's short Beyond Meat as well. And
Oh, wow.
he's not in Affirm, by the way. Sorry, I misspoke on that. He's short Beyond Meat.
What price did you get? 68? Wow.
Well, there you go.
Wow. That's 10 cents off the high.
Okay, so we'll have to keep it going here as we continue to make a leg down on the future. And it looks like Apple 180 not incoming at the moment as we continue to curl down here. So we're going to have to start looking to get out of this position as now, the thing is we're still at that level. So I'm not going to cut it quite yet, but we are moving down here. So we're going to have to cut it quite soon as we are at that critical level. Let's see if we hold here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And MNQ, I was hoping you'd get up to 14,500 here and give me a little wick so I can get in there on the short side, but it didn't even want to do that. So we're going to have to find another way to work our way into this short here, because if this does turn around with some volume, man, this could go
tank,
right
yeah.
back down to where
Absolutely.
we started, especially after yesterday, right? Yesterday was a pretty big, pretty large down day, right? And then we're just back up again. So I feel like some Hwadunking is.
Hwadunking, I love my man. Already good with the terminology.
It's going on here, you know. There's a perfect setup, you know. Huge down
Yeah.
day yesterday. Now we're back up to that same level. Everyone's thinking we're gonna go break out of the highs, and then you know, right back down we go. And that's what's forming right now.
Yep, yeah, we're holding 42.90 on the ES, keeping my eye on that. I'm real close to getting out of this trade. If we make a leg down, I will be out. But yeah, no 180 level, sadly, right now on Apple. What is small cap world up to over here? We haven't talked much about small cap. Well, Carvana kind of small cap. It's more of a meme than a small cap. LGTX. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. BYND obviously. The other one, so we have Vana and BYND, some of the short squeeze names, but with respect to some small caps, GSIT showing up on my radar, but that's not really doing much on the day. What else over here? Nothing really that's done volume of note. IonQ, that one showing up having done about 7.1 million shares, about $11 stock, so not that much over there, not much in the way of small cappers. We've seen kind of a slowdown with respect to small cappers as of late, Yannick. I don't know if you trade them.
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, I do. I will trade them if, you know, if things set up the way I like it. But for the most part, I won't really trade those one-day gappers, two-day gappers. You know, I like to stay away from them. But at the end of the day, whatever's moving is what I like to be involved with. You know, if things are flying around, then doesn't matter the price or the name, got to get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still looking for whether or not we hold these levels. We're moving down. Dan Emmons saying he's still short at, I believe, 14,520. He got that top wick on the NQ because we have a 14,523 top on the NQ June contract.
It's a shot on the screen.
That's a hell of a short there, Dan, with a good entry. So wishing you well, Dan Emmons, a good friend of the shows and a hell of a futures trader. So always look out for Dan's little tidbits there in the chat. I'm going to send it to you real quick. I'm going to put in a stop and use the bathroom.
Yeah,
and so just give everybody your look there.
I mean, what are you guys saying? You guys want me to look at anything specifically? I'm just going to keep my eye on BYND and MNQ for now, looking for a trade on NQ to the short side if we don't break over 14.5 with some volume. But what is YEXT? Is that a ticker symbol? Let's see. Let's find out. YEXT. That is doing something. Yeah. It's not doing too much, though. Nothing too special. I'll pull it up right here for you on this one. YEXT and Y. Let's see. PLTR, Sophie, you guys are saying, yeah, the volume's low. I wouldn't really be getting involved with that. Yes, Sheriff is going to the washroom. MVIS is moving. Yes, I saw that one earlier. That's NQ, right? Or is it NY? It is NQ, yes. It is not doing too much. Yeah, no trades here for me. Yes. Yeah. Dip buys in PLTR, yeah. Dip buy, it's the only time I'll really dip buy is off the open on like a hard level, just because those dips on the open, when they do base out and, you know, come back up, it's usually pretty strong if it continues over those pre-market levels. So that's really the only time I'm looking for a dip buy. Midday, if it's trending, then yeah, but for the most part, I'm not going to be looking for too many dip buys as an entry. As an ad, yeah, if I'm already in it, but as an entry, I don't think so. Roku short. I haven't heard Roku in a long time. Wow, what's that thing up to? Roku. That NASDAQ stock? Yannick is not a German name. Yannick is a Polish name, but it is not spelt the Polish way. Because if it was, there'd be a J and people would call me Janik instead of Yannick. That's why it's spelled that way. Yeah, BYND. Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard of this name in a while. It's been pretty dormant, hasn't it? What's that daily looking like? The daily? Oh yeah, just straight down. That's gruesome. That is gruesome. But big update though, so maybe something tomorrow. Maybe something tomorrow. No trade for me here though. No trade. Yeah, there are quite a few Yannicks in the chat all of a sudden. As well as Yannick's sweater. Shout out to my sweater. Yeah, what else is going on? Let's see, MNQ still trying to do something. I want something up here closer to VWAP and the EMAs because I can't risk from here. There's no trade there. I can't do that. So we just wait, we wait, and maybe something appears, maybe it doesn't. We're not jumping the gun. Not jumping the gun. What else is going on? Let's see. Let's pull up. I'm gonna pull up this. Let's go this. Let's go through the scanner here. Let's see what are our top stocks. You know what? Let's go like this. Let's go one. Yeah, that's better. You know what? I'll even no. Actually, we'll leave it like this. Amazon, Sophie. There we go. There's something going on there. $8, but yeah, I don't think that there's a trade here. Stock like this, I'd definitely be waiting for the base out, the dip buy, holding a decent level. My trade would have been here on Sophie, risking down here somewhere. But there's no volume. This thing isn't really flying anywhere, so I wouldn't be taking a breakout trade on this, that's for sure.
All right.
Lord, Neo, you're back.
I have not offered you a protein treat. You have never had one. Oh, you're
Disclaimer.
careful?
Disclaimer.
Okay. Yes.
I am allergic to half of the world. So,
okay, so we're gonna keep it on this side because there are nuts over here. So there will be no eating of the protein treats while Yannick is on
You can eat
set.
them. It's not severe at all. You can eat them. Don't have to worry about me. I just can't eat them.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but I'm allergic to everything under the water.
That's all. No
Everything.
worries. No worries.
All nuts, cats and dogs, but everything underwater. Yeah.
Really?
Dude needs some protein. I don't eat any protein. I eat a lot of protein. I actually gained a lot of weight recently. I looked a lot skinnier before, so you know. I'm making my own progress.
I think we may be headed for a breakdown here, Yannick, unless we really see some sort of movement on the market, because we got a retracement up, and the retracement up here on the triple Qs was quite anemic. So, not going to make any decisions yet, but I've got my stop in place, and if it triggers, it triggers. But our ascent up looking a little bit weaker as we are now below 14.5 and have made a new low. There's no booty. TLO Enterprises trying to kill the new guy. I'm not trying, man. You found out. You saw it. I found out live when you found out live as we retraced down on the NQ again. That bottom holding for now, but it doesn't look good. You know, I don't know if this is going to end up panning out in my direction. So heads up there. Heads up for anybody along this position. What is Apple up to? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, possible 180 curl again on Apple. Could we touch 180 again? I know for a fact that'll help my futures position here, as Apple will help the overall market curl up. This murder will be televised, says Sauce K. Carvana will crash, says hello there. Vana is at $22, up 42%, with a 23.50 high, exactly 23.50 high. So yeah, it's extended. You know it's heavily shorted, and you know what the play is there. I don't see a specific headline. Yeah, sorry, there was a headline. They adjusted their EBITDA better than their guidance going forward. So gave an earnings adjustment, and as a result, you know, got into everybody's focus, and then there goes the chain reaction with the short float again.
Yes.
What are you watching?
I'm just still looking at M&Q. It looks like it's just going to fall off. I don't think it'll give me an entry up here. Yeah, there's no trade here. I want that 4995, risking 14,500, but yeah, looks like we're not going to get it. I didn't punch in here, so yeah, it is what it is.
You got a big gap too between the breakdown level, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
That's 14, let's say 14,470 and 14,400, because I'd say that's probably the next area of support. Bit of a gap between there and
yes, for sure. Oh yeah, there is that gap there. Yep, that's definitely there. So
CLO Enterprises. I couldn't message you this morning, but thank you for the thought of support yesterday to 14.3. I held some for the whole move on the MNQ yesterday. Just want to say thanks. Happy to help. Happy to always give you my 2 cents with respect to the future. You know, still definitely something that I'm refining. I think I have to work on my patience. Most notably, I kind of have to let the trade develop in the area, give me proof that, you know, we're going to follow through or reject whatever. So that just comes with more screen time, right?
Yeah.
With more practice on the future. So that's what I'll be looking for.
100%.
But I think the future allows for a more predictable entry and exit point, less bamboozlement, because there's less individual factors, whereas every equity is going to have its own individual.
Oh yeah, and as well the fact that it's just one route. You know, one route, one exchange,
exactly.
simple, no dark pools, no nonsense.
Absolutely.
It's just
Come to the split.
it is what it is. You know, it's just everything's right there in front of you.
Where's Mad Max?
On the ES and NQs.
Are you staying on for the full 2 hours?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, so
Max was supposed to be here at
Here,
12:30.
He's coming.
Supposed to be here at 30, but yeah.
Oh, he's coming. No, he's got to do the closing show too with Sean, with Neil, because Sean is taking time off. Sean's brother-in-law in the house. So continue to hang out at Lowe's on the queues. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look like we're going to bounce, but I'm not going to punch out. I've already got my stops in place. And whatever direction ends up resolving in, I am good with it. I'm at peace with it, but I just wish it would do it soon. Microsoft finding a bit of a flat bottom break here. Microsoft looking amply weak. Not sure what the headline is on Microsoft. Bit of a double top at 326.5, and now we're headed south. We're below VWAP, broke down below 325. Now looking to take 324.5. Microsoft looking weaker than the bunch, it has to be said, as Apple dances with 180. But our friend Yannick is overtime, guys.
Yes.
So we're going to say bye to Yannick. Yannick, you will be on tomorrow?
I believe so, yeah.
So Yannick will be on tomorrow.
On the close, actually, I think, as well.
Amazing. My man will be on the close.
I believe so.
Stay out there. Fans of Yannick,
Yeah.
hit the ones in the chat.
Hit the
Thanks
ones.
for coming on again, guy.
Thank
Appreciate
you so much. Hopefully we'll have some trades tomorrow for you guys.
Yes, sir. And have a rest of the best trading day.
Yes,
I'm sure
you as
you'll
well.
continue to trade. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
All right. So we'll take over here and allow Mad Max to set up. As he comes in, he'll tell us all about his trades. I heard he was embroiled in some trades this morning. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us all about those. As we continue to hang out here on the Future, I am praying for a pop. Hold these levels. Let's go. 4,300 possible on the ES. I want a 14,500 23 break. That's a high day on the NQ. But first, we got to get up to 14.5. Whether that's incoming or not is up for debate, as we had that big boy move down and rejected 14.5 for now. I'll be looking up at that. Carvana has been in play all day. It's finding a bit of a base at 22. Does it curl above and break above 22.50? Or is this the first leg down? My man Mad Max says, I hope so. By that, I will take that he is long into this position, 22.5. Let's look at that. We're at 22.30 at the moment as we dance with 22. So that's the look there on Carvana. Up big on the day. Sorry, I'm not showing it. Bring that in here. Up big on the day is Carvana, up over 43%, the heavily shorted name, finding a bit of a consolidation area at 22. Do we hold? The next step down, the only support that I see here, price action wise, is that 20. VWAP's at 20.25, but you know the tops, they be hanging at 20. That's a ways down from where we're at because we're at $22, so a $2 cap. So eye on that. Where are we at with the future? Still hanging out at the 50s and 60s here on the triple Qs, as we don't make any higher highs. In
Nej, jag kommer tillbaka.
I had to say, I feel like the buyers are being overwhelmed by the sellers here, and unless something fundamentally changes soon, I should probably find a way to get out of this long and mitigate my loss as we come closer to my cost base. So I don't feel like the buyers are in control here at these levels, at least not yet. At least I haven't seen enough yet. Yeah, we'll continue to watch that. But right now, it feels like the sellers overwhelming the buyers at these levels. And we're not printing any higher highs. Obviously, Carvana and these meme-related stocks, independent, typically of the market, usually march to the beat of their own drum. We also had Wayfair on watch today. It's up 9%. It's up more. Has a 54.38 high, now down to below 54 at 53.80 something. Still very strong bullish pattern. You see an upward channel with constantly higher lows and higher highs. So, I mean, a dip off one of these lines here could be a nice little trade. You also have VWAP in and around $53. So Wayfair giving you possible opportunities here. The heavily shorted name. Max, what's up?
What's going on, Sharif?
How are you?
How's your day been?
Good.
Yeah.
One trade so far. Embroiled another one. This one's a loser,
Nice,
but the other one's a winner. So let's see how this one resolves. Not out of it yet.
I'm exhausted right now, man. I've been trading Carvana today, and it is nasty to watch. It is very difficult to be long Carvana today. I mean, obviously, good uptrend, but man, I am dying here watching this thing consolidate in like a full dollar range.
Mm-hmm.
Long 21.60 at the moment. I am looking for like $25. I know it sounds stupid, but 60% shorted, like that's pretty wild. So I think we can possibly get there and get higher. Maybe it's not today. Maybe we got to wait for that. But yeah, I don't know. It keeps like liquidity grabbing around this 22 level, but not really going anywhere. So it's trying to stop everybody out, but not seeming to succeed on either side yet. I am awaiting this 23 re-break here. Probably should have gotten a little more out up here, but I don't know. Like, when you're long a squeeze stock, you got to stay long. Like, I was long this morning on it, and I didn't stay long, and we could be long at 18 bucks right now. I mean, I had some good trades. Like, I had this 18 hold, and then got stopped out. Had the 18 hold again. Added on 19, but the problem was adding on 20. The 20 level was very full of bamboozlement. And then, it comes down here, consolidates. I go for lunch, look at my phone while I'm out buying a pita, and this thing's trading at $22.
Damn,
like,
pita.
come on. Yeah, but I was able to find a long here off the teal, actually, but it was more off this 2150 consolidation zone. It just would not break that 2150, and then showed some buying, so I was able to get in with like 10 cents risk, which, I mean, on a stock like this, it's always good. So we'll see where this goes. I mean, it's still looking bullish. The volume's holding up. We're at 100 mil.
Yeah.
I think we can get to 200 by the end of the day. And just like a ton of buying. You see all this buying, and then it chills out, and then, you know, longs stop out, and then it stops, and then just buys back up again. So this consolidation looking pretty good.
Yep.
High of day volume was on this candle, which is a long ago. This little spike here wasn't even like that high of volume for the day, so that's not looking like exhaustion to me. I think that we have a ways to go on Carvana, and yeah, excited for the afternoon. Maybe you have to wait for power hour for the
That'd be
real
nice.
squeeze, but yeah,
That'd be great.
yeah. Tesla today was awesome too. I had a couple trades on that.
Let's go through that.
Didn't
I heard you were up big on that. Sean was saying earlier.
I was up big on Tesla?
Well, he was saying, I don't know.
I don't think so. Let me
Okay.
check. Call.
don't
Not really.
recall.
No, big on Tesla is a whole lot more than I'm up today. But
Okay.
I had this 223 level. I wanted to get like a 223.50 fail break off the open. That's exactly what happened. And I was trading Meta like a not trader. And yeah, didn't take this, but like what a move on Tesla today. And I really liked the idea of this breaking 230 today, and I was able to like get a long off this little liquidity grab to 229, added on 230, and then ended up stopping out. But like it goes right back to that 229.50 price, and you know accelerates back off. So yeah, I was able to get an awesome long. I don't know if you were watching during this time, but
Which
Tesla
one?
went absolutely nuts off 230.75. Like yesterday's close, there was some kind of short squeeze action that happened. It like ripped up like $1.50, $2. And yeah, that was pretty sweet. But now we're still consolidating. I think we can see 235 on Tesla today, depending on what the market does, obviously. But
Yeah, well, if we break through 14.5 and really start pumping here, yeah, I think we could be good. But, you know, we're ascending back to test 14.5 on the NQ, but we're ascending back ever so slowly. To be expected, question mark, given the time of day, question mark.
question mark.
So, yeah, you have to make allowances, at least I would posit, for the midday and the fact that we may not move in much the same fashion that you would expect, especially in way of retracements. So I'm long. It looks like am I back in the money or am I back flat? I'm almost flat, yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that
Okay,
subscriber
guys,
count.
just
my
want to make a
God.
quick note. We put the sub count in the bottom right hand of the screen. We're at 399,806. And it would just
Nearly
be aces.
194 people need to subscribe.
Wouldn't it be aces, Max, if we could get that sub count to 400,000
If we get that sub count
live
to
on the show?
400K,
I'm
Carvana's
willing
going to
to-
$25.
I'm willing to bet you that there's no way we can get that sub count to 400,000.
Yeah, come on.
On the show.
Subscribe.
The viewers, they can't do it. I'm willing to bet you that, and yeah, we won't get to
Somebody feel free to
400,000.
pay for some subscribers if you'd like to.
Yeah, well, wow. What? Question mark? Is there a question mark?
Did two people
animation?
just unsubscribe?
I
Two people
think, yeah,
unsubscribed.
So,
That's
yeah,
the dip.
let's-
That's the dip. It needed to
Is that
dip
it?
before it rips.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All
Just
right.
two dip and then a quick rip through 400K. We're back up. We're back. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's flying off. Who wants 808? Who wants 809? Do a little
Let's go,
auctioneer
baby.
action here.
Hit
as,
that subscribe button. The only way we grow, we
let's
always
go.
reinvest
Let's
back into the
go.
show. You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes right now. I'm looking right at it as we speak, and we're developing some stuff. So hopefully more to come. And yeah, we'll continue to watch as we dance with the future here. Not making a lower low at the moment, but really not taking 14.5. Either. We're also below 4,300 on the ES as we dance with that 42.93 level. We're kind of in between a 5-point range of 95 and 90. So we'll see how this one resolves, but I'm really looking for an upward resolution here. And to take 180 on Apple, I kind of feel that maybe get the market going here and get some of the futures position moving. I know my boy Max over here is embroiled in Carvana. A lot of names trading this stock today. It's been big. It's been up. It's been catching a lot of eyes. Yeah, it's up 43 and a quarter point on the day, and it has a 23.50 high. Juicy.
It's trying to break out right now. It looks like that 2250 level looking pretty good for a breakout. We're just consolidating below. Looking at that, it keeps getting into the 30s and then people start selling. This is the same action that was happening down here at the 1880 kind of level. It would reserve on the offer once it got up to 80s, but then once it finally blew through those prices, like we obviously took off. So that's kind of the action that I'm expecting here. I think maybe you need a liquidity grab below 22 to really send it, but like we'll see what happens. I mean, it looks like that was it right now. Printing green on the offer. Come on. Blast through. Stop consolidating. Nobody wants to
Damn
see the
Bono.
consolidation. There's no fun.
Is this New York? Is it a New York stock or?
Yeah, New York,
Yeah,
CVNA,
there we go.
NY. So back into the 30s here. You know, once again, people selling in the 30s, but oh, we blow through. All right, so 40s now. Come on, Carvana. Do that little
Yeah,
dance.
it is. Doing-
blast
yeah.
off. And I'm fully expecting this breakout to be fully bamboozled and for it to come back into the 20s and then blast off. But, you know, maybe that's
predictable.
just like a full, you know, blast off scenario. When we took out this last high of 22.25 or whatever that was, that just like, that really went. So
What's your cost basis on this?
I'm at 21.61 at the moment.
You're
So,
golden.
you know, almost $1 in the money, but
Yeah, that's fantastic.
that's not what
Okay.
we're looking for here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
not
know,
what we're
I
looking
know.
for.
At least you know you're heading in the right direction. You
We're
got that
definitely in the right
buffer,
direction.
that breathing room. You know what I mean? I don't know how you feel sometimes, but when I got some breathing room, helps me make clearer decisions rather than when you're down
Yeah,
and in the red and like trying to hold on
Yeah,
for dear
exactly,
life, right?
exactly.
Yeah, your boy Vana there is trying to dance with
Come
that 50
on.
level. I'll have to see how that results.
Take out 50. Like, I don't even care. Just stop me out, whatever, but do something. Do something. I'm sick of this. Sick of this. Come on. No more consolidation. Consolidation's boring.
SoFi, the chat talking about. Yeah, we haven't talked much about that. Let's see how our friend SoFi has been up to. Okay, at day's highs on SoFi. This thing has been a rocket of a day
$8?
trade, bro.
Wow, I didn't
I
even
mean,
see
of
that
a
today.
swing trade.
Yeah,
Look at this.
seriously.
Look at this daily chart here on SoFi. Up and to the right, taking
It's
out
feeling kind
all
of like
the
Palantir,
levels.
eh?
Yeah, it is. And look, man, it's there are fundamental reasons why it's moving.
Yeah.
Right? It is moving because there is a whole bunch of new clients coming in that they're going to service, that they're going to make money off. That's all interest income. And then I think they actually, it's a SaaS. I think it's not software as a service, but it's subscription based so that there's recurring revenue in addition to the interest income. So there's a whole bunch of stuff coming if the student loans get, restarted. And it looks like as if that's going to be the case. So turn it into a hell of a swing trade, just like its cousin Palantir. They're not cousins. Whatever.
Yeah.
Group.
I mean, like, similar group of stocks, the 2021 kind of tech,
Right.
small, mid-cap rally
There you go.
stocks.
There you go.
So I get,
Well said.
they're brothers. They're brothers in a way.
Yeah.
Cousins.
There you go. Volume too low, says Mikhail Tejada. Yeah, well, it's the volume is definitely dropping off. To be expected. Usually this time of day, volume a little bit lower. Usually picks up around that 2:30 time slot. Take you deep into that power hour where the imbalances come out, and then there's a lot of pairing of orders, and that typically increases volume substantially. So we always have volume spikes early in the day and then late in the day, and then to expect obviously a downtrend in volume midday. But that's not always the rule. Sometimes we do have some in midday volatility. I want to talk about something here in that Apple is looking to test 180 again. Here comes the accumulation through, and simultaneously, I feel like Microsoft is setting up to break down. Flat bottom break possibly developing here on Microsoft. That's the upper chart. And then Apple here, I believe, looking, let's bring this in. Yeah, Apple looking possibly to make a higher high and another test of 180. See if that resolves that way. But yeah, Microsoft, I feel like it's pulling down the market. Microsoft quite weak, and I don't really know why. So let's have a look real quick here. Anything coming up on my blotter? My blotter is suspect these days. Yeah, no, nothing coming up Microsoft-wise, but there goes Apple again, headed north, baby. Max, do we do the Apple 180 dance? It's just so not worth it, right?
What size is on there? Do you
Well,
have
there
you
was
seen
there
it?
was decent size, nothing to really call home about, but there was some sizage there.
Yeah, I can't see it yet.
Let's pull that up. I think I might be able to see it on here. Let's
Yeah, it hasn't broken today. That's interesting because, like,
180 exactly.
yeah, we go down on the news.
I see 43,000 shares, but there's probably more. Yeah, it's not
I
that
gotta
much.
watch the old Carvana here. We're going
Yeah,
for
I
that
know.
50
Your
price.
boy Vana is dancing
Where
again.
are we? There we are. All right, come on. Load the chart, please. Just get through those 40s. Like, I'm fine with it being a fail break and me getting stopped out. I'm just so bored of this consolidating and bouncing around. I mean, the HFT is probably loving this one. And I think, you know, if you were short and your algo was trying to get you out, you would be trying to get people to bail out of their longs so that you can buy the stock. So, you know, I was trying to bamboozle people out of the long, I believe, so that they can get the fills that they need. You know, when this starts to go up, you'll see like 500 lots, 700 lots on the offer, and it just
Really?
gets smashed,
Oh,
smashed,
yeah,
smashed.
yeah,
And,
they
like,
keep getting smashed.
Like
yeah.
right in this range, I think in like the 50s here or something, you know, 700 lots got filled.
You'll see it.
700 lots got filled over here too. So, you know, they're looking for that liquidity. They're wanting it to build up. There's some at 2250, so there's 600 lots right there just as we speak of it. So let's see if we can take out that size and see what happens there. If we don't take out the size, you know, maybe they don't need the liquidity anymore, but 60% shorted, I bet they do. We've only done 100 million shares on the day, and that ain't just people covering shorts. I can tell you that because, you know, I'm somewhere in that calculation, and I have never been short Carvana before. Here we go at that 50, breaks it into the 60s.
There you go. There you go.
A little bit of reserve on the offer, but no, we are flying, baby. Carvana back
There
to that
it
23 level.
Good trade.
Need to blast off here. I'm looking for a halt up. I know it sounds crazy, but I think this stock can definitely halt up today. There are so many people short. This is, you know, when GameStop squeezed to 500, this is probably what day one looked like. I wasn't there for it, but, you know.
I remember when it squeezed because
I remember it squeezing, but I wasn't there
it,
like day one.
it didn't
looking at it.
surprise people because it was like already moving like 100% on the day. Moved from like
Yeah,
6 to whatever 12. So everyone was already, what the hell?
Yeah.
What's AMC doing?
So here we are at that 50 again.
Go for it.
Kind of messing around with it. This is exactly how I thought this breakout would look, basically. I was hoping it would just, you know, snap up into a halt, but no, this is what I was expecting. A little bit of bamboozlement around the 50, consolidate, then take out the high and blast off to 23. I've still taken nothing out here. Well, not nothing. I took some out in this area, but I'm hanging on to, I don't know, like 65% of the trade. Looking for that big move up as
Big move
Carvana
up.
still consolidates. My stop is still in the same spot at 2149. So, you know, I'm not going to get stopped out of
Intel.
this
Some people
early.
saying Intel, and Neil also telling me Intel. So let's have a look at that INTC. I'm seeing it's up 1.5%, having done 14.7 million shares of volume on the day. Wow, that move up. Okay, I don't know why it's moving up. Let me look at the Sharif. Okay. Okay, so I have to read this after. What is this? Okay, well, these must. Not seeing any reason why Intel is moving up, but yeah, 3185 high. Kind of basically did nothing until about time 1250. So about half an hour ago, volume started coming in. It started moving up, breaking through yesterday's close at 3128. So big move up there. But yeah, rejection on Apple and Microsoft Huadunking. We have a drop here in some big tech. Amazon coming down. Likewise with Google, Tesla curling, the NQ coming down as a result. We might have found a bit of a top or a local top here, guys, as some of these big tech names move down. And yeah, we're getting close to my out here on the Qs Max.
Yep. I'm still sitting here in Carvana, still waiting, I mean, it's still looking bullish. We haven't gotten back to that 22 price. This is, as I said, what I was thinking we would see, a drop into the 20s and then blast off. Obviously, you know, causing a little bit of stress here as it is, you know, for now a failed breakout. But, you know, if you're trying to make a stock look like something that someone would sell to you, you would want it to be fail breaking out, right? So, you know, this is just what they want to do, you know, manipulate it so that they can get all those fills and cover their shorts at a better price so that they don't have to get squeezed out. But, you know, I'm not believing these failed breakouts. This is
I'm out of the
is
trade of
the Qs.
yeah, so that broke down below my level. That's out. So I am negative on the Qs. and negative on the day. That is my first negative day this week, which is okay, and the day is also not over. I will be looking now for a move down. Do we gap fill here? So if the theory is 14.5 has rejected, where do we find support? Well, we have 14.4 obviously, and VWAP's right there as well, 14.406. Have we rejected these levels? And if we have, do we retrace all the way back down? Is there a short here? That's the question. I'm seeing, how do you feel about this? Now we're really moving here on the NQ. The yes, really not below 42.90. That was kind of a level that we had trouble breaking through earlier in the day. It had been a kind of a resistance area all the way around here. And now, where'd it go? Okay. Well, we're right back at 42.90 now. A bit of a double bottom. So interesting move here. Rejecting these tops on the future. Apple not able to make another 180 touch, and Microsoft, I kind of feel like led the pack south as we really had south side here on these indexes.
Yeah, Carvana kind of broke down there, so buyers stepping up once again in the 80s and 90s and sending it back over 22. So maybe this is what we needed. Definitely still sweating here. I mean, I'm 40 cents in the money, so it's not like the end of the world that it dumps, but really want this to continue pretty fast here. I think if we give up these lows of 21.70, then we're probably done, but I'm willing to hold it to my original stop of 21.49 just to see if they're just trying to grab the liquidity here. I think if this gets sent back into the 20s right now, that's probably, then we're going. But yeah, definitely a little bit dicey here on Carvana. On the long, we are pretty far off VWAP, but that's as expected on a squeeze day for something like this. Yeah, let's see. Spicy on Carvana. What about my friend Tesla?
Who is singing, says Big Chungus. It's Pradley.
It's Prad, yeah.
Pradley singing up a storm back there. Yeah, that's his lovely, angelic, mellifluent.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. What? Whoa.
You like that one?
What does that even mean?
Mellifluence.
What do you...
Google it, baby. Neil says I can't even spell it. Yes. His voice is just that. No, I can't spell it. I can just say it. All right, guys. We may be red on the day, but we're having a good time right now.
Having a good time. I'm not red on the day, though.
I am. I'm not talking about you.
I'm chilling.
Yeah.
It would be a great day if I was still, hanging on to Carvana from 18, but what can you do? Liking this dip action, actually.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if this just gets into the 20s right now, then we're good to go. Obviously, breakdown below 21.80. I'm stopping out 49s. Feel free to throw your stop in the same spot if you wish, or punch out on me, or if you're an algo and you're listening, stop me out. I don't care. I'm good, man. I'm good.
I like it. You're very combative and defiant. You're like, yeah, come for me, bro.
Come for me. Come for me.
You're nothing to me. No, I like it. I like it.
Tesla just did a bit of a wick bottom kind of action there that I like to see. This 21 or 231.50 kind of price, and yesterday's close at like 230, or not, yesterday's high, sorry, at 230.80. Has now kind of been supported quite well, and now we put in a higher low here. So Tesla looking strong. I kind of wish I saw this earlier so that I could have, gotten that 231 hold. Now we're $1 away from there, and it's not really something that I can play with. But if we do, I don't even think if we pull back into there, then that's a trade for me anymore, sadly. So kind of missed that one on Tesla. I'm totally expecting this to break 232 right now and probably go to the high of day. Yeah, the indexes are looking okay. NASDAQ did a little bit of a dip there, but I think it looks like it wants to recover, right? Get back above that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the wick down. I'm gonna have to live with that. Usually there's not too much bamboozlement on the future. Usually it's, I shouldn't say that. That's probably not accurate. But anyway, you know, the ES holds up quite nicely. The 4290 level holding up real good. The level I ID'd on the NQ didn't, but 14450 held, but that was not where I was looking. So for the moment, I'm out of the future and I won't be back in. I don't know how it's going to resolve. I was looking northward and now we are, you know, showing mixed signals. So don't have to punch in. Let's wait for the right trade, maybe make our money back, but it's got to be a good trade.
Yep.
Continue to watch that. What else? AMD, someone was saying holding 121 nicely. Sure, let's have a look at AMD. Up 2.85%, close to 3, 122.21 high. Yeah, there's a 121 level right there. You get the big retracement with 3 red candles on the 5-minute chart. Let's look for a new high maybe. VWAP down at 120.25, so not quite at you know, VWAP, but there is good price action around there. That 120.75 was a bit of a top during, you know, that opening range. You could say the first half an hour or so got up to that 121 level. Looking good, possible here on AMD. Chips strong today. I look up, I see the majority of chips are strong. So as a group, you know, not a bad play. Cactus, please check NA. I had a look. I mean, I see it, small capper, Nano Labs, up to 284, trading at 273. Float is 0? I don't know, 57 million. I see there. I don't see a catalyst, but my blotter is screwed up. So, yeah, decent move. NA, decent move. I don't know how you feel. There's just so much more moving, yeah.
Yeah.
It's up 30 some odd percent. Sorry, 20 some odd percent, 26.5%. Good look, but I'm just trying to focus more on these big cappers. It's what I've been watching all day. I don't want to just jump into a small capper that I'm getting into, like.
Yeah. You don't want to be getting in at the high on some like low volume small cap, but I mean, nice move there, obviously.
Oh yeah, looking real good.
Carvana's back into the 30s, so looking pretty good here. You know, it's making me sweat, but I'm holding strong.
Guys, flip to Max's screen.
Yeah, flip over here, guys. Holding strong on this Carvana. We're back into the 30s, looking for that second 50 break. I feel like, you know, people probably shorted the first one. If this goes back over again, like, good luck. Good luck. This is going to the moon. Ape strong. Do we have an ape on here somewhere? Oh, yeah, here we go. Apes to the moon.
There
That should
it
say CVNA on it. CVNA is the new baby among the apes. And I'm right there with them.
Are we gonna break down here, Max?
On NASDAQ? Yeah, it's looking pretty weak on NASDAQ, actually.
Yeah, looking real good here. Yeah, we're stair-stepping down. We're at 42.90 now. That was the level we were kind of holding earlier on the ES, right back at that level. The NQ also printing lower 5-minute candles here. So interesting. Let's see how this resolves. I don't want to really take it until the ES really gives up the ghost here, but the big cappers are trending down. But Apple holding up at 179.5. That's what keeps me thinking. Does Apple curl back up for a 180 test? And if it does it bring up the NQ with it? So kind of holding me back from shorting here a little bit. Nirvana looking good, back up that 22.5-ish area.
Yep. Just bounced off it again. So, like, how many times do we have to touch this before we finally break out? I'm thinking this is it. Although, like, back below 22 now would look kind of bad, but I mean, I'm not moving my stop. It is what it is. I'm keeping it here. Yeah, the both futures look like they've kind of rejected key levels there. That 14.5 is a pretty clean rejection there on NASDAQ, and then, you know, it didn't quite get to 4,300 on ES. So, yeah, I feel like we could retrace a bit. This has been a decent move today, so probably back down to VWAP for both of them, like that 42.80, 14.4. I could see a little bounce there maybe. I don't know that I'm like loving the idea of necessarily shorting myself, but like I see the case for it for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We're holding 42.90. It's really holding up the ES. That's kind of been the nice level, but I think we might be giving that up. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. Yeah, how's everything else? What? Upstart. Yeah, I'm embroiled in a short, so I'll let Max have a look at that as I monitor my position.
Oh wow. Okay. So that 3250 level.
Big move down.
Oh, it's NASDAQ. 3250 level is pretty key on Upstart, if I am correct. Yeah, it is. Yesterday's high, and then we do the whole move down, and now we're back right up there. So 3250, a lot of people could be offside on Upstart, and same story here. Very strong short interest. If I'm correct, I believe it is 35%, and yes, it is, according to Trade Ideas. Yeah, so this could be a bit of a blast-off scenario for Upstart at this 3250. Where could we go on this? I'm going to take a look at the daily on my other platform because it's faster. Like 38 is the next level, 37.50, and then 42. So yeah, Upstart has room to go, breaking out a range, high short interest. I mean, if you're long right now, I would say just hold it, but you know, don't listen to me. But here we go for that 32.50 price.
Microsoft.
There's some size there. Like you could structure a breakout here. I don't like that we're up, you know, 50 cents in the past 3 minutes, but yeah, this could really actually start to go. And maybe, you know, the short interest kind of narrative pulls my Carvana along too. But yeah, let's see what happens here. We got this size taken out, so now you're already 6 cents in the money. That's probably where you got filled if you took the breakout. Now you're looking for higher, looking for that 33 price. Let's see, you get a little bit of selling, but they hold that 50 on the bid. Where does this go? A little bit of, oh, that's dark pool. Let's see. What was the high? 66 there. There's some size on 33. I don't know, it's just kind of hanging out. I feel like people are being tentative, not wanting to make the decisions, and there the decisions are being made as it makes a new high. So yeah, Upstart's starting to go. That was a good breakout.
Dan Emmons hilarious. He's playing Tom Petty free falling right now because I'm free. I'm there with you, Dan. I'm there with you, man. I took it. I flipped. I'm short. Let's ride this baby down. I already wet my beak out there with a little bit of a taste on a 15-penny winner. More shareage this time around. Let's see if we get that. But you know that 42.90 on the ES, a bit of a pest. It's kind of holding things up. But we also have a Microsoft level incoming. Microsoft's been the big huadunker on the street. And the level there that I'm looking at for Microsoft, that 323.50, that's the level that's interesting here because Microsoft big move down off that 326.5. Yesterday's close incoming. So do we find support there? And if we do, does the descent on the future slow down? So we'll have to wait and see how this all resolves. But yeah, more price action here. Daryl Finch, Sharif, I'm still short Microsoft from 325. Ooh. Hell of a short on Microsoft. What happened?
Upstart's making a new high again. So the breakout is good on Upstart, and here we go to the upside. Starting to take off here. I'm kind of regretting not taking that break. Obviously, you know, it's not the easiest way to structure a trade when you're up 50 cents in like 3 minutes there, but here we go for that 33 level. Looking to make a new high again. Upstart up 15% today too. Like this is all these stocks are looking to really squeeze people out and hurt some shorts here. You wonder though, like if you're short, are you just adding to your position and hoping it goes back down? Or are you saying like these are the money fills up here on Upstart and we're going back down to, you know, 12 bucks? Probably. I mean, that's what I would be thinking if I was big money as Carvana starts to go too. So I took a tiny little profit taker on Carvana at 24 there just because I was itching in the position. Sometimes you just have to take a tiny little, like I took 5% off there just so I could stop worrying about taking any profit.
I like that. I'm like that too.
Yeah, like sometimes you're just like, I need to do something. So I did something, and now I'm just holding the position.
It's so true.
Yeah.
There's really no rational reason. It's like, I don't expect it to stop here, but I'm itching and I need to do something.
Exactly, and here we
I
go.
feel you.
Here we go. Come on, Carvana! Blast off. Problems in the 60s again, but I'm not expecting that to hold this time. Now we go. Now we go back to 23, back to 23.50. Breakout, halt up, open at 29. Everybody prints, except for the shorts. Nice. Come on, let's go, Carvana. I love these days, but it's really kind of slow. I feel like there's a lot of longs taking profit up here. I don't know that a ton of people are shorting up here. Maybe. I wouldn't.
I'm going to hold my short.
I certainly wouldn't, but you know,
Are you talking about Upstart?
Carvana.
Carvana,
Upstart.
yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Upstart is like very straight up, so I think Upstart's a decent short as it kind of wicks 33 there. So yeah, Upstart took that 33 level and then comes back down, so that's a decent short that you can structure there, where you're taking the fail break of 33, you're already 50 cents in the money, but you wonder if that 32.50 break holds here and then sends it back up. That's what you'd be looking for if you're long. That's what you'd be scared of if you were short. And it does break the 50. Does it hold here? Does it do a little wick action and then straight back up? We shall see on Upstart, as there is some buying for sure below 50, but kind of muted here. Definitely volume dying down from these high volume candles right here on the day. So we'll see what happens with Upstart. This 32 breakout was pretty good, so maybe that's a spot that you could get long this. If it does hold 50 right now, I mean, who knows where this is going, because this looks pretty nasty, and for it to just hold this breakout price right now would be pretty crazy, as Carvana is just chilling in the 40s now. So we know that people were selling a lot in the 30s on Carvana, and now we're holding above the 30s. So are those people sweating enough to send this back over $23? Hard to say. I'm hoping yes. But once again, another wick to the upside. We wick to the downside a bunch of times. We wick to the upside a bunch of times. Eventually, it's going to pick a direction, and hopefully it's in my direction. I think that like there's enough ticks in my favor on this one with the short interest and the volume. But yeah, we'll see where this goes. Not looking to take profit until we get back above $23. And you know, I'm not putting any offers out. I'm going to see what happens up there, because this could just rip up $2 at once. Beyond Meat ripping. And Neil says FRZA is halted? Oh no, what is that? FRZA. Interesting. FRZA halted up. We don't even have the volume candle here, but we're halted up on Forza, tapping even
FRZA?
right now. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
This the electric boat maker. That sounds like a fire waiting to happen, but you know, whatever.
At least you're on the water. Yeah, but I don't think you want to be.
I don't think you want to be in an electrical fire in the water.
No, you don't want to be around that. I don't know how that works exactly.
I'm sure they have technology for that, but.
Are we headed south here, Max? Because I'm still embroiled in a short, and we're nicely in the money. I'm sitting here at 351.61 on the triple Qs, waiting for a print.
Oh,
we haven't got
huge
one.
bid on FRZA.
FRZA, huge bid.
365, 1,600 lots. I mean, it's only a $3 stock, so it's not that much like notional value, but you know, that's a decent sized bid. That's not something you see all that often. So yeah, making new highs here on Forza. What print?
The print that I'm getting here on the Fuge. Oh, baby. There's another one right there. There we go. We make our money back. As is one. Tanks. South side. Still holding a piece. Let's keep going, though. We take it long. We were wrong. We take it short. Now we're golden. So let's go. Hughes heading south. Still holding half. Let's move here, baby. 89s. We're in the 40s. We're 40 pennies in the money. I'm looking for more. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I need to feed. I need to feed the profits. Yeah, they be coming in.
I feel like the attitude around here is a little bit. The attitude around the floor is a little silly these days. I don't know.
Hey man,
I don't know what's going on, but everybody's having fun.
We're inhaling forest
Stocks
fires,
are going up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, maybe the fumes are killing us right now, and we're just like, you know, high on forest fumes.
Yeah. Give me eggs, someone says. Yeah.
Give me eggs?
That's funny. It's funny because it's true. Eat a lot of eggs. But yeah, decent make back here on the Fuge South. Pumped
Nice
about
trade.
that.
Nice
Yeah.
trade.
Let's continue to. Where do we stop? I mean,
I'm thinking VWAP.
Yeah, so 14.4-ish area.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
VWAP. However, I don't know. I feel like we're governed a little bit by the ES today. And I feel like anytime we come into these ES support levels, the descent or ascent on the NQ halts, like it's following the ES. So a bit of a consolidation area here on the ES that we danced with from like 10:45 to 11:45. So we have that decided break north. we're right back there. Do we find support? Do buyers step up much in the same way that they did right around here, right? That's what they did last time. That's why we ended up with this pop. So is there enough in the buying camp left for us to pop back up, or are we gonna get paid here on the short? That's the question. So 14.4, like my boy Max just said on the NQ. Technically, VWAP on my chart is around that 14.410. So if you're looking at VWAP, that's where that is. Otherwise, you're looking at that whole number, 14.4 max.
Is this going to break out or break down eventually, Sharif? I think that we need like
know,
that
it's quite
wick below.
frustrating.
We need the wick below 22, and then just like a blast off, like full on short squeeze blast off. I think that's what needs to happen. Obviously, it's 145, so you know we need that 2 o'clock volume to come in. I guess that 2:30, 3 o'clock volume maybe to really send it. I mean, we've seen stocks like this, you know, what was the one before? Bed Bath & Beyond would always do those like afternoon, like real short squeeze actions.
Yeah.
Not saying that, you know, this move is not a real short squeeze, but, you know, I think we can like start moving, you know, dollars at a time on Carvana eventually if this is really going to squeeze.
Yeah, it can squeeze. Like again, Yannick brought up the really good point, and he said it depends on where the shorts are sitting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you don't trigger them where they're sitting, we're just gonna have regular, you know, range trading. So we'll see. We'll see. You know,
It's basically like anybody since October of last year that shorted is now underwater. So
There you go.
is that enough? Are people sitting in Carvana at $350 just like chilling waiting for bankruptcy? But I was talking to Brankles about this.
okay.
And it's like if you are chilling waiting for bankruptcy and then they say we're going to make $200 million this year in profit,
Yeah.
and this company's never going bankrupt. So what
But
are you
hold
sitting
on.
in it for?
What if their liabilities? Oh, in profit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about revenue. Okay, I'm like, okay, what if? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, look. I talked about a little bit about the morning show. You know, new cars, you're restricted in how much you can sell them for. There's an MSRP.
Yeah.
Part of the licensing deal and the franchise deal you have with the manufacturers that you can't. You got to be within a certain range. Sometimes they make allowances for geography and stuff like that, right? But your hands are restricted. When you have a used car, you sell that bad boy for whatever you want.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what I'm seeing when I was searching for my car, I ended up running into like a lot of these dealers. Like I was looking for obviously for a Jag, and then I would be at a Nissan dealership. Why the hell am I here? Well, because this guy, you know, picked it up. He's got cash on hand. He knows how to sell a car.
Yeah.
And he can make $10K on the car. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah, and he
The
can-
other car, Brenda was telling me, you know, sometimes it was a Kia, it was Hyundai, it was like $1,500 a car they were making. So the
On a
margins
brand
are
new one.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
brand
yeah,
new
yeah.
cars. So
Yeah.
the margins are there on the used cars, which attracts a lot of people. We are absolutely quadruking to the downside, and I am absolutely printing
Here
on
we
the
go,
short. I'm
baby.
very pleased at the moment, and as a result, I will scalp out a piece here at 20s. If Old Man Hands can get it, and Old
Nice.
Man Hands got it, baby. We are heading
Nice.
south.
We make the calls, we take the trades.
There we go,
What more
baby.
can you ask for?
There you go,
What more
baby.
can you ask for? 14.4 incoming right here. Yeah, we are getting down to VWAP almost on NQ there. So,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this
I'm pleased.
what a trade, what a trade. And Carvana ignoring the market here, still messing with that 50 price. People still trying to get short, I guess, or take profit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know.
Bring in a new keyboard, someone says. Why? So funny. That event will live on forever. Yeah, I haven't even rewatched it. It's great. Anyway, shout out to the man himself. We love him, Sean Katina, baby. The Hayes Records, I can hear Sharif's veins popping out. Why, man? Why you gonna scold me like that? No, I'm just having a good time over here riding the short. Neil's laughing. Right? I'm just trying to have a good time riding the short, and we're looking for a 14.4 touch, and we're back. Oh, baby. Here come the
AMD at
lows.
120,
Here
so-
come the lows, and I'm very pleased. Anytime I see that blue pop up on the tape, that means below the bid, and that means usually good things if you're short. So writing this down here, Apple holding above 179, Microsoft also finding support above yesterday's close. That level is 323 and a third. So there is support at these levels for some of these big cappers that may be responsible for the downward move we've been having on the future here, Max.
I'm looking at AMD. Oh my God. I get distracted by Carvana. I'm trying to take AMD at 120 here long, and now we're trading in the 20s. That would have been a banger long. I mean, we get down to support on the market. We get down to support at 120 on AMD. This break was clean. This like level held before. Like this is such a great little, below VWAP kind of long on AMD right now. But yeah, I can't take it now unless we dip back in at 120 potentially. So. Yep. Maybe I'll take the trade if we get back to 120 here, but yeah, that's a bit of a miss. All right, so we're getting some selling. Do we think the market's going to bounce now? And, you take a moment to make a decision, and the market gives you the answer. Sadly, I'm not involved. Yeah, I don't know. Are the bots messing with me? We're back down again. Do I have a second to think, or are we just going to go straight back up?
Yeah, the bots, they don't give you time.
They do not give you time.
No, they don't. So apparently there's been videos circulating around the TikTok world, and I'm going to get scolded in the chat for mentioning TikTok again, but whatever, about how to kind of hack your way into ChatGPT or Bard, whatever you want to call it, into kind of like giving you structured trading advice. So people have, it's been trying to avert that, and there now have been like, there's videos showing you how to do it and what prompts to enter. That's kind of the thing, it's prompting, right? So it's showing you how to do that. Anyway, whole point is we're heading south here, Max, on the NQ. We're continuing to print on the short. I'm not taking out anymore. I want to wait till 14.4. 14.4 is incoming. That probably is a 351 level on the Qs here, likely the corresponding level as we're moving down here. 14.221 incoming. Oh, yeah. We break down into the teens now. 351.14 here on the triple Qs. Let's continue to watch this one get short. I'm not taking profits at these levels. I want a 14 or a VWAP touch, at least one of those. We'll wait for that. And we do realize that by being stubborn, we are potentially giving away some profits. But that's the name of the game.
Is what it is. I'm long AMD now at that 120.06, so it did hold 120 a bunch of times here. Looking for this to hold VWAP and get back into the teal and then potentially back to 121. I think eventually the market does bounce here, and we are at support on ES, basically. We are getting into that 14.4 on NASDAQ, so key level on a strong stock today. I think that's how you want to play a dip. And yeah, liking this trade so far. We're seeing a lot of buying off this level. Obviously, we give up the low, probably a good idea to get out. But not really expecting that to happen.
Yeah, I want to dump it.
Yeah, Sharif wants it to be dumped.
I don't remember yelling dump it before. I'm yelling you pump it always. But today we would request a
little dump.
But Jad says NEO. So NEO, we know, reports tomorrow morning. Someone was asking earlier in the chat when NEO reports. They are a 5 a.m., 6 a.m. type reporting company. Typically, Chinese ADRs report in the early pre-market. I'm talking about either before 4 o'clock or 4, 5, 6 o'clock. NEO, I believe, fits within that. Now, I got to tell you, they missed last time around, and so did XPeng. It was Lee who was the winner. I'm not going to sit here and make the bull case for Lee, but NEO did miss last time around. I don't know what analysts are looking for. My blotter is not working, so it's not showing me what's expected here. But point of the matter is, they're guilty until proven otherwise. Exactly. Yeah, you got to show me. Yeah, you got to show me that you guys can produce cars. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to think that you suck and you can't keep up.
Fair enough.
You can't hang.
Fair enough.
So show me what you can do. And I think, obviously we wait for earnings every time. Let's see what NEO does. NEO obviously is a kind of a premium brand for EVs. They have the proprietary replacing of the battery vehicle or the vehicle battery. where you drive in and it's kind of taken from the bottom of the car, it's replaced, and while the battery's being replaced, you're kind of like ensconced
Ensconced?
in like
Oh my
luxury
God.
and class,
Oh my
where
God.
you have like drinks and espressos and food, finger foods and stuff like that, and you can talk to like-minded posh people.
Oh, the
Right?
posh.
So that's the look there.
My
for our
people.
friend Neo. Anyway,
This AMD trade is really
for
starting to work as these markets do make a bounce. So
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna
looking at 120.45 for a profit taker maybe. Haven't sent the order out yet. You know, keeping the market guessing for now. And Carvana once again has bounced off that 2170 price.
Damn
So yeah, I mean, if you're short this name, I think that you're really sweating right now. It cannot get through 2170. There's only one way to go if it's not going through that price, and that is up. So looking good on Carvana, looking good on that AMD trade. Yeah, you know, everything's looking up for me at the moment as we approach the teal. Maybe I should just get a little piece out here on AMD as we move up. Give me 34s. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, somebody else wants 34s, huh? All right. Well, we will wait for that fill. Yeah, I'm looking for a lot higher. I think 121 is the retracement kind of level on AMD back up to like the 50 period. If we do indeed hold VWAP, this is one of the stronger stocks on the day. Well, maybe not. Tesla's pretty strong. 2% is pretty good for AMD though, although we can go a lot more certainly. Yeah, now only long.
Apple just absolutely flew up, and that has single-handedly pulled these futures back up. Apple found a lot of support at 179. A lot of buying took place in and around there, and it caused a very clear reversal candle and a very clear, bullish candle to pop up right next to it for continuation, possibly through 179.50. Now, there's bamboozlement here. Now I'm in this future short. I could have got out when it popped up here into 75, and I was like 15 pennies from my entry. I said, I'm going to give it to 90. Breaks 90, I'm gonzino. Right now, it's right back into the 50s area. If it continues here because of Apple's strength and we continue to come back into that 90, I am out of this Q's trade. I will not allow the last bit here to go against me. This is my last out on it, by the way. Right, so.
Ooh, Upstart going for that 33 again as well. So
Mellifluous.
Upstart remaining strong. Do I have it? Yes, I do. Some size. Somebody trying to get filled on the offer at 70s. Volume pretty light on Upstart. 9 million. Not so strong necessarily on the volume standpoint, but keeps going up. So, I mean, that's maybe good for the short squeeze case. There's no volume. If you are short, good luck covering. So yeah, we'll see where this one goes. 33 probably the
pumping,
breakout level. If that goes again, Apple is pumping.
Apple's moving, bro.
I don't know
Here
that
comes 179.50. I think it wants another 180 touch. I think it's poised. It's primed for one, and it's lifting up the markets.
It definitely wants 180.
Yeah. So it's holding 179. That reversal candle was so obvious. It just got bought back up. Apple's pumping whatever buy program, algo program. It's lifting the markets, and we are moving up here on the Q and the NQ. And if we touch 90, I'm out. We're back into the 70s. So, I should probably give this to the whole dollar, but I'm not going to because I had a losing trade, and this one has to stay positive for me to remain green on the day. So, comes into 90s. We're real close now. We're moving into 10 pennies here. 179.50 on Apple. Lots of strength. Microsoft also finding a base off yesterday's close. It's curling back up. Are the longs now back in, or is this a short-term curl and some bamboozlement coming into play? We're real close to my out here on the Qs as we come into the low 80s, Max.
Yeah, just canceled my profit taker on AMD. Got it 3 cents higher, so to that bot that tried to front run me, I got a better price in the end. Yeah, but it's bouncing off the teal right now. I only took 10% out. Looking for something bigger. I think, honestly, like 120.09, I'm probably out of this one. Not looking for AMD to really fail VWAP at all here. Looking for just a clean hold of a level and kind of blast off. Carvana back above that 22, so I don't even want to watch that because it's just causing me so much, stress and angst to watch it. So my stop is in. Feeling good about Carvana. No profit takers out there on that one. Not going to get bamboozled. Looking for the longer play on this one. Intraday swing kind of idea. Looking to make quite a lot of money on a $5 move here. So we'll see. Hopefully that happens for me. If not, it doesn't, and that's okay. AMD kind of struggling with that teal line.
You know, it'd be
though.
a
We'll see
nice
what happens with
buy.
the market here. What?
A first red day on SoFi. And you know what I mean? Like one of those.
So I was thinking about that yesterday on Palantir. First red day. Into the close, it goes like 30 cents off the bottom.
Off.
And I see this happen, and I'm like, this is like exactly the play that Sharif was talking about.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
yeah, maybe that's like a day trading strategy.
It is,
That's
for
something to
swingers.
look at.
Yeah, for
but even
swinging.
for us as day traders,
Take advantage of swingers.
take advantage
entering.
of them trying to
Very
enter.
good point.
If you see like a double bottom at the low of day, like
Very good point.
get involved. You probably, I don't know. I mean,
You'd have to
I
obviously
witnessed it
perfect
yesterday.
the trade, but the idea is there.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a definite idea and something you could maybe like potentially size up on depending on liquidity. So I like the idea.
No, I like it too. We're kind of slowing down in our ascent here on the NQ and the ES, finding a bit of resistance. Microsoft showing weakness. Amazon is in a state of descent. Well, I don't know, man. It's going down. Okay, I'm done with the words now. I've got nothing. I've got no more. All right,
I mean, you've given the people enough words today.
124 break on Amazon, guys. 123.69 is where it's at now. Apple still dancing with 179.5. We thought, we got a 180 touch incoming here on Apple, but for the moment, slowing down in the move up. But looks like you're back within that range at in that 22.30-ish area on your Vana position.
Oh man, wake me up when we're at 45. Like, come on.
Tough. I know, tough to hold, especially when it doesn't resolve as quickly as you would like.
But like, this is looking really, really quite good for the squeeze action on Carvana. Like every time we're so high right now, and it can't even break the low here. Like people are screwed. That's my opinion. They are totally screwed. They need to buy. They need the liquidity, and I'm not about to give it to them. Carvana to the moon.
Let's go,
I'm just
baby.
waiting for that breakout for sure.
All right, we've got like another 20 seconds, so we'll leave you with a couple of closing thoughts here. 4,300 yet to be retaken on the ES. That's been the level of the week. We've broken above it quickly and then retraced below. It hasn't closed above 4,300 on the week, so we continue to that level continues to evade us. Also, 14.7 was the high on the week. Okay, I got to pay attention quickly here because I could be out of this triple Q's trade. 14.7 was the high on the week for the NQ June contract. We haven't been there lately. We've been dancing with 14.5 on the day. That's been the level. And 180 back in focus here on Apple. Max and I will leave you now, and we're going to send you up to Brendo, who's at the big desk. We'll be back on tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's up there.
Are looking at a positive afternoon here as we get going after 2 p.m. Guys, there we go. Hi, how is everyone? Hope your day is going well. Back to positive territory here for the overall market. You'll have to excuse the wicks, but trying to get back to the upside currently for the SPY, 0.38 right now as we look to some tech. We look to some consumer discretionary names, notably strong. I'll show you in a sec. But mostly tech once again on a bounce, trying to lift what has been a pretty flat day overall, but positive right now to the tune of, as I mentioned, 0.4%.
Turn this off, and hopefully I don't hear it anymore. Yeah, I broke my own rule on Amazon and then didn't take the trade I should have taken. And that rule, generally speaking, is if you try to take like a curl off of resistance and it shows you like the bullish trend continuing, don't reload it. Like you can take the first short, the second short should confirm that the level is good instead of just jumping in front of it. So that's me on Amazon. And that was my morning for a lot of things. It was like get in, make money on the short, then give it right back, shorting it the second time to be flat on the stock or slightly down or slightly up. And that was most of the things I traded today. What the heck? However, Yeah, however, just finishing the thought, in my preparation in the morning, I said, hey, if we can get back up to 125, 126, maybe I'll show the 15-minute here, looks a little better. If we can get back up to 25, 26, that previous rollover yesterday, that's where the short should actually be. Like, turn that into, like, the Alamo up there, and then I didn't trade it. Why? Because everything in their mother started running, and everything looked really exciting. So I'm now short this thing called Forza. And along the way, instead of, like, I'm not even involved in any of the big cap names right now because Forza made a move, and the spread on Forza is now 6 cents. Like, this is stupid. It's a $3 stock, and it's got a 6-cent spread where I'm going to try to capture the bid there. That's insane. So I should have had Amazon short at 25. It went to 125.50. Instead, I was messing around with 124 all day long, and we're right back to 124. So I'm not touching this until I see maybe a little consolidation. Show me that 124 looks good. I think the futures are kind of gearing up. They're at a point now where we could be making, show the NASDAQ here. Yeah, you could just be making a nice little lower high and then break back up toward the high. It's decision point anyways, so I don't need to make a decision until the market does. The small caps are running. There's plenty of these moving around, including
Carvana.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, Carvana's finally going.
And I remain long.
You've been long all day on Carvana.
I've been messing around with Carvana all day. I finally get logged into Sean's computer, and I'm, $2 in the money on this one. So, yeah, chilling on that.
Sean locked his PC.
Yeah, Sean locked it, so we had some problems, but we're back.
You're
And
diamond
Carvana
handsing it.
is absolutely diamond handsing it. Absolutely. I mean, the target on this is like $45. Maybe not today, but eventually.
Is it 45 or is it
450?
actually on the daily 43 and
Yeah.
then 58?
Yeah.
43. Although the highest close was 55 on that wick there. So I know we're supposed to be talking about Amazon, but I have to point out because you just took the Carvana break. My road trip on Carvana is not nearly as nice. So that's the good. The bad is this. I had the when it went to the halt.
I was out for lunch during that time.
Okay,
that
so-
was the trade of the day.
No, this one.
Yeah.
So it looked like it was going into the halt. So
Yeah.
I didn't take like a normal long up there. I was like, it's halting. I'm going.
I want to be in the halt. Yeah,
I want to be in the
yeah.
halt, so I took that trade, which I'm not really letting it go all the way back into 20.
No, of course
So I
not.
stopped that one out underneath, and then I go long here and give it up for $1, and I'm now pretty much flat on Carvana instead of up bajillions of dollars. But yeah, so to the moon, Carvana, Amazon. It's a short. If you shorted it at 125, remains to be seen here. I don't know.
Yeah, just kind of in the middle on Amazon.
It really is in the middle right now. Vana.
He looks after it. All right, let's go on to Lucid here. We're wondering what was going to be the outcome of the day. After gapping to the upside, Lucid comes out this morning, says they're going to move into China, start selling their 300,000 plus cars in China. Down now 1.3% on decent volume. More importantly, who cares about Lucid? We are 170.
Like
Wait, is Mike? Yeah, that's math.
You're right.
Math is good. 170 here, guys, away from 400,000. If you haven't done so, come join us every single day the market is open. Make sure you hit subscribe. Let's get this done today if we can.
Yeah.
Get to 400,000. But what'd you think? Any trade on Lucid today?
Yeah, no, I didn't have a trade on Lucid, but it's a good look for the Saudis. They've been looking to diversify a lot of their capital. It's sitting dormant in cash for years. A lot of diversification coming to the west. We haven't heard about too much going to China, to the east. So some overages there by Saudi Arabia with the east.
Yeah, so back downside as we saw there. I mean, it was a bit of a grind after that initial spike to the upside all day long here. Let's be honest, it's a 40-cent range on Lucid today.
I'm like, how can you jazz that up to make it seem exciting on a day where every single squeeze stock went to the upside? No, you can't. I'm hearing myself in. I'm just gonna turn it off. For me to hear Brennan, I keep hearing myself in my ear. I have no idea why that's happening to me. So I don't have my Unity on, guys. Lucid, I don't know what to tell you. It huadunked right off of the open. I suppose it could get down to $6, and if it gets to $6, that would be your 52-week low. It's either 606 or 609. I'm gonna go to my daily chart and kind of like line it up, that looks like 606 actually to me. So if we get to 606 or $6 on Lucid, wake me up for what's probably going to be a few 100,000 shares on the bid, and then going long 01 or 02, either making 15 cents or getting stopped out at like 90 something. So when that happens, there's a trade in Lucid. Until then, I don't know what you do with this thing. It's been pretty much a nothing burger. Unless you were just short the first pop for some reason. Yeah, that's all you could do. Everything is running that's squeezable. I don't really even remember if Lucid has a decent short interest. I want to say no, because I feel like if it did, it would be going today. It's 22% short with a catalyst and you're down today?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's not good, because everything with a short interest, well, not true. Most things with a short interest are actually making moves today if they have any kind of a reasonable catalyst. And Lucid, which started with one, rejected the breakout. There's no buyers on this right now. Frustrating. I think the Saudis are playing nice, spreading their stuff around there. Maybe they are going to actually build that plant in China. But until then, nothing burger for Lucid. Oh, well.
Yeah, in our morning meeting, I said, there was news on Lucid, right? And then I pull up the chart. I'm like, yeah, we don't need to trade this today. There's basically no gap up on this one. So yeah, Lucid, a bit of a dud today. I thought, maybe there could be something.
I had a
It's
7 break
squeezed
lined up.
before.
Well, if we zoom out, like there was a 7 breakout that was set up here for a big gap fill that I thought would have been okay. But it just, if it had gapped and continued, or just gapped right into 7 on a day like today, it probably would have gone just because shorts would have covered. But if you're short Lucid, yeah, what scared you about today? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, about as scary as the Dallas Cowboys when they line up.
What, the smoke? What was he referring to?
Flattering about the Cowboys. I
Right.
promise you that.
Obviously. Let's go to GME here. It was a tricky one as well. To the upside end of the gate, and now here we are holding higher, back above 21. I mean, wasn't much of a trade if there was a trade, maybe up or down off that initial reversal, but sideways since here after GME with a big miss.
Yeah, that 22 level came in early, and it hasn't been breached since. High a day on GME is 22. This comes off the news that they fired the CEO and they assigned Ryan Cohen as the executive chairman. He's going to be, I guess, tasked with some of the financing of the company. So they say, we'll see. They go through a lot of CEOs and CFOs, Brendo.
5 in 5 years, to be exact. You made a good point this morning, however, suggesting that, what is the plan here? And the answer to that question, I think, is it doesn't seem like there is one. They still seem to be struggling in that sense, looking at NFTs and things of that nature. But yeah, 5th CEO to exit in 5 years was pretty much all you needed to know for GameStop, a back upside today.
The problem with that, see, I've turned that off now. The problem with that is 5 different CEOs, 3 different CFOs in 5 years. That reminds me of day one on, I always say this to be self-deprecating, that was like my trading day one on DWAC, when day one of its squeeze, where it was just like, I had 32 trades on the same stock by 1:30, and 28 of them were short and the stock was going up. But you have to have some decision. So at least for me, I had one idea that I wanted to take on GameStop, which was, I want to fade if it cannot break out. I just want to play one fade, and then it looked like it was going. Made that push to the upside. I'll take one shot under here as it's underneath. It's either going to go up or down off 21, and I'll give it to the high. It probably was a scalp trade because I was short 21.10 and I had 20.80s I could have been taking out, but I was like, no. If you're risking 50 cents, I'm not even bidding it till it gets down to the bottom. So I did that thing. But it was just in at one price. It was out at one price. And I thought it was either a home run that was going to break 20 and fall forever, or I was going to lose on that trade. So I ended up losing on GameStop. And the funny thing is, the same entry point was actually a gorgeous long, by the way, but that's fine.
Well, actually, it was only a gorgeous long if you executed properly, because I had the opposite trade of you here at that 21. I took it on the reserve hold here, got stopped out once, and then I punched high stupidly and stopped myself out again. But yeah, that 21 level was a great long, just not for me. I was a little antsy on that one and mis-executed. But Yeah, that was the same thing for me, just one shot at one level. I would have liked it at 20, but it never really like showed it to you
No.
during market hours.
Yeah, that was a frustrating thing because right at 9:30, it kind of like maybe sort of if you were like that trade. See, when you look back at the chart, it's like, oh yeah, of course you could have been long off 20.
Yeah,
at
but that's during
open.
the auction period too. So like,
exactly.
is it even open yet?
It's a New York. That's what I was gonna say. It's a New York stock. It's not actually open. Like it's 9:30, but New York stocks don't open at 9:30. Like
Yeah.
they'll start trading. Like I mean, everything's trading at that point because there's pre-market action. But they open the stock with the auction seconds after.
Yeah.
So you don't really have that trade off 20 unless you're willing to get in before it opens. And just a word of advice on doing that. I remember trading. I'm not making this up. It was Robinhood after their earnings one day. And there was, like, it made a move, and I'm like, this is a level I want to play in Robinhood. And I remember getting in, I'm like, this looks so gorgeous. And it wasn't open yet at 9:30. And when it opened up, it opened into a halt 10% away from where I had just gotten in. And, like, if you took the trade, it was like, yeah, and you're out.
Yeah.
And that was it. So never again would I take a GameStop, a high volatility name, before it opens up at 9:30. You can trade in the pre-market if you want, but at that open, let the stock have the auction where the liquidity comes in, and then make your decision. And if you did that, you were chasing the long off 20 just a little bit too far.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk CVNA again because, hey, if you didn't notice, it's up huge today. On this note, they came out in the pre-market with an increase to their second quarter profit to above $50 million, which is, hey, for CVNA, why not? 6,000 per unit profit as well for Carvana.
What's the short float on this again?
A lot.
A lot, 60 some odd percent. Yeah, you saw the Mad One himself embroiled in this trade, and he's probably very pleased at the moment. I don't know if he's long, but it just made a new high, 23.80. This one's really going, guys. Carvana up 52.5%.
The Mad One? Is that what we're calling him now? The Mad One. What do you think about Carvana?
Don't look at me, man. I'm not in it.
I am currently long Carvana as it takes out the high again. So new high again on Carvana. Apes to the moon, diamond hands. That's me, baby. Looking for 25 plus on Carvana right now. They cannot hold this stock down as many times as the bots try. You know, you get that wick high here. Now we break out again. I don't know, like, you know, the morning was a bit of bamboozlement, but once we take out that 2050 high, we've just not looked back, and it's just straight to the upside. So, yeah, you got to imagine a lot of people are offside on Carvana with 59% short or 69 or whatever. Somewhere between 50 and 70% of this this name is shorted. If you are holding from $350, I don't know why you would still be holding right now looking for zero, but I don't know. I just don't get that
Fancy accounting.
risk to reward.
So, like, I tend to think some of what they updated is a little bit of fancy accounting, but at the same time, if you have the short from like the ridiculous levels, like it wasn't good enough when it went down under $5.
Yeah, exactly.
And when it broke the 50 period and consolidated underneath 10, like that wasn't good enough for an out. And when it got here again and got back and broke the 50 the second time at like $9, like that wasn't enough for you either. Like, I don't know. You could be. I think that part of it's definitely right. But I just got in and out of a scalp trade on NVIDIA underneath the 50 period there. That was really quick, but I risked about 20 cents on it. Yet it's still there. So that'll come off the board because there's a bit of a delay, I've noticed that, from when I get out of a position or into a position and then showing up. I don't know. So I'm not in NVIDIA. I was in it very, very quickly. Vana, as I said, it wasn't my best. I got trapped in that one of those, like, it's about to halt. It's going to halt. It didn't halt. Then it was still open. So I thought I was going to be holding it from an entry off the halt. And then as it reopened up, I'd just sort of be able to take the liquidity in the fill off that. So I had a really tight stop on it. I did get long again, but that was just to try to make something back that I lost here. Like, I'm losing more here than I actually make in that move. So yeah, I mean, it could go to, there's big levels on the daily. I don't know if they get to them today, but in the today's Thursday, in the next days and weeks, maybe you can make that push to 30. What's interesting is that every time it looks like it's one of those failed breaks, like a classic one that you should short, it catches the bid right at the previous top.
Yeah, exactly.
So if like this one, if it holds 2250, I mean, I'm talking myself into, like, if it holds 2250 on a dip here, like 2250 to 2175 is 75 points of risk to be able to get into this move if you can get 2250.
Brought to you by Options AI, easy to use visual. Options AI is your new mobile co-pilot for anything from stock to advanced option spreads, zero commission, stock, and just a $5 flat fee for options with no per contract fees, no matter the legs or size. Options AI, turn great ideas into smart trades. Netflix, bottom of the list there. I mean, all of these streaming stocks, you can look at Warner Brothers, you can look at, I mean, Paramount kind of gave it back, but WBD up 7% today. Netflix up again today, or trying to be, coming off that note initially for Netflix earlier in the week, suggesting they're going to get a bigger chunk of TV ad sales throughout the remainder of this year. So looking pretty good here. All of them, then Amazon jumps on the bandwagon today, saying they're also going to have an ad-supported tier for streaming.
You took it right out of my mouth. Keyword, ad-supported tier equals new revenue equals bump in the stock. We're talking to the tune of $6 to $6.5 billion of new revenue coming in for 2024 and 2025 for Netflix through this one source. So I think Amazon looking to take a piece of that as well.
I was actually surprised by that number. 70 billion in total TV-related ad sales in the U.S., I guess. I was a little taken back by that. I thought it would be actually a little bit smaller, but Netflix still holding on to 1.25 here, guys.
I'm kind of peeved at myself because like my thesis on Netflix was to just go for, if it bounced to the downside, look for $3.95 to hold, and if $3.95 held, go for the long. It did get down to like $3.96.27, and then it came back up. I wasn't sitting on the bid, so obviously I didn't stink bid it, which might have got me a fill. And then it came back up pretty quickly. Didn't really want to chase the long too far. And then there was just no trade for me. It didn't get up past up to 410, where I thought that was the short to me was going to be between 408 and 411. Maybe that actually happens this afternoon. So it never got there. I ended up with no trades on Netflix. So sometimes you stare at a stock in the morning and you don't actually end up trading it, which is always frustrating because if like this was when the market was going up, like this was the one I kind of wanted the long on, which is it sucks. I never ended up in it, and it's holding VWAP now. I suppose 402. Like if I'm looking to make something happen in it, it's probably good to 402. But I'd rather be getting it underneath VWAP. And just an update here because this stupid Forza thing. I don't know. So Forza, is it Forza or Forza? Forza. It looks like Forza because it's a Z. So anyways, the stock with the 4-cent spread, that's a $3 stock. It made a halt up at 360, so you can probably guess like the trade I liked. So it halted up 360, opened up right at 360, kind of failed a break of the high of the day, tried to get above 365 again, and then dumped. Once it was beneath, this is the halt price at 360, I just started shorting underneath with a stop at 365. I stopped taking more short when the spread consistently stayed at 4 to 5 cents in a really cheap stock. Because suddenly, 355 to 335, which is 20 pennies, thinking that you're risking 10 cents, if the spread opens up, you could actually be punching into like a 15 to 20 cent loss if there's nothing above 365. So I stopped adding to the position. It's bouncing off VWAP here. If it flushes through VWAP, I might hold on to a piece just to see if it can go down to $3. But Forza, another small cap runner from earlier. Netflix, I do like that 402 if we get it. So someone just said the proper enunciation is Forza. Dilo, thank you very much. It is Italian apparently, which I didn't know. I did not know that. The only thing I know about this company is they make electric boats, because you guys were saying that.
Yeah,
and then
sounds like
you also said something about. Was this true?
What?
Like these guys had the issue with
a fire?
a fire? Is that
No,
true?
no. I said it sounds like a fire
Oh.
hazard.
Oh, okay.
To have like a battery in the ocean.
Okay, gotcha.
With like the salt water and stuff.
So I thought like there had been an accident.
Oh, there had been. No, not that I'm aware of.
Obviously not today because it's up. But.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, no, that Netflix trade though, I had the idea of going short through $3.99 today off the open. I was busy with Meta, I think, this morning, so I didn't take that. But yeah, that probably would have bamboozled me and then gone for that couple dollar move. But yeah, clearly along today. I had the idea to short a lot of large caps today based on the market move yesterday, and like really. During this strong uptrend on tech stocks, why are you thinking short after one day of dip, you probably want to be thinking, buy the dip like all investors are probably thinking about. So yeah, bad bias today for me on the large caps, but thankfully stayed out of the way of this short.
Oh, that's right. We are done. Netflix was the last one, so we can get into it here. Obviously, I mean, the market is making some moves, but a lot of the action has been in the smaller cap names. You're going to be on that CVNA there. I don't think Forza is going to do too much out there. I know some people have been saying, what do you do with Apple at 180? So look, Apple's at 180 again, but it's not like when it was at 180 before, where it was automatically. What you pick a side. You're just shorting 97, 98, 99 and scalping that trade, or you're waiting for it to break out. I don't think it's as simple today because there isn't size on the up unless something's changed. Like there's 45,000 shares on NASDAQ book, so I don't think it's even that big of a level on Apple. So unfortunately, it's not going to be one of those, just sit in front of it and it'll be obvious and you can short 99s. I still think that's probably available for the scalp trade. I was looking to see if it would press up and maybe get right in there again. It just got to 99. I'm kind of convincing myself I should, although last time I was scalping small and hoping breakout big, and so that literally it worked out almost to the penny. Every dollar that I made scalping the 10, 20, 30 cent short, I lost it all by going 5x long.
On the big
on the break. So I chose both directions last time, and then if I'd stayed with the short, it was great. But I feel like this is different. There's not as much size here.
Yeah.
The way that we're reacting today, where you had one day of dip in the overall market and you're coming back. Well, Apple has dipped for a couple of days now. It's a bit different for Apple. It's got overhead resistance off of 180. 181 was yesterday's high, not 180. So there's a lot about that level that sets it up for at least a scalp break long.
Yeah.
That was different from last time.
I think like just the fact that it's been through 180 the last few days, I don't see the idea of going big size long on this right now for a breakout because, we've seen this level 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row. Maybe even 5 days in a row,
I want to say,
actually. Yeah, we have. So we've basically been diddling with 180 for a week. Yeah.
6 days.
So I don't think that there's necessarily that much edge around that 180 price anymore because it's just violating it, every day. So
violating, I like that. I like the violator reference there.
Violator?
People ask, why did Carvana go crazy today? It was just they essentially updated financials that suggested it was, how big was there was a 50 million EBITDA profit and 6,000 adjusted gross revenue per unit were the numbers that they gave out on Carvana.
That sounds really good, actually. $6,000 per unit?
No, but hold on a second. Let me see. 6,000 adjusted gross profit. What the hell is adjusted gross profit?
That probably means that they're taking out
I know
interest.
what gross profit. You tell me what it is. So whenever I hear adjusted and you don't tell me what the adjustment is, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what gross profit is. I don't know what your adjusted gross profit is unless you tell me what your adjusted gross profit is.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, Carvana's up because it's squeezing on those numbers, and it very well might be funny money, financial nonsensical. I have no idea. You really don't know. Does Uber actually turn a profit? No, but they've got EBITDA profits every now and then.
That's true. That is true. I don't know. But either way, a squeeze stock squeezes and you get long.
Baby.
I think, that's basically the only way to play it. The market tells you which way it wants to go with something. You got to believe it sometimes. And if you don't, maybe you can make some money on the short. I think that you could have been scalping long and short today and been making money on Carvana. There's been lots of movement.
I'd agree.
To both sides.
All right, I'm going to take this only because I have.
What are you taking?
It's Apple.
Oh, the Apple. All right, the Apple off 180. Yeah, you could definitely.
Not the break.
There is some size there actually.
It's not that much.
So you could.
Where's my level?
Short it there.
Here, let me go Apple.
Yeah, breakout. I would say definitely not.
No, I'm not taking the breakout.
Carvana's going for the high again, so that 23.50 price being a pain once again. We are still consolidating, kind of. You do these small breakouts and then consolidate, but once we blast off, if we blast off, I guess is the better way to play it, to say it. Where are we going? I got 25 in my head. I'm thinking I might add on a 25 breakout if we get there, but that would be, that'd be aggressive for sure, but I think this is a stock to be aggressive on. So yeah, let's see where this Carvana goes. Need to take out this high, take out 24 pretty quick here.
And if you hit the like and hit the subscribe to get us to 400,000, well, when we get to 400,000 subscribers, we get to have a little bit of fun. So that's just a personal, selfish note there that we're going to have something fun for that. And the other side of it is Carvana goes to $25.
Oh yeah.
So do it for Max. Hit
Yeah,
the,
do
hit
it
the
for
like,
me.
hit the subscribe, take a second, and Carvana, maybe it gets to $25. I'd love to see it get there. I'm literally FOMOing myself. That's not even a thing. Oh, goodness. That's not a thing. I thought maybe 2250, if it got down there with a 21, like a stop under 2175, might be about the right risk to reward, because at least at that point, so like if you look at, so 2250, really, like if it gets to 4, that's like 2 to 1 from there to $24, which is kind of the high of the day. So that set up pretty decently. Apple, that did not last very long. So why say I'm going to do? I'm going to short 97, 96, 97, but I'm not going to reverse into the long. So I get in, I get out, and it's not doing anything. So no breakout off the level, no break the level and immediately drop back down 50 cents. Just break the level and sit here and do nothing. So that's the problem. The Apple level is not nearly as big of a deal here. It's now starting to go a little bit. Like this could be like a consolidation long on Apple, where you can maybe just work along, giving it down to like 179.80. But when you've been back and forth off this, I'd rather be playing dip buys and breakouts, typically if you're looking for the long trade. But that's what it just means. And I'm going to get some more Forza out, because every time it gets to VWAP is basically a gift. See, I should have taken the breakout. We just talked about not taking the breakout.
We did talk about not taking
And then the
it.
breakout is absolute gold. Like, look at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to short and lose 4 cents, but I won't take the breakout, which last time it was at this level, I took it 5 times the break long that I wanted it short. Oh, well, not today.
I've been having so much fun in Carvana that I actually forgot I was long AMD. But it's come right to the profit-taking level that I had discussed back on the midday show, that 121. So I'm going to just take some profit here at 94 if I can get it. If I can't, I guess I'll just like punch that one out, as the bot's trying to front run me again, but not scared, not scared. We'll take it out at 94 once it gets there. I'm thinking that we can get into like this 120, 125 kind of price. I'm not saying that AMD is going straight back to the high today, although this breakout on ES is looking kind of good at the moment, going for that 4,300. So potentially we do get back into 122 today, and hopefully I am still long if that does happen. Carvana's just doing the same thing, messing around with an even dollar level over and over again. So that 23 price is now the that 23 price is now the problem on Carvana, just chopping around that price. So this is just what we do now. We get to 22, we chop around it. We get to 23, we chop around it. So if the same thing happens, I'm going to be sitting in this trade for about 2 hours, and then it's going to blast off to 25. So.
Speaking of blast off, so a firm's going to 19, but I actually was going to mention Upstart as well. So Upstart just broke 33. I don't know if it's still there. This has been I said I had a lot of charts that look like this: short win, short lose, short lose, short lose, short win, and then it continues to go up. I think you're going to get. I guess it wants $20 here today, which is in all irony. In the fact that yesterday, when I'm like, it's a short up in front of 20, I then did absolutely nothing about it. Went over to trade Dave & Buster's, which I had not even looked at in a year, instead of a firm. And then the day that a firm does the one down day, hold 16, double bottom, let's go, probably should have reversed it there. At least I waited for the shorts at the right places. So it's one of those days where for every win, there's a loss. So I'm basically going nowhere on the stock. If you're going long, all you're doing is churning. That's the other way to look at it, right? So if it gets up here, I cannot possibly be looking for a long in a firm this close to 20 bucks. I think you could have found yourself long at 18. For sure I can admit that. Like these 18 levels, that's pretty good. 17 and a half here looks pretty good. You have so much room to get to the top. Up at the actual high, I don't know about that. And Upstart was what I was sort of getting at before I led into that, because I had to show a firm. Like it's insane, it's ridiculous. Upstart just broke 33. Like it was a 32 and a half break earlier, which was a mess. The 32 and a half break to 33 to 32 to 33 to 32. Then now it's breaking out 33. So it just kind of shook everybody out for a while, and is now continuing the move to the upside. This has, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Carvana, but really, this has some room to go. Like, I mean, 33 to 38 is not nearly as big, but it's got some levels on the daily chart that it's trying to churn through. Maybe a little bit more of a consolidation break off the bottom and a slow grind to the upside without any completely insane moves, I would say. It's a little bit more in the pocket, but then it's not as crazy of a company. Like there's more there.
That was probably an easier long today. It's just basically going straight up versus the consolidate sideways and then go.
Right. But who was looking at the stock this morning?
Yeah, nobody.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody that was looking at that, congratulations to you. Okay, Carvana, is this going to be...
Here we go.
Is it running the high now?
Here we go. Looking at that 24. The volume's really popping off now on Carvana. So
it's gone.
Yeah. New high again by like 1 penny, I think, or is that a clean double top at 81 there? Hard to say, but here we go. I think 2380 break right now leads you directly into 24, and then we'll see what happens after that. If we halt up, there's going to be one guy at this desk at least who's laughing. And that's going to be me, Carvana. I mean, so it was going to halt at $20.40 here, or 50,
no,
60?
It was this was 21.12.
21.12. So is this a 5% halter then? Because it went from 20 to 21 in 1 minute.
It was a 5% move.
So then it's a 5% halter. So all we need really is like a $1.20 move or something on this.
The only reason I know that price is because that's the price I was long.
Yeah, because you were there, yeah.
I was long at the theoretical halt price on Carvana, which didn't actually end up happening.
So yeah, I guess like 25 would be a halt on Carvana right now if we did get there. That could be a very interesting halt.
But if it dips first though and consolidates, then it's not really a halt level.
Yeah.
25 is a very interesting halt. I'd rather, if I FOMO into this, I'd rather have been 22.50. Now that probably sets up more like 23 to 23 and a half with a stop underneath 22.75. Like fail that level and then show that it's never actually going to go down, and then just try to join the long. But even at that point, like I'd probably just still end up scalping it because I feel like I'd be buying too high.
Yeah.
So that's like, and I was saying to someone in the chat, it's like almost every stock I have, it's like 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss, and that's how it's been going. So even Carvana, it's like flat trade, loss, win. A little more size there, so overall not going to end up working out for me. But the trades are there for you, that's for sure. Forza's useless to look at. Apple's doing absolutely nothing. I want to go to NVIDIA for a quick second here, because I kind of glossed over this one. I did have short on this, didn't absolutely love it when it was bull flagging up, so kind of took it out. Got into one off 85 and was pretty much in and out flat really quickly, was mentioning that to you guys. It's still just trend up on NVIDIA. The 87 level is the one that I liked anyways this morning, so that's the one I ended up taking. If NVIDIA takes out the top, you can pretty much forget about it. And Tesla's at the top too. See, Tesla's another stock where, okay, lose, win, win. It's like a 50-50 proposition.
Yeah.
Every single one of my stocks today is just 1 win, 1 loss, going in one direction. I'm not really averaging into them or like forcing it. Like I'm taking the entries all at the same area and then just sort of giving it up if it breaks the high, take it and then make it. But if you think about it, the reason why I'm kind of showing you guys that, A, because those are my trades, so let's be honest about it.
Oh, 24
and B,
on Carvana.
because all you're doing is going to the upside. It's easier to go long.
Carvana just took out 24 now to the upside.
There's size at 90.
Yeah, there's someone trying to get filled there at 90. I'm betting that they do get filled, but if not, that person's punching probably.
Let's see if they do.
Yeah, let's see. That 90 price going to be key here potentially. Obviously, the double top at 80 is going to be a key price. Don't want to see this breaking back below 23, I think, now that we are up at 24. But here we go. Still lots of green prints, people buying the you-know-what out of this. And that person, as Neil says, not getting filled at all. So, yeah, 24.10 now the breakout price. See what happens here. 25 still the target. As it touches that size but doesn't fill it.
They're getting it.
Ooh.
There it is. There it is.
Okay,
They got the fill.
they are filled. So let's see what happens after that. If it gets filled and trades below, then it's probably going to go down. But if we just bid right back up, you expect it to stay on this trend.
Exactly. Like if you hold a bit, they filled at 90. If it holds above 24, that's a pretty bullish sign.
Yeah.
The same thing happened on NIO at like 738 the other day. It bottomed at like 720 something, made a consolidation to 725 to 740. Somebody just got on the bid for 500,000, or a ridiculous amount of shares at 38. Got the fill, then a big dark pool went off, even bigger than that, and then it just started going to the upside. Like it didn't come down, so it had to go up. So AMD daily, someone wants there. Do they just jump back in again?
Yeah, there's someone there again on 90,
someone just
so
jumped in
someone's
at the
really trying to
exact
get
same
filled.
price.
And they get the fill there.
That's now they got 55,000 shares or whatever
Yeah.
it worked out to. Okay.
Interesting action, but we're still bidding up. So what is that person trying to do? How many shares do they need to fill here? We're back at the 24 level. I'm trying to not do anything here because I have this big picture idea. But, you know, that's always kind of hard. So
I'm trying to not go long 24 with a 50 stop. That's what I'm trying not to do. 'Cause I don't want to be long at the high. I do not want to be long at the high of the day, not at 24.
Yeah, and like at these even dollar levels, it has been bamboozlement all day on Carvana. So, you know, if this is the one that does hold, then, you know, people who are short, who are trying to improve their price are not in a good spot, obviously. But I'm not really expecting this 24 level to go crazy right now. However, we are holding above 24, holding above those 50,000 shares or whatever that somebody just loaded at 23.90. So looking still ridiculously bullish, and a ton of green prints going off on Carvana.
That is a sick move. I'll give you guys a quick update because whatever. I'm almost out of this thing now, finally. So there was one push under VWAP for Forza, so I'm now out of it. I'm not all out of it, but I'm not going to hold on to much here. Just got to VWAP. It's taking forever. The volume's dead. It had a halt up, failed to halt, and then back to VWAP. It's at 330. My short's at 55 and then 57. Now Carvana is holding 24s.
Oh, yeah.
See, I should have just FOMO'd into it, right? FOMO works. Always FOMO into trades, they say. No, I'm not going to. You have to stick to your sort of rules, right? Like it's just, you know, the trade at 21 is what it is, and I'll look back on it and hate myself because if I just gave it more room, you always say that. It would have been fine, but trading, like you're either taking a break or you're taking a halt trade, and those are two very different things because you're probably sizing it differently and having a different stop out. The halt trade you're taking with the anticipation that you're not having to cover it until 5 minutes later, wherever it happens to open. Yeah. Not, oh my goodness, it's now back in this liquidity vacuum and I have to get out of it. So. Did you? I didn't see on the offer.
On the offer at 30 there? Yeah, it was definitely reserving 30 for a minute there, so. Yeah, crazy price action.
Anybody scalping 50,000 for 40 cents on Carvana up here is crazy. But you're crazy. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you're long and you're taking that much size at 23.90, you really you should be making a bigger move because if it goes down, oh well, look at the offer here. Look at them stack the offer. Somebody just stacked the offer. That's like an algo kind of thing. There's order types out there where you can. Essentially, it smooths your order out. Like if you put 25,000 or 40,000, you hit it, and then instead of putting it to the dark pools, it puts it on like 4 lit venues for you. And sometimes it just puts all the same, or it's just a lazy algorithm that someone just filled 50,000 shares again by spreading out, and they got that fill. So there is somebody scalping up here, and that's a bit of a messy trade. Coin high of the day. Let's go to something. I mean, I can stare at it all day long. It's just causing me FOMO, quite frankly. Coin high of the day, not at 56. If it was at 56, that was the Alamo on the downside. So here's 56 on the daily. On Coinbase, everything loads up. I do like that. If it starts filling in the gap, that was the area that I was waiting for the short trade. This could just be a breakout, but I haven't been looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is breaking out a little bit here. Is this going to work? Every time I do this and then I resize it, see what happens. I mean, Binance has its own problems, not just this chart, so I shouldn't be griping about the Binance chart when they got their own issues right now. But look, yeah, bit of a breakout on the 15-minute, so coin above 55 looks okay. That's a breakout that actually makes some sense here. Put that back. Yeah, if it can get through 55, there's room to 56. 59 is a problem because then you're filling in the entirety of the gap from the lawsuit, SEC lawsuit. But 55 break I can do.
Yeah, it definitely looks interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this has happened a bunch of times on these like tech stocks where they get the the short reports out on them, or they get bad news, and then
That's the
everybody's
low?
like loading in short, and then suddenly we're back up to like the lows of prior price action, which
Lock.
makes no sense. Yeah, like Square like came all the way back from, what was it, down like 35% or something crazy.
Oh, where's my? Hopefully my
short
daily will
report.
load. So here's the Square one, and I remember because we were looking at this and saying, well, I mean, if it bounces off the higher low on the daily, and this was 58. So look at that. So Huadu's under opens up above 58, comes right back to the 200 period. Like that's
Yeah, right
58
back
to
to
59.
70.
And the trade on these is a swing. It's not really a day trade. It's more of a swing trade. Like if it makes the low and then holds the low, you just look for it. So it holds the low in the pre-market. Like you look for the long. If it consolidates, better. But here you're probably having to take it at like 60, stop to the low of the day, and then I don't know where you want to get out. This one might not have gone enough to do better than 2 to 1. Ideally, it's going to make a bigger move up. But you got to think when the short report comes out, isn't that like the whole notion? And again, I'm not a short seller. Day trading, you can do it, but I think that they're trying to cover after.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
the idea. They're trying to cover after the report comes out.
Yeah.
So if it makes a higher low immediately after that Huadun to the downside, well, they're probably scrambling to get out for the next couple of days.
Exactly.
And anybody else that was short was probably trying to do that. So I'm going to take a coin 65 break. I'll probably give it maybe 20, 25 cents or so to see how it goes. Carvana is still making power moves right now, but we do have Frank Cabernet. Let's go to the desk with Brendan.
He is ready to go. Yeah, we'll get a preview and a tee up here, guys, for what is to come next week. We'll start with this week because some things happen that we need to be aware of this week as well, heading into not only Tuesday next week with CPI, but then we get the very next day PPI, and then in the afternoon it's Fed Chair Powell, senior strategist over at IG in the U.S. in Chicago. Frank Cabernet back with us this afternoon too. Walk us through what's happening here, Frank, because it seems as though there's a correlation that has changed a little bit, specifically with the way yields are moving and the way tech specifically has moved over the past couple of weeks. But we'll get into that. Give us your thoughts here on the Bank of Canada coming out of nowhere. I mean, 2 in a row they paused, and then we get a quarter point earlier in the week on top of what you were mentioning on Tuesday with Australia.
Yeah, I'm sure at this point your viewers are probably like, this guy again, he wants to talk about interest rates. Not only is he going to talk about interest rates, he's going to talk about interest rates in Australia and Canada. What the heck even goes on here? But Australia and Canada leading the way. And as we'll get to here in a second, interest rates having a significant pull on stock markets. And it used to just be financial stocks. Now it's pulling technology stocks along as well. But we'll get into those correlations here in a second. I crunched some numbers for you all. So it's not just rate talk, it's rate and stocks. But first, let's start with Canadian interest rates as they surprised. Second surprise of the week. I mean, Brendan, we rarely see these surprises out of central banks. You and I, in our storied relationship here, we constantly joke about how the Fed here in the US and central banks in Canada, Australia, Eurozone, UK, Japan, they rarely surprise. 2 surprises in 1 week. Australia hikes 25 basis points higher than expected earlier in the week. Canada yesterday goes from 4.5% to 4.75% out of nowhere. The Canadian dollar rallying, doing quite well over the course of the last couple of sessions. But what was really interesting is we saw more than 100 pip rally in Canadian dollar versus USD. Here in this chart, USD falling relative to Canadian dollar, but dollar did bounce back yesterday. Dollar's giving some ground today to British pound and some other currencies. But I think the idea here is that Australia and Canada are leading the way a little bit here, or at the front of a trend that the US might follow through with. I mean, you look at the odds for June and July, and the odds for June up to 30% now, chance that they hike 25 basis points in a week. Brendan, last week, it was less than 20% chance, and now it's up to 30% chance. And though that might seem small, they're thinking that by July, there's a more than 50% chance that they will have hiked. So if not June, the market thinking July at least, as central banks in Canada and Australia obviously aren't done. And now the market thinks that the US isn't done either. As you can see here, yeah, 65% chance that we will have had this hike either at next week's meeting or by July's meeting. And this is up 55 percentage points from a month ago. And a month before that, when we were looking at this stuff, it was, 30, 40, 50% chance of an interest rate cut. But the script is flipped a little bit on how this is relating to the stock market, if you want to get into some correlations, my friend.
As well as far as what happened with the market itself. And I want to touch on that. But if we go back to what happened this morning, first, even with these weekly jobless claims that come in, the highest level since 2021. So, and then the market moves higher on that data, continuing claims the opposite direction, which was a little bit contradictory, but giving us an indication of maybe, as you said, the tale is changing here. The commentary is changing a little bit back to bad news being bad news, good news being good news. And then what happens if we get, on Tuesday, a higher print on CPI once again? Do these numbers dramatically change? And if so, how much?
Yeah, absolutely. It really feels like we were in a little bit of this, good news in terms of high job numbers, and inflation obviously isn't good from a personal level, but is a sign that the economy is moving around. Those were all bad for the stock market and everything else for the majority of last year. But yeah, as you see here in this chart, something changed here in April. And of course, you can spend hours doing economist type work trying to figure out what exactly it was. Maybe it was just a matter of time. Like we talked about on Tuesday a little bit, if you go back to the last time we were in this high of an inflationary period, late 70s, early 80s, after about a year or so, inflation kept bringing interest rates higher, but the stock market actually rebounded and started to perform quite well in those later years of inflation being high for 5 or 6 years there. So maybe it was timing, maybe it was the regional bank crisis occurring and kind of bringing interest rates lower and the stock market lower. And then when they started to regain some ground there and fear came out of the stock market, interest rates moved higher and stocks moved higher. Whatever it was, Brendan, you see there that the NASDAQ has been trending with interest rates for the last month and a half. As to your point, good data that spurs interest rate projections higher, what used to bring tech stocks especially lower, is now bringing them higher. And I crunched the numbers on some of the correlations here between interest rates in various stock markets. And of course, you would expect that there's a high correlation between interest rates and financial stocks. They're at 0.72. That's real high. That's about as high as it gets when you're comparing two markets that aren't in the same asset class there. The Russell 2000, small to mid cap stocks, high correlation with interest rates, 0.63. S&P 500, a very well-rounded stock index there, positive 0.52. But I was surprised when I checked these correlations a couple months ago, interest rates were negatively correlated to NASDAQ. And that makes sense, right? Interest rates move higher. Growth stocks can no longer borrow at lower interest rates. It's a deterrent to their growth. But now the script is flipped. And it's not even that the NASDAQ is positively correlated by 0.1 or 0.2, 0.35. That's a real nice correlation in there, and quite a journey from negative territory to positive. As what's good for the economy, what's good for interest rate projections. And even though they're moving higher and maybe a slight deterrent for tech stocks borrowing money and moving forward with amplified growth, is still at its core, remember, the reason that these numbers are high, the economic data, and the interest rate projections are moving higher is because people are spending money and the economy is functioning well. So it is becoming more and more of that good news is good news for the stock market. So it'll be really interesting to see not only if inflation comes out higher than expected, will the tech market and will the stock market at large rally with a higher than expected number? If the Fed comes out like Australia and Canada and surprises next week and hikes interest rates, you might see an initial knee-jerk reaction lower in the stock market. and you might see overall bullish sentiment set in. That's at least what we've seen for the last month or so. We'll see if this is a blip or the start of a new trend.
Yeah, and a change regardless. And I think, we were talking a little bit around here at lunchtime on up to this point, the importance of the press conference that followed the interest rate decision was enormous. And what was he going to say as to what was going to come next? But it seems like that script has changed a little bit. And maybe, more so we'll be looking at the actual number versus what he has to say after the fact. Maybe something we can touch on before that comes out on Wednesday when we speak next on Tuesday. That's the Bank of Canada hike here earlier in the week got us to 20-year highs as far as interest rates in this country. So it's been a long time since we've seen the 4.75, as you showed earlier. I don't know where, I don't know, I'll put you on the spot here. I don't know where the U.S. is at this point historically, and if we get another quarter point, what that means.
Yeah, we're right now toying with, I believe, 20-year highs for short-term interest rates. If we can climb higher than 5.5%, 6%, that brings us all the way back to the 90s. So yeah, we're right there in terms of extremes. And I think a lot of people are so it's funny, you bring it up in one sense. The market always reminds you that it's cyclical in so many different ways. The last 5 years, it's all been what the Fed chairperson is going to say, not necessarily what they're going to do. And now that's changing, where the uncertainty is around what they're going to do before what they say. And we're seeing that cyclicality also play out here in interest rates as well, where you might think of these, oh my gosh, 5-6%. I haven't seen this in my adult life. And we've seen this same environment in the 90s and 2000s. But that being said, it would be a 30-year extreme if we get back up to 6%. A hike next week would just get us to 5.5%. But yeah, everybody's so worried about the stock market and everything else. Of course, those are things that we're going to watch all the time. But neglecting, what'll be 20 to 30-year extremes in the interest rate market.
Important week to come. Lots of data, as we were saying, to get us to the Fed on Wednesday with CPI and PPI as well. Should be an exciting one to come. Thanks as always. Frank Caberna, Senior Content Strategist over at IG in Chicago. Great to see you as always.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you very much. And as usual, Frank rallies the markets. And I'm like, keep talking, keep talking. I just got into Apple. I want the market to go up. No, it's a strange thing. Anyone that's been watching, you guys know we love to get that higher level look and get the macro look from Frank. And of course, it's timely with the Fed coming next week. And the market has a tendency to go up in the 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know, it's anecdotal, but I feel like I've been observing that it's true. So let's just go with it. But Apple was going to the upside. It didn't take the break. So of course, on the way back in, I'm going to grab some 180s. It dipped down to 179.80. That was the area I wanted to see hold. So once that happens, I'm willing to go with some higher lows here. Probably give it down into that 180. I did get into coin as well. So Coinbase also trending to the upside. A lot of times, so it ran into that 55 level, didn't actually break, gives the dip, holds the previous high area. So I'm like, yeah, well, why wait for the breakout when you can just get in on the dip instead of having to take the high break? Because you know how well the high breaks have gone for me today. Not well at all. Thank you very much, Carvana. Carvana is still going to the upside. And this is just, I have a question for somebody in the chat here. I'm gonna throw it up because I've seen a couple of times, now I can't find it because who is it that's, there it is, BA. If Carvana breaks 2307 today, 100% it's going to 2011. Now, I was guessing you were throwing the 2011 out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, because you're looking at the fibs. So that would be the 50%, whoops, CVNA. CVNA, these won't be there. I drew it, and now it's going to be gone. Let's get that off. So I'm guessing you're going with like the 50% fib retracement. Like if I draw this, let's just get really lazy here. So that's like 20, you said 2011. Is that the case? Are we looking, is you really just looking at that retracement? So what's the deal with 2307 is only my question. Because I could see that. Like that's one of those, I mean, we talk about there being obvious lines out there and that kind of a thing. We saw the other day it was Coinbase.
Yep. Yeah, almost exactly.
Wish I was looking at Fibonacci's that day, but Yeah, so I'm guessing that's what you're sort of looking at. I'm not really sure what 2307 has to do with anything. And I understand, like, setting up, I do it all the time, setting up ideas for retracement plays, putting on a short, this is the target, this is where it should go to. Like, literally the only one of them that's been clean and worked is Forza. And you know what? The reason I think this one worked is because it wasn't a, let's just get short in the uptrend off of, like, a technical thing. Let's wait for it to halt and fail to halt. It was a halt trade. So very different from the other runners up there. This halted and then failed the halt level. So, yeah, I was just curious out there. I have no idea what it is that your plan. So I took some out in front of 55 in case Coinbase doesn't actually break. Let's get something out in front of 55. Hold some more for the break of 55 even, and then see how far. 56 to 59. I think it's going to have some trouble. Quite frankly, if it gets to 59, I'm 100% going to be short, because that's filling in the entire gap from the report. But 56 to 59, I want to try to hold something till at least we get to that. So we'll see what happens. If you're wondering
Så jeg tror jeg pratet til dere.
dere.
Jeg ble bra helt til i stad når jeg dro ut.
Sean is, well, I think he's golfing
Tok
on
ikke
Saturday,
gevinst, og så ble jeg
but his
sittende
brother-in-law's
som en
in
joker.
town. So they have a big weekend plan, and he's going to be at the ball game tomorrow. I think they got some stuff they're doing in the middle of the day, but he's going to be at the Jays game, and they're golfing, so he's taking some time off to enjoy it. Maximilian has stepped in here, thankfully on the day that Carvana is going, and he's got it long.
Jeg hører ikke hva du sier.
Yeah, you got to have some
Det vet jeg ikke.
songs for the program. And I made a decision in the last half an hour that I'm taking the 25 break if we get there.
Han ringte meg nå.
This position, I think, 25 key level, and that gives me like that, 25 is a very round level. So I think if it fails 25, I want to be out of the other shares anyway. So I'm not really like concerned about that messing up my current trade. I think 25 fail is a good reason to get out of the shares that I have, so I can add on it without worrying.
Hva er det du sier for noe? Nei, jeg visste ikke om det.
Without worrying about messing up the trade. So, yeah, 25 break is the play that I'm going to take. Yeah, not going to hold that one against me. I think you could probably flush down $1 plus off of 25 if that doesn't come in.
I'd say halt down is a potential off 25, so whatever the 5. So I'd almost say like it's a $1.25.
Yeah. So I won't be holding that against me.
50 cent stop?
No, like 10.
10? Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I think that, yeah. I would have a stop set more for a halt, like a halt thing. Like if you're taking the halt trade, like you stop it right underneath.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of what I would do with the 25.
Exactly.
Probably should have done that with the 24. I want to get to Meta very quickly. We're already in power hour. That reminded me. I'm just internal reminder alert. So we are. I have to do this to be able to see the sub count because my screen blocks it. So we are 155 subs away from 400,000. So thank you everybody for getting us this close. But I am authorized to tell you that there is a bit of a reveal, that we have something that's coming down the pipe that is going to be big and that is going to be new for Trader TV Live. And the okay has been made that I can tell you guys what it is if we get to 400,000. We were going to wait until we're actually launching it, but if we get to 400,000, that will be the launch. So you guys let us know by hitting that subscribe, get to 400,000, and I can tell you guys what's going to be happening. I'm excited for it. We're excited for it. I know it should be a heck of a lot of fun. So it's something you guys want to hear about. Back to the markets. Let me not draw more Fibonacci lines because I don't really want them. Actually, Max, I don't know if you know this in P Pro 8, there's this thing that happens every now and then, like I draw a fib line, and then if I delete it, and then I go away from the stock, go back to the stock, it comes back.
So it's the only line that actually stays in the system?
Yes. And so that happened to me on something where like every time I then came back to the stock for the rest of the day, I had to delete the fibs and I had to get rid of them. So I don't really use them. There was a point during, it was last year, where I was all over every single gap up small cap name. I was testing out like a fib retracement strategy, like looking for entries on pullbacks and then like where you take profits on it. And I found that it was no better than just whatever else you were normally looking at. So I think there is some merit to it in the fact that other people look at it because that's what indicators are all about, but not much else. Meta is doing absolutely nothing, going sideways, but if it cannot hold on to this 264.5, come to my chart for a second here. Can you come to my chart for a second? Please. Maybe? Can we? I don't know. Is it possible?
Det stemmer, Markus.
I know you guys are.
Jeg kan liksom ikke bare dra. Jeg gjorde det i stad litt dum.
264 and a half. If we can. No? Oh, there we go. Nope. Yep. There it is. So yeah, so there was a breakout earlier today. It feels like it's already Friday. There was a breakout there today off this level, and then you've been barcoding off this 264 and a half. If this does not hold, I think it's an easy reversal into the short. The futures are making a lower high. Meta's trailing the NASDAQ, so lower high in the futures. Significantly lower support level here on Meta. If it does not hold on to this, it was a good level earlier for the upside. Now it could be coming back down, and I do like Meta for some shorts. Apple now is a punk. It's kind of, oh, got a bad wick there. Apple is starting to come back in. I got in creatively enough at 180 in front of that, but the support's down here underneath 179.80, so I'll probably stop it out under 75. If it goes sideways and starts bouncing again, that's where I'd have permission to myself to add to it. And I have no idea what Brankles just yelled. Hopefully,
he said that he's in love with me.
Yes. Where is it now?
We are knocking on the door. We are knocking on the door here. I'm getting a little nervous because we're going to be adding a decent amount of size with this 25 break. Hopefully the algos are listening. Try to get me, algos. Just try. See what happens.
They're running this.
This is
for sure.
This is going nuts. That so that offer that was like a few hundred lots on multiple gateways, it turned out to be 300 lots on 3 different gateways. So like about 1,000 lots, which is 100,000 shares.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is 100,000 shares got filled on the offer at 24.55. So if we continue to hold above that, I would say that's pretty bullish. If we get back below 24.55, that's probably a bearish signal because that person or entity is now winning. But yeah, it's looking pretty good right now.
You just say entity?
Well, who knows if it's a
what is it, a ghost?
If it's an algo, that's not a human. That's not a person. You know?
Entity though?
That entity is winning. That whoever they are, whatever they may be, Skynet is winning.
Yeah.
As we go for that 25 break, yeah, I really do not want this 25 break to go against me at all. So I will be punching out if it doesn't work. But yeah, we are looking like a pure short squeeze into the close on Carvana. Power hour is upon us, and here we go. Squeezing into the close. We've seen this on Bed Bath & Beyond quite a few times. Now we're seeing it on Carvana. So do we break it? It's slow.
It didn't break.
It did not break. I did not get filled on that break.
It's going to break. It didn't break though.
It will break. It did take the size on the level, but then didn't break it. So a little pullback and then a blast through potentially. E on this one. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't
Coming to
actually
level
get
2,
filled on
guys.
that break. Here we go.
There's some size above here at 25, just so you can see. Like, it's not a lot, but there's a few lots under there. Like, people want some fills up here. Like, there's 2,700 in the 20s. There's 4,000 at 01, 2,000 at 04. Like, there's people that actually want to maybe cover, I think, above this. So the long break, it might fill and then immediately run into, like, just a bit of chop resistance. But, yeah, this is not breaking.
This is crazy.
What the heck is going on?
Oh, here we go. There's the break. So holding above 25 for now. Can we pump up? All the breaks have been bad so far, but this one seems like it's good for now. In the 20s, 25,
okay.
Come on, keep going, keep going. So I'm out of my prior size. Now I just have the breakout size. Let's see what happens with this one. Looking for a halt up on Carvana, potentially like 26, 27. Let's go, come on.
See all the people
Lots of
getting
people
out.
taking profit.
Yeah, 21s, people taking 22s. Like, they're just all over. They're at 25. Like, there's a lot of profit takers on the scalp trade here that you can see. That's just a level 2. So it's a successful break if you're scalp trading it, because if you have a tight stop, you've already gotten like 1 to 1 or 2 to 1. Actually, probably 2 to 1 to the upside, which is kind of how I roll. So I know you're holding for the moon, but not everybody's long. Not everybody's actually long at 21. Some people are long at 20. No, it sounds comical. I'm only saying that because I was long at 21. I just didn't actually win on the trade. It's true.
Yeah, but we are holding 25 right now, so this is probably the longest we've held a level on a breakout for Carvana so far. So this is looking kind of good. I really want this to take out that 25 price really quickly so that I can kind of breathe here and not have to be watching every penny. But yeah, we are definitely holding above for now. But yeah, not going anywhere. I was hoping it would just like kind of blast up into a halt, but yeah, maybe over this 25.25 is the halt. This would be the first successful break, and here we go. All right. Carvana is just,
The stock is
best today.
absurd.
Here we go. I'm not covering anything. I'm waiting. This is a pure short squeeze. Where's the diamond hands thing?
Oh, it's hold on a second. Where the hell is it? There it is.
Oh, baby.
I don't have the actual diamond hands.
Let's go.
Holy
All right.
crap.
Oh, yeah.
This stock
There's
is
the short
absurd.
squeeze. Here
Now
we go,
it's
baby.
squeezing.
Here we go. 26.
You kidding me? This
26
stock-
incoming. Sometimes the market is just fun. Today's one of those days. Hopefully we don't just quadduke here. I should probably get the stop in on
It's
Carvana.
actually pronounced quadunk. If you gotta feel it in your throat, like you're Patty and Selma from The Simpsons. So okay. But basically up here at 75, that's not how I roll. I'm not holding it into a halt at this point. So I'm just scalping out of this one. Coinbase is trying to break 55, but who cares? Carvana is going to the moon right now. Apparently, there are levels on the daily chart. We are far away from anything that's significant until you get to, like you call it like 27, 27 and a half, something like that. The highest close at this level was 26, let me get it right, 2680. Is the highest close back in October, the last time we were here. So that feels like a little bit of a level. It's holding above. I'm just going to hold on. We'll see what happens here. I mean, Carvana, I'm probably the jinx because every time every win I've had on Carvana has been followed by a loss and then back and forth. So there's a decent chance that I'm due for an L on this one. But let's see what goes. Let's see what happens. Lots of moves happening, but none more interesting, I think, than Carvana up 67%. And it's just getting started.
Wow, here we go. So, yeah, trying to take out that high again. So there's 26. Does it get to 07 there? It got to 07. So where do we halt up on this? Probably like 2680 or something. Yeah, over a halt up. Hopefully we get that. That's what I'm looking for on this one today. Tape flying off everywhere. I just took 10% out there at 95. Really try to hold this one.
Yeah, there's more out
for
at
the
90.
dream. But yeah, this is very difficult to hang on to when the tape is flying like this. But those are the times where you just got to step up. I think that's when people are caught offside, and being on the right side is the right place to be as we make a new high again. Did we make a new high? No, not quite
No, we
yet.
didn't. We haven't broken 2610.
2610, the new
No,
breakout
sorry,
level
9.
here.
9.
Yeah, 09.
I mean, who cares? It's like 1 cent doesn't matter. So what you see, if you look at the level 2, like there's just a lot of, like the reason it keeps popping and fading is like people are throwing offers. It broke 26, and when it came back underneath, there's like a lot of profit takers. So like you see the thousands and the 5,000 orders coming back, the same ones that you saw at like 25. It has not done a real pullback. So if it pulls back in, the pattern has been, if it consolidates and holds the previous break, then the long is still on. That break, to me, is not 25. That was actually 24 and a half was the previous low. So it could actually get underneath 25 and not be done.
Ja.
It's possible. I don't want to say that's a for sure thing, but it's certainly possible that it could still go even after
Ja,
25.
stämmer.
I'd stop out there anyways, but that's just because how I roll. I'm in Apple, but it's flat, and Coinbase is kind of pulling back in here. Carvana is slowing down. Is anything else moving?
Tesla just took out high of the day, so we're going for 234 on Tesla.
Oh, no way.
That, I talked about
Seriously?
230.
Nei, den får du ikke før du
Tesla
trader på
being
den.
a great dip
Du må
trader
sette
from
igjen, bare gjøre en trade på 100
here
kroner på dem, så
and,
kommer han opp.
Came in again to that 231. I missed that, but that's a banger. Once
Ja,
again,
akkurat det samme som
up
nå.
to that 23 plus price.
Bare
Back to
han for
Carvana,
100
gonna be
kroner,
watching
da.
this
Bare
one like a
kjøre en til.
hawk. Still in the 80s, so Carvana looking good. I got
that's pretty
30% out, 70% left for the dream. I think we could quite easily see $27 today. I don't know what the ultimate crazy short squeeze price could be, which is why I'm trying not to take too much profit. My stop is currently on 25 even, so I don't even want to see it touch 25 at this point. I think even like
That's one of those.
25.20 should be the stop.
If it sees it, it's going to fill it.
Yeah, it's gonna break it for sure.
Because
So-
what ends up happening there, like just to finish that thought, because there's actually a valid reason why sometimes you put a stop like that above 25 instead of below, It's because once it ticks 25, so many people have their stop underneath it that you're basically throwing away an extra 25 cents or something like that. It's just extra slippage. Whereas if it sees the bid and you're already out, it's probably breaking it anyways. It's actually one of those things, like when a stock's breaking $1, if you're long at 101, sometimes you really just want to punch out and hit the one when there's like a few million shares there. You don't let it see 99 because that's just going to screw you. And then you're filled at like 97, and that's 3% that you lost. So that's the notion behind it there. Because sometimes I know what happens, like you'll say something smart, and it's like, no, but it's a day, that's like a day trader thing, right? Like it really does matter sometimes that you're not waiting until everybody else's stop is run to get in.
Yeah, like I just don't see the point in wasting the 20 cents there. And honestly, even if I see it like in the teens, I'll probably just punch out of it. But yeah, I think, the bids just keep stepping up. I am not really concerned about getting stopped out of this trade. I'm more concerned about where to take profit. As we get back into the 80s again, I love this action. It's just lots of selling, and it just keeps going up. So that's what you want to see. People just bidding up, reserves everywhere. Things are going crazy. Hopefully we can halt up if we break this high now, because this last one was crazy, right? The 25-25 breakout was crazy. If this one's even crazier, then we'll get a halt up, very likely.
So here's the one question. It's 3:15 now.
Yeah.
And everyone watching, first of all, welcome. This is Trader TV Live, and Carvana's going absolutely nuts. But we're day trading, and at a day trading prop floor, you have to be flat at the end of the day, which does mean the stock could go to 40 tomorrow, but at 4 o'clock we have to be out of it, or reasonably soon after that. So if it gets to 340, 350, at that point, okay, so it hasn't pulled back in. You're still giving it the run. Give it to 4.
Yeah,
give it to 4 p.m.
Because the thing is, if you got to assume that other people want to cover before 4 o'clock if they're short, or they're taking the market on close order, which I mean,
good luck with that on Carvana.
Yeah, there's going to be no liquidity there to get out. So if you are short and you are scared, you probably have to get out in the next 45 minutes. And I want to be there while those people are covering and not helping them get out. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to give this every inch that I can to get as high as it can. But yeah, I mean, I understand. If we start just consolidating again before the close,
that's literally what it's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do another breakout. How many times do you see small caps or squeeze stocks and they just blow up into the close because people have to cover and it's sitting at highs? I mean,
this is why people like small cap stocks. It's I can't get Apple to go 20 cents.
I think that's why people love Tesla too, because it's a large cap and you can get it to go $1.
Well, actually, in Tesla just made a fresh high and then pulled back a little bit. So there's a stair-step action going on, and this is on the market too. So let's just tail back to the market. I am Apple. I am exactly 180 long on Apple, and it's not doing anything. Coinbase is okay, but it can't break 55. I got a 75 long there. But this is the NASDAQ. It's right at 14.5. And it's a lower high, but it's a trend to the upside, and it's just not going anywhere. So this is why everyone's looking at Carvana or whatever else is going. I checked Upstart, by the way, and I thought maybe there was a sympathy move happening in Upstart, because Upstart was strong too. Upstart's doing absolutely nothing. This is a one-man show right now. It's Carvana, and there were a lot of squeeze names going with it, but I'm not really seeing those following through right now. You guys let me know if anything else is going. I am not in Tesla. I'm long Apple. I have a piece of Carvana, but I scalped it. I'm not really holding out. I mean, long at the top is never. I do not like usually going long at the top, so I had to stop. My stop wasn't 10 cents; it was 20 cents stop, and then I was getting out on the way to 26. So I have Apple long. Coinbase is now not doing anything. It broke 55. I had this long at 75 here. It's now back at 75. I took out 20%, and now it just seems to want to dance around and not go. Apple is making a bit of a move here, so getting back up to the highs. I got a 180 long. I want this thing taking out the top, and then I think there's room, because yesterday on Apple, I mean, we're at 181 at the high, and just a few days ago, we're at 185. So there is room above on Apple. This would have to turn from a 1% to a 1.5% day on the NASDAQ really quick for that to be nice. 10 minutes until we get the early look at the imbalances. I guarantee you everyone's only going to care about what's going on with Vaughn.
Yeah, I did get into the teens, then bid straight back up. So holding the teal for now on Carvana. We'll see what happens.
It's
here.
a little trickier now.
I'm kind of expecting to get stopped out at this point, but I'm not going to move the stop. I'm not going to change anything. Yeah, we will. I will take what is given to me at this point. If we do bid back up above 50 right now, that is looking mega bullish. But yeah, it's looking possibly like it wants to dip. Although now printing in the 30s right now. Yeah, got to just trust the teal
You could
here.
have just reloaded it.
Trust this this 25 break. I don't want to buy up here again. Although, I mean, I am long 25.05 right now.
With
so
a stop that tight, like underneath break even, I'm actually kicking myself for not just being on the bid at like 10 or something.
Yeah, and there is somebody on the bid at 10.
It seems silly. It does seem silly. I understand why people would call it silly. But you're really, depending on what slippage works out to be, you could only be risking 10 to 15 pennies.
Yeah.
And if you get slipped, how bad is it really going to be? Like, the liquidity is much better than you would anticipate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it's,
Back
you know,
in
it's
the
too,
60s now.
it's too late now.
So here we go. Somebody trying to get filled on one of those weird orders on 63, expecting that fully to get filled. There it is.
Yeah,
Getting
this
to
is
the
insane.
70s. If you want to short now, and just stop out so that you can pump it even further.
The setup for the shorts at $30.
Yeah.
Because given the time of day, Apple finally, okay, Apple's at the high.
I think the fail break right now could be okay too. Like
Fail high break?
Yeah, 26.10 if it broke that high and then came back in. You could probably do a short off of that. I'm not going to do that because the bamboozlement on this one has been so crazy.
No, you had to do, if you did the last one, it was okay.
Yeah, like the 24 was good.
Like the 24 fail break was okay. The 26 was solid. The 20, for whatever reason, this one at 23 was actually really good. Like, why in the hell would anybody be thinking fail break at that price? You know, everybody's thinking it at 25 and between 25 and 30, which is why it's really crowded if it happens. So I whined and complained about it for a bit, and Apple got back to the high of the day, and I got one fill, and then it starts turning around again. So that's Apple going 20 cents. Which we complained that it couldn't go 20 cents, and then it finally went 20 cents because it's a piece of crap. I know Apple's great, don't get me wrong. 1% on this, and it looks really good. Fred Fakery, I know we're really focused on, and that's my fault too. Like, I'm barely even in Carvana, and even I'm staring at it because it's freaking crazy.
It's like a slot machine. You can't stop staring.
No,
it's
you can't, and that's sort of,
the colors are flying.
It's easy to get FOMO in that situation.
Yeah.
Have a look at Microsoft. You're asking about Microsoft. What a great run off the bottom. We'll get that out of the way. So, congratulations! If you went dip buying there, that's been a good long. It's not really moving here. And the 3 minutes not telling me anything. What are we saying on the 15? Way too many wicks is what the 15 minute is telling me. See, this is the problem with Softy is you're still, so the bottom range previously was like a 320. I just went too far back. A 326, like here, into like yesterday's low. Can I go back a little further? Does that work? Into, yeah, yesterday's low at like a 322. And it's still in that range. So it hasn't really broken away from previous support that got broken down, yesterday's low. It's been an inside day, effectively, for Microsoft. That's not very exciting. The NASDAQ's up 1.1. Softy's inside the bottom end of its range the last 2 weeks, and it will not break out. If anything, I'd say scalp short off the high of the day, but that's too late. And it's 323. I think you want to focus on something moving a little bit more. On the daily chart, great trend, but this is pulling back a little bit more than some of the other names at the highs on big tech. I think that goes without saying. So that 320 area, that's of interest. It's diddling in the middle here. And you know what I feel about diddling in the middle? Oh, what just happened? I just got out of something. No. Well, okay. Well, I know what happened. I know what happened. I got my break-even stop out. I did not reload on Carvana. I just got stopped out. I threw mine creatively. I was long at 3. I just threw my break-even. I just threw mine at break-even. It didn't really matter. Like whether it broke.
So it just printed 03 and didn't print 00.
It must not have.
Which I am still.
So
I'm
that's
still
like
long.
the odds of that happening are like very, very
That's
slim.
extremely slim.
But it did just happen.
The markets are just.
No, my trigger was 3.
They're giving me luck today for whatever reason.
My trigger was at 3. That's insane. And then you get out and then it held evens.
Yeah.
That means it triggered 3, filled 2.
Jævla rart lag, ass.
That's nuts.
So that's
Wow.
looking pretty strong right now.
You
Looks
think?
like,
Now it's looking strong?
well, to just not even print 25 there.
No,
Maybe
not
it's
at
gonna
all.
do it now. I I don't know what to think. I mean, we're up
Oh,
there.
there it is
There we
now.
go. All right, so I'm out of Carvana now. Too bad, as it does kind of hold 99s. I am so tempted to get back in, but I don't think that's right off 25.
Nah, yeah, I don't think that's
No, you just gotta wait. If we get into 2450 and kind of wick down there, that's potential for another long. But yeah, I was really looking for that like explosive move to 27 here. Probably should have gotten more than 30% out on this move up, but you know, whatever.
But you have to think of it this way. How many actual trading days does it do this?
Yeah. And like, if I took half out and then it ran to 30, I would be pretty angry about that.
Exactly.
And that was the trade that I was trying to take. So you got to just live with the trades that you take.
Why did it just halt to 21?
Yeah, why couldn't we just halt straight off after 25 and open at
No,
35?
I wanted it halting after the 20 break at 21.
Yeah,
Like, that
that
was
would've been-
because at this morning, I think everyone was like, when it breaks, when it finally holds above 20, it's over.
Yeah.
It's game over. And I think if you're a halt trader, you're like the first halt above 20, that's the long. But it never happened. And that's the thing is the halts have not been as money because they're not happening the way that they used to.
Yeah.
So in 2020, like when everything was going meme crazy or not, when something would take out a major level, like essentially would go into a halt, you go long above that breakout, and if it gapped up after that, like it was over because it just halted above resistance on a squeeze stock. And so when it opens higher, all the shorts are just screwed, beyond screwed at that point because they couldn't cover in that 5 minutes, and it just gapped higher. So that's what that trade was, and it hasn't been as good. I'm out at 25. It's at 24.80. So if you waited for the 25, you probably could have had a 99 stop and gotten good liquidity.
Yeah, you probably would have got filled.
Yeah,
Like
you would've got-
394 there.
Yeah, you would have got a good fill.
Yeah.
I still think it's the right call to get out in front and not worry about it because you already got the dollar move anyways.
Yeah.
Coin doesn't seem to want to hold on, so I got a little bit out there. And then it doesn't seem to want to hold on to the top end of the range. It's about to break down on me. I have my stop underneath 60, so I'll get out automatically in boring land. And Apple, which I got to zoom in because there's that wick there. I got out a second time in front of that 20 because it just does not want to move. It doesn't want to break the high and go anywhere. It's just people selling ad nauseum up at that price, which is crazy. My out on coin is pretty much right. How's about nowish if it makes another tick down? Anyone know how's about nowish? That's it's from a Chappelle skit.
I feel like I've seen all of those, all the episodes. There's only two seasons,
There
and then they did the weird
there
one.
was like the third.
Yeah.
My favorite Chappelle show reaction. So my pops is one of those. Like he doesn't mind like Richard. Like he likes Richard Pryor, and he's there without their comedy. But like you can push the limit. And he's like that's not funny anymore. And so I showed him Chappelle, but I showed him the very first episode.
It's blue raspberry. You're gonna hate it.
You don't have a beer for the guy? What the hell is that?
These are the leftovers from Friday, I think.
But like you guys drink this?
Wayner drinks this. I was not
Wayne
particularly
the Brain.
impressed when I had one on
Wayne
Friday.
the Brain.
But, I'll drink anything.
No, you won't. Actually, that's not true. Would you drink Everclear?
I have. That didn't go so well. It's pretty disgusting.
I actually had no idea you were going to answer that one in the affirmative, to be honest with you.
Not Everclear specifically, but they had this stuff in the Quebec liquor stores made in Quebec called Alcool.
Oh, I know.
94%.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So it's the same stuff. It's disgusting. That's
And for anybody that, if you don't know, like, you don't want that stuff. It's so
you
bad.
don't want that.
It's so
You
bad.
can mix it with as much stuff as you want, and it still tastes disgusting.
There's no, like, people do it, you do it when you're young and dumb.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
essentially that. You can have that, by the way. That's all you.
Maybe
That's
with
all you.
a couple minutes to go.
No?
But you don't want to drink and trade, and who knows what happens with Carvana here.
It could still, remember we were talking about, it could still hold the previous break, which was right here at 24.50.
Yeah, 24.50 could provide something for us. We were right at the 50 period on the 1 minute too. So.
But it's not really slowing down here.
Yeah. This is how it's been today, though. I've been kind of on the Carvana crack today, and I've been watching this all day. So if we do like a little wick here down to like the 30s and then instantly rebid 24.50, I might try this one more time.
You're going to celebrate
But
all night. Keep on dancing.
exactly.
If you say something that is a song or like a lyric,
You have
I'm
to.
finishing it or I'm referencing it, that's something you'll have to get used to. But at least you get them. What would always happen is I would get frustrated. So, like Sharif gets some of them,
Yeah.
Arun would get none of them. And so every single time, like he'd say something, I'd drop like, I'd drop the next rap lyric, and he'd just sit there and I'd be like, really? You're the right age and all that stuff? Okay. Remind Max of your drink and trade rule. Remember, FYI. M. Kelsey. No, my rule about that was there was a point in my career where I had a 90-something% shutdown or near shutdown rate if I traded the day after a decent amount of drinking.
Okay.
And so I essentially adapted hey, if you have a big night or whatever it might be it's a Thursday. We used to do grad nights on Thursdays for some really dumb reason.
Yeah.
So everyone would come in and have trouble on Friday for obvious reasons. So just you'd size down. They just understand that it was really bad. And I have a rule for my Whoop. Like if I have a recovery under 20%, then I probably shouldn't be trading a lot, and that's just a smart thing to do. But there's nothing against on like a Friday or at the end of the day if you're probably wrapping up your trading.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't even really alcohol, I don't think. This is Vizzy Hard Seltzer. Hint of blackberry lemon. I can't even, sorry. It's got some cherry stuff in it, and that looks ridiculous to me. So.
Yeah, those hard seltzers, not for me. I'd rather, if I'm gonna drink something sweet like that, it might as well just be like a cider or
right?
Something like that. I'm not big on those. So Carvana did actually
White Claw,
do
yeah,
what
that's
I
what it's
wanted,
It's like
kind
White
of, but not exactly. It just held 24.50 on the bid, and now we got some people trying to get filled. I think I just got to write it off.
It's done.
Because even if this does go to 30, I feel like I'm just over trading if I take another trade on Carvana, unless it's like an absolute must hit, which I think the 25 break was the only one left today for this. So
Or
hopefully this is the start of something.
Or you can take all of your profits in Carvana, roll it into BAOS when it opens back up here.
Oh, halt it.
Because if you thought Carvana up 60% was something, how about BAOS up 105%? It's the second halt of the day.
488K float.
Oh, no, it's
according to
more than
Trade
that.
Ideas.
I'm sorry, how much? Oh, this is the 400,000 float, which don't get me started about a $400,000 float.
You don't want to play with those, I don't think.
That's insane. Seriously, Apple? Anyways, so the tap is 1240. It's halted at 1215. The high of the day, it's actually halted 4 times. This is the 4th time. Apparently halted a bunch at the open. But 1350 was as Sharif would say, the local high is 1350. The actual, I'm assuming the all-time high, because if it's got a high better than this one, then I don't know what's going on in the world. Apparently this was at like $40-something very recently. So those levels don't really matter. What you probably care about here is, can it hold the halt up? I think if it can, it's got room to that 13.5. It should be open in a matter of seconds or another 5 minutes. I'm going to go back over, and I just took a little bit out of Apple because the market is not going higher and Apple's sliding very slowly to the upside, and it's 3:30, which means we probably get the early look on the imbalances. I have no idea. I haven't seen it. Oh, no, there it is. The early look is 73 million to the sell side.
Ooh, what a spicy number there.
So that's not that significant. Obviously, that's not really going to move the market a heck of a lot. So small sell imbalance on the early look that we just got. So Apple's kind of gliding higher, but nothing's going parabolic anymore. It's just small moves. Coinbase managed to not stop me out. In your face. I was right there. I was like, if it goes another cent, I was going to get stopped out. 54, 55, that's creatively enough. But it's probably going to stop out anyways. Nothing left for me other than those two. Carvana might be done. BAOS, which we just mentioned, is Baosheng Media Group Holdings Limited. And opens up and already headed down. So good call not to roll those profits into longness.
Holding the halt price, though. So,
it is.
Maybe that one goes.
So the halt's at 12.15. It did hold the halt price. The spread's 30 cents, 40. No, you can't.
Yeah, I don't think. And with a 400K float, whoever has a little bit of money can, manipulate that
one or
as they
two
please.
orders.
I think there's people on this floor that could probably manipulate that stock with their buying power. So I'm probably not going to mess with that one.
That's the thing about Carvana, DWAC when it went, GameStop when it went. Funware, like some of these other names that were so liquid, they're doing so much volume. Neo, when the Chinese ADRs get going, there's actual liquidity that you can trade against. Whereas the Fortzes of the world, which I know it looked really good at that halt, but like that's not a very tradable stock. A $3 stock that's doing volume inflation out of a 5-cent spread. A $12 stock doing 13 million shares with liquidity, like you'd expect better liquidity. When the spread is 10 cents, you got to figure if it really breaks down, now your exit is probably 40, 50 cents, and you're not getting 10 cents unless you're really lucky or have an early trigger. So it did set up. If you took the long off that halt price when it reclaimed it, you're actually in the money right now. I don't know where you're getting out on that one. So Bow, something media that we just said, whatever it was, to the downside after the test of the high of the day. CVNA, Carvana, it's hard not to keep looking at it. It hasn't really given it up yet.
I think there's going to be bids all the way down on this. I mean,
Yeah,
if
there's
you're
still
short,
buyers.
you're probably covering as much as you can into the close, unless you really
don't
like
wanna
the
hold it.
fundamental reason for being short. But I don't know.
Depends on where you're short from. I
Yeah,
think.
of course, of
yeah.
course.
Like, what do you want? It's broken both major moving averages. Has a catalyst. I mean, it's
Yeah.
probably in that territory where the risk to reward. But then there's some that are like, this is where I want to get. I start building a short for the next move down.
Yeah, and if you're
There's
willing
some
to
of those.
hold it up to $50, $60, then fine.
you're-
And you like get in here.
You're a hedge fund.
Yeah, exactly.
You're only a hedge
Exactly.
fund can do that.
So and if hedge funds are the ones that are shorting, then we probably don't have much hope against them. That BAOS just got to $14 and wicked the high.
Oh, so it was good.
So it was good.
That
I
was
could have loaded if I risked that, whole profit on Carvana today. I'd probably be up,
It's a valid.
But-
It's a valid setup, but you want the liquidity to be there. I like halt setups because what they give you like a reasonable line in the sand, like right here, like it opens up, it tests low. Like look at it, the halt's at 12.15. It doesn't even break, beneath this like 11.80. So you're then long when it breaks back above. You stop out at 11.80. You think you're risking 30 cents. You might be risking 60. I have no idea. And now it's to the moon. So if you got it, congratulations. I suspect this one's going to halt. And if it halts in the last 10 minutes, forget about it being 5 minutes, halts in the last 10 minutes, open up at 4 o'clock no matter what. That's just the rule. That's what they do. Coinbase is doing nothing. I'm going to get some out at 4. This is ridiculous. So
Tesla's going nuts.
yeah, Tesla's going nuts. Apple is very slowly gliding higher still. So I did get some out there at 34. It's really not doing anything. It's just really slowly moving up here. It's okay off 180, but again, like the dip buys give you the more explosive moves. This late in the day, you got to get out at the end of the day here. So I have to find my way out of this one at some point. Still holding on to half of it, but at this, like, what's the point? I don't think we're getting a run to 181 unless an imbalance comes out in our favor or something like that.
Steve in the chat asking us to look at Tesla like on the daily chart. Is there a pullback in sight? I mean, honestly, for me, as my chart fails there, so you guys are gonna have to deal with this black one for the moment. But we just broke out over this 220 price. We do the one-day pullback thing, can't even break yesterday's low, and then we blast off. So I don't know. I think this 238 is the next level, and then we get into those higher, spicier prices. I mean, post-split, I think it was 315 was the high basically post-split. Tesla, a ton of good news over and over and over again. It seems to be the way that Tesla news goes. It bad news keeps piling on for a long time, and it goes down, and then the good news starts to pile on, and then you just keep seeing new highs and new highs and new highs.
It's true. It's true.
Expect more China news out of Tesla in the coming days, probably, as we keep making new highs. And my chart is now black, so
There's nothing wrong with the black chart. I mean, you know how I use black charts myself. On the show, our producer has told us that the white charts are easier for you guys to look at. So that's what we do.
I prefer to trade with black charts, but when I'm watching the show, or when I have been, I do prefer the white charts. It is easier.
You can bald can if you guys want to see the setup and everything, because then they can see. If you're tuning in for the first time, I don't know if we have the shot, because there's one that's over our head. I call it the bald cam because I'm older than Max, obviously, and I have a bit of a bald spot. But I have screens. That one you can kind of get a look at it there. There's my hand. I have black charts up. I got trade ideas, and then I got some level 2s over there, and all the other stuff here. And then I show you guys this chart, which is always full screen. and I can toggle between like my 15-minute, my daily, and that kind of thing. But yeah, that's the white chart showing. It's the only one. Every other one of my charts are black because I found that's just easier on the eyes. And yeah, you're staring at screens all day long. Some people wear those Ali G glasses is the name for the blue light, whatever that. Oh yeah. The Ali G glasses. That's the bald cam right there. So you can see that. And I didn't even know that I was getting a little bit thin there until I came on the show, and then I was watching and it's like, what the heck? Oh man, really? That's happening already? And so I call it the bald cam now. But I just rang the register at 180.50 on Apple. The slowest grind to the upside continues to grind to the upside. And for absolute ish and giggles, BAOS touched 14.51, pulled back to 13.25, resisted a halt down, and is back to where the height is.
Yeah, and Carvana did exactly what I described wanting to see out of it. Breaks that 24.50, does a wick down about 15 cents, and then right back above. So probably should be long right now. We're back above 25. I mean, you know, we got 20 minutes left, and this could go $20 in 20 minutes potentially. Well, I mean, it would halt up and then open $20 higher, but I'm not actually expecting that to happen. But possible new highs coming in for Carvana. A little light pullback right into resistance, and then goes back up. It's kind of been doing this all day. Although maybe it does it like this time where it just holds and consolidates into the close.
I can see that.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's gone a long way, 62% today. For, what is the float on Carvana? 85 mil float, so it's actually kind of a small float, but
it's not that big.
A lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of interest on this one. It's
Ja,
not done
bare
double its float in volume
på en
today,
måte greit.
160 million, so I feel like, you know, people could be placing their bets, covering their longs into the close, and we don't get that blast off. If we do, big FOMO for me, but I won't be trading it anymore because my setup has come in and gone. Same thing with Tesla, where, yeah, that one does the same thing that I was kind of looking for on it. And, you know, we're back at highs basically.
Yeah, I mean, most things are making their way back up. Like I was sort of saying, Microsoft wasn't all that strong. I'm just going to pull it up over here. So I just took, there was a bit of a spike there in Apple. Now this chart doesn't want to load. My Microsoft, I wanted to bring my black chart down. Okay, that's just not loading on Microsoft. That sucks. So, okay, there's Apple. It just got to 180.75. We were just at 50, so I took some out at 50. I had an offer at 75. We just got filled pretty quickly. Hopefully this will load up. Microsoft is getting off the schneid. Normally, if there was more time in the day, I think this has room to get to the high, as the NASDAQ is trying to go to the high, but I'm not going to be taking it. Coin doing absolutely nothing. That BAOS is nuts, man. So it just ran the highs again and started to come back in. If I was willing to pay for locates, it's shown you a couple of wicks above 14 and then rejections. So that usually would be like a short.
Jeg husker lenge snart jeg så på tidsstillingen begynte
And
å
the
klokka
spread,
7-8.
and the fact that locates probably cost like 50
Du
cents a
legger
share.
seg sånn 10
Yeah, I
eller
was
way
just
too
going to
late.
say they're probably like 50 cents or $1 a share for those locates.
10,
I'm not going to pay for it, but I'm curious. I'm going to check. I'm going to say it's 27 cents a share.
I'm going to guess 69.
Så ja, men vent da.
Of course you did. Okay, I'm just going to do this.
Så har
You explain why you thought it would be 69 cents a share.
No, I think it could be like $1 per share or something. These like 400K floats, there's pretty much no short availability.
Or unavailable.
Usually.
What? It could be unavailable.
Oh, it could just be unavailable too as well. Yeah, Upstart just gave it up, kind of. So Carvana's staying up, and Upstart gives up that 3250 area.
A bit of a pullback happening. Oh no! Are you? No way. 1 cent a share? Really? That's a recipe for disaster.
I mean,
That is way
that
too
could mean
cheap.
that this is trading at $50 to $70
That is way
tomorrow.
too cheap.
If
So
it's
what-
that easy to short.
Why that matters is because day traders, like if it's 1 cent a share for us, that means most people can short this at will.
Yeah.
You know, they think it's either really cheap or maybe it's free for some people, which doesn't make any sense with a 400,000 float. So there's a lot of day traders that would see that as a good opportunity. That if it pulls back into 11, oh my goodness, I can go short 14 with a 50-cent stop, and if it Huadunks down, I'm getting $2. Well, if everybody thinks that way in the short term because they don't want to go long the top, and it's costing them nothing for the borrows, you get screwed. I had a lesson on this in, was it Meagle? No, it wasn't, I forget what stock it was. And I remember after I got burned on it and it almost shut down, and then I found out, I'm like, oh yeah, it was free for locates, and that's why and then I found out how bad like other day traders had done on that stock that day.
Yeah.
You want to stay away from them if it's way too cheap. You almost want to be paying something.
I recall
It wasn't Neagle, it was something.
Viru. Sean said, I think that was my first day live.
Was it Veru? No.
And Sean comes into the meeting and he says, "This is one of the worst stocks in day trade in the world history."
It might not have been
because
Veru.
so many people got blown up on this one.
It was similar, but Veru happened after this one, and I remember I didn't get burned on Veru because of the other one that I was like, yeah, never try your retracement strategies on the ones that are dead on free.
I find that the ones that are free, if they kind of like keep waking up and coming back down and waking up all morning, and then the afternoon they suddenly break out, like those breakouts can be crazy.
And what they usually do is it'll set it up. So come to BAS for a quick second. Like it'll set it up like this, where it wicks over, so you're short the 14. It looks good, and then it gives people reasons to add, like confidence to add here. Like it's looking really, really good, but it never really breaks the 13. So you have people piling into the short because it keeps on looking fantastic. Maybe they're scalping out of it, and then it runs the high. And so it's anybody that has like the big money knows that day traders are going to get caught in that trap where they keep creating these little dips. Like if you're long a boatload soaking up the float, like you can just cover a little. You know what I'm saying? You're covering the float. You just cover a little bit to cause it to come down, make the shorts think it's good. They pile into it again, and then all of a sudden you just buy that back in, which you already had, take it up to the high of the day and run the stops, and then they get squeezed and it halts up, and rinse and repeat that a few times, and you get DWAC, you get Veru. There's another one that I'm forgetting as well. I had to get more shares out of Apple. It's starting to pull back. It got to this is still BAOS. This just happened, Huadong on Apple, 180.80. The imbalances are, I didn't get an update on it, but I'm assuming it's probably still nothing. Yeah, the update is still nothing. 73 to the sell side still. Absolutely nothing. So that's going to be it's going to be a nothing burger on these imbalances. Microsoft is pulling back in here. I might just get out of Coinbase before it even runs this stop. What's the point? It is going to break. It's going to break. Coinbase is going to break down. Like he keeps touching this, and it's probably just going to scream to the downside here. So I'm out of Coinbase. It got 20 cents in the money. I didn't take much out, and now it's going to break down. Lose about 15 pennies on that. HKD is not the stock I'm thinking about. HKD was absurdly expensive for locates. So maybe it's moving. Yeah, it didn't really move much. When HKD went to 2,500, there was nobody paying for those shorts. No. I don't remember how expensive it was, but it was enough that nobody here would have ever have even paid for 100 shares. It was just it was so absurd that it didn't make any sense. Because if you didn't take the trade, you're like, that's not worth it. Yeah. You had to know you're taking the trade, and then where were you going to take the trade, and how the hell were you going to get out if you were wrong? That was HKD.
I recall I was on vacation when HKD started popping off, and I messaged some of the guys in the back who had that 500 breakout that looked amazing. It went straight to 650. They're like, "Are you insane?
No,
you would not trade that."
No, nobody traded
it. Was $30. Yeah, nobody traded that.
Nobody traded. Trust me. Like people traded HKD when it was underneath $100.
Yeah.
And when it came back down underneath, like maybe 200 even, like honestly, it was under $100. That's where people were trading it. CVNA's coming back down in. 2 minutes to the imbalances. We'll get them to you live, everybody. But CVNA, it's still above 24.5, but it's definitely winding down a little bit here. Not really seeing the same buying here. Tesla is still going.
Yeah.
Apple's trying to go, but Tesla is still at that high of the day. We'll see. I just want to see the imbalances come out at this point. If it comes out buy side, after it being a very small sell, maybe you get another push to the upside late here in the day. But I doubt putting anything new on there after the way it's gone here today. And I'm going to double check to see if Kat gets to ring the bell today. Katrine, does she on the day Carvana went absolutely nuts? Oh no, Katrine doesn't get to ring the bell because we didn't get to 1,000 likes.
We didn't get to 1,000 likes when Carvana's up 60% today, doing 200 mil shares of volume.
BAOS too. Don't sleep on. What is it called again?
Baosheng Media.
Baosheng Media Group Holdings. Don't sleep on that either. It's not just all about Carvana.
Yeah.
It's all about Carvana.
It is. But, you know, a slightly degenerate possible swing idea on a BAOS with that float would be just to risk everything that you put into it and think, you know, maybe this goes to $100 in the next couple days.
Your risk is
Just
your
just risk everything. Just whatever you put into it, it could go to 0, and you know maybe it goes to 100. That's like a 10 to 1 basically.
or you could actually have a stop underneath $8,
Yeah, you could do
and,
that
there,
too.
and therefore risk like 50 to 60%.
Yeah,
I mean, like really, like if it's breaking $8,
it's not going.
it's not going.
It's not
So you don't actually have to ever hold anything to 0. I don't think you like the only trades that are risking to lose everything are options bets. Like everything else, you have a stop, even if it's something ridiculous.
Some small caps, if they do like an offering and they're at $12, but you're still getting out at
still
like
getting
4,
You're still
probably.
getting out at 4. Like you take something at 5, you might get out at 1. You take you take a 25-cent break or a 50-cent break, you get out at 25 on a
Yeah.
penny stock. Like there is always an out. There's always an out.
Unless you take too many shares. And Tesla's at 235 right now, so
Remember the
did it come
flash
out
crash?
high?
Oh, so the imbalances just dropped. ICE have not gotten a big update from Brendan just yet, but let's see what we're staring at here. Nothing really moved. I didn't see Apple go. This is really slow. Google's a buy to 1.1 million, Palantir 700,000, Cisco 600,000, Apple's a sell 600,000, Intel, who cares? Lucid 600,000 buy. I might just take out Apple right now because it looks like with a sell imbalance and a lot paired off, the market not doing a heck of a lot. Yeah, not much on the way to the imbalances. Some smaller names here, some small caps that are showing up for a couple of million. None that I'm familiar with, ET, CRBG, and then a penny stock up there. So Google's probably the big one, up 1 million to the buy side on Alphabet. And of course it's going down. So here you go. Kind of a buy and balance on Google that it does not care about whatsoever.
Yeah,
It's a
I'm
bit
not
of a
seeing
nothing
anything on Tesla either. I was thinking like, you know, maybe you could take a breakout on Tesla if it came out with a big buy imbalance here off that 235 level, but it does end up holding that. There's like 2,000 lots there on the offer. I'm hoping that it does pull back and hold that, and we can take that breakout tomorrow morning. I'm expecting that to be done after hours of pre-market, though.
That would be sick.
I fully expected Tesla to get to 235 today, but I kind of just stopped trading it after it got to 233. Probably should have reloaded back
Shoulda,
there.
woulda, coulda.
But, you know, Carvana's probably more fun anyway, which is consolidating above that 2450. So
Today was a day.
a lot of people.
Today was a day that you cannot be mad. If you got Carvana, then you can't sit there and be like, oh, there's any other trade out there that I should have had.
Exactly.
That's sort of the thing. Like I'll lament my day.
Selvfølgelig tror jeg den skal ned.
I did about as, you know, to be whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm glad.
Jeg tror Tesla skal doble seg.
It should have halted.
Jeg tror det skal ned først.
It should have.
They should have halted at 21.
And, like, you know, I was long at 18 twice. And sadly, like, I only took half off into this move and then stopped out for a loss and got back in half size here.
I thought it's tricky. I think it's
Where-
trickier down there.
Yeah, it was definitely hard, but this is kind of a setup that I have when it breaks a level and then holds it this way, and then you're just risking down to this wick here.
So why didn't you? So can I ask? We have 7 minutes to go here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Congratulations, anyone to Carvana. Can we put your chart back up there? Put up Max's chart. Because my one question is, if you like it holding the higher low, and I'm pointing there so you know what I'm looking at, why not like have it when it breaks the teal? Like I know you like it here; it's a better price, but if it breaks the moving averages, or even
Back
close
to the upside, like
Yeah.
add more here. Because this was, I stopped out and then got back in here.
Oh, so yeah, but so it breaks here, and you added here, not like.
Oh yeah, this was a 19 level.
Oh, that was 19 even break.
Yeah,
Okay.
so 19 even, and it stopped there the first time, so it was kind of giving me indications that 19 would be the spot.
Gotcha.
But I was willing to this was like a 50% add, so I was willing to kind of risk this down to like basically break even on that. I don't know, I mean, could have been better. If I didn't add on 20 today, I think, you know, I'd still be holding a piece on that 18 level, but pretty happy with what happened on Carvana today.
Can't hate. Someone just said Tesla, sell or hold.
I would hold Tesla, but, you know,
I mean,
not
it's-
financial advice.
In a
Hørte du
long
på meg
term,
nå?
I hold Tesla. And
Jeg hørte du switcha til engelsk og bare
I
sånn.
mean, in the long term, I don't really sell anything because for the long term, that goes okay. If
Kan
you
vi
look
snakke
at the
norsk, da?
up move that it's on, I mean, if it breaks out from here, like what are
Ja,
we
hun snakker
talking
norsk.
about? At that point, you got to go. Ours don't split adjust. That's kind of frustrating. Yeah, there's really no big levels until you get to 290. I mean, 250 is an obvious one. Here, I'm just trying to very quickly as I talk switch my trade idea so you can see the weekly chart. Like, look at the weekly chart on Tesla.
We're really breaking out now.
Like,
on
look at you
Tesla.
breaking out. Like, is that giving a reason to get out of it? Like, what's the reason to be out of this? Like, it's blowing through this level on the weekly, and as I said, 290, 300 is really the next resistance. I would say 260 here, where it had a big gap down. That could be a little bit of something, but yeah, I mean, if you look at the trend upside right now, it's pretty solid on Tesla as far as that. In terms of what's happening literally now, there's 150,000 shares that's about to take it on the offer at 235. Almost said something else. I can't say that. So 235 up top. It is about to break 235. There was size up there. About half of it's been filled. Actually, more than that has been filled now on. I still have Carvana or BAOS on there. It did just turn around here, 235 holding out. You should crack that because there's less than 5 minutes to go.
This is cheers to the longs on Tesla today.
There you go.
All the way up
I
to
can't cheers with
235.
water because that's actually not right to do. And I didn't make money on Carvana, so I'm not going to drink anything. Is it as good as it looks?
You want to try?
Hell no, I don't want to try
You know what
that.
it kind of tastes like? A fruit roll-up.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to have any.
Yeah.
So
Not the best, not the best. But,
congratulations, but they didn't exactly keep the fridge well stocked for Carvana Day here today.
Yeah, they should have known. Should have known for sure. As Carvana does do that little 24 dance again, so
It's
once
still
again
up
just
there.
bouncing. It looks like people are really covering this one, but we are on a bit of a downtrend coming into the close on Carvana. I would love for this to be the start of something. That would be
Start of something big.
crazy. The start of something big, get to like 100, 200, 500 bucks, like GameStop. That'd
What
be
was
awesome.
it? So its run high was where is it? I'm just
480 or something.
Was it Carvana's?
Yeah, Carvana.
Was it
at
not? No, 380. 380.
380?
Yeah, so Carvana's was 380. So its squeeze high was $380. What goes up?
I don't think that was squeeze. That was just
Okay,
pure,
no. Okay, fine.
like moment.
Oh, well,
like they thought this company was actually valued at $400.
they thought a lot
a
of
share.
companies were valued at some utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Shall I pull up a chart of Silvergate,
Yeah,
Virgin
exactly.
Galactic, Lemonade? I'm just naming the ones that I had on the way up.
Yeah.
What else is out there? You guys know Tesla breaking 237, 235. 235, Vana. We just want to see it. We just want to see these things go. It's a lot
Wow,
of
the
fun
break was
sometimes, whether you
good.
have it or not. It was a decent breakout there on Tesla.
Usually those
breaking
ones
point.
into the end of the day are kind of nasty and they chop around.
There's no time left on the
Yeah.
clock. That's the problem.
But you get like 20 cents right away on that breakout. That's, I mean,
Not
that's pretty
bad.
good for the end of the day if you're trying to pad the stats going into the close.
Yeah,
ain't my
padding the
kinda trade.
stats. There was a trader, and it was about 350, and I was sitting behind him when this happened, and he was trying everyone made a big note about the G note, get up a G note or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So
The comma
this
club.
trader, who shall remain nameless, was at $991 and change, and he was like, all I have to do is take 1,000 shares for 1 penny, and then I'll be over $1,000. And so his in that next 10 minutes, he proceeded to shut himself down. That's just the long and short of it. I don't have enough time to tell the whole story, but he didn't trade one time for 1,000 shares. He got in, lost 3 cents, and now he needed 4 cents. But he's like, well, if I just take 2,000 shares, and then he shut himself down. I think he was LFT'd and still up on the day,
Yeah.
a couple $100, but that's one of those painful lessons to learn. Like, what difference does it make if you made 991 or 1,001? If that matters to you, that's 100% your ego. Brendo has the earnings board. There's one big name tomorrow morning that I completely forgot about.
DocuSign?
Neo. Well, DocuSign
Oh,
too.
before they open. Yeah,
Yeah.
Neo.
Neo reports.
You know, Neo is always good to trade on earnings.
Yes, I hope so. It's got an $8 break maybe.
To the upside.
Well, so here's what $8 looks like. It actually was above this in the pre-market. But it's been, come to my chart for a second if it bothers to load up here. Keep going, keep load, PC load letter. There you go. Like if it gets above here, there is an actual gap from 9 that it could start to fill in. But it opened above or in the pre-market and then just fell all day today, which is higher lows setting up. Like every time it's quadrooned, it's had just racing back the last few days. Like it goes down and then just races up like 60, 70 pennies. So I think there could be a chance for it to go. I hope it happens because we want to be able to trade it. And Neo, they never report at the same time. It's always hard to lock down when it is, but I always trust Brendan when he says this is what's going to happen. So 1 minute to go. Did we get to 1,000? Oh my goodness, 946 likes only. No
Brutal.
1,000 likes. Katrine, we didn't get to 1,000 likes. They don't want to see you ring. They don't want to see you ring the bell. Apparently, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Carvana will go to 45. Max said. Max said it, not me. You did say it's going to 45.
I said 45 target. I didn't say it's going there, though.
No, I
So,
heard you say it's going to 45.
That's
Max said it's going to 45. You hit the like and subscribe, and Carvana shares.
all-time highs.
Okay,
All-time
we're over
highs.
1,000 now. Katrine will ring the bell.
All
All-time highs is 380 we just looked at.
Well, you know.
If that goes,
Somebody told me that Volkswagen squeezed on like 35% short interest.
with the Volkswagen squeeze there was something fundamentally different about that compared to other ones. You got to look that one up. Like read it up on Investopedia. It was vastly different. I can't explain it in 10 seconds, but yeah, that was way crazier than anything we've ever seen. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and I had to cancel. Casino closed. Yeah, Volkswagen was wild, man. Like it was wild. Like it should never have happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't usually see a squeeze like that on a name that is that big and heavily traded and a very legitimate company. And yeah, look it up. It's definitely worth the read. There should be a movie. Well, I guess there should be like a movie on short squeezes. Like,
Yeah.
why isn't there a Netflix?
There's a Netflix one on GameStop.
Yeah, but
But
no.
It's kind of like, it's not technical though. It's like kind of
That's
for
right.
entertainment purposes.
Like I want something like The Big Short, where it's going to tell you
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
It's going to tell you the story, but it's going to give you some more nuts and bolts, and you can learn a little bit more about the mechanics of what goes on here. Before I keep rambling on about it, let's go to Brent and see how the market ended up.
Yeah, a bit of a choppy end to the day, guys, depending on where you're looking. We were talking a little bit earlier about some relative weakness in banks. Once again, I'll highlight here the Russell 2000, 0.34 to the downside when all is said and done. Everything else, though, in positive territory outside of the TSX here in Toronto. A little bit weak on energy and some metals that were downside today. It was all about tech, though. 1% for the composite, 1.27 there for the NASDAQ. 100 leading the day.
NASDAQ finishing up, looking pretty nice. The ES was okay. BAOS hit $15 and then pulled back 10%, but that's still deep in the money if you got it. Thank you for the super chat, Lilia Nene. 1 trillion. 1 trillions, one love, fire. I like it. Thank you very much, Lilia. Thank you to everybody out there. Thank you to Max for filling in for Sean. You're going to be here tomorrow, so I really do hope that Carvana goes to 45.
Yes.
And I will just copy all of your trades and not take any halts to the upside because they're no good.
You guys are going to see some interesting facial expressions if Carvana is still running tomorrow, because you can't hold back on those ones, even if you're live on YouTube.
Oh, there's some really good ones. When like I remember DWAC. There's some moves out there like HKD. There's a point where HKD goes over like a 1500 somewhere on YouTube where like I don't realize I'm on camera and the stock's going on. I'm just like doing this like what the hell? And I'm on camera the whole time, just completely dumbfounded. But thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute blast. I want to thank obviously Yannick doing a fantastic job on the midday, kind of half filling in for you. Sharif doing a great job on the 1s and 2s. We've had Prad, Alfredo. Fabian doing a great job. As always, Brendan is the absolute man. Hope Sean does really well in his golf, and I hope he gets to play because the air is not supposed to be very good in the next couple of days here in Toronto.
Yeah.
So I hope he's able to get out there. Any final thoughts there, Brendo?
Sorry, guys. Prad's talking to me. I missed what you said.
Yo, Prad, man. Come on, man.
I didn't see anything. No.
Okay, so nothing happening just yet. We do have DocuSign after the bell, Neo before the bell tomorrow. It has been an absolute blast. Carvana to the moon. That is Brendan. That is Maximilian. I'm Neil. This is Trader TV Live. We will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
So right now.
Ja, så har jeg med aksjetips, skjønner dere. Tesla har gått sånn 10%. Er vi et bull-marked? Vi tror at det er et lite bull-run, men markedet er bearish tall som kommer. Men det er liksom det er flere ting som skjer nå. Du har store blue chipsene som har gått, og så har du small cap-casene som prøver å komme etter. Hvis ikke de klarer å komme etter nå, og blue chipsene faller, så faller markedet. Jeg tror markedet skal falle. Nå kommer den ned. Hvis jeg hadde kjøpt noe, så hadde jeg tatt masse. Ja, men jeg tror ikke shorter med. Jeg sitter og følger med. På live prater. Skal jeg logge meg. Ha det. Ok, vi kan trade en time med meg nå hvis du vil. Vil du at jeg skal kjøpe nå? Da får jeg opp den. Nå kjøpte jeg. Se så langt han bruker. Jeg må logge meg ut igjen. Ja, kjøpte på meg. Har ikke noe å si. Jeg har det er ingenting å si. Det er så lite.
Overall, very green. Big change from the last we spoke.
Ja, for det er PC-en er dritt, liksom.
Earnings name inside of the tech group.
Jeg må få en ny PC.
Almost 9% to the upside. Nvidia, yeah, we'll talk about this Microsoft
Jeg har
story here a little bit
bare tatt
more.
ut 2,500.
5% right now for Nvidia shares to the upside, right at day highs. Microsoft also gaining on that.
Ja, men det er jo ikke minst at den PC-en er ballepreik. Se, du hadde faktisk rett.
Clean energy names also moving. Enphase, SEDGS up for
Ja,
solar.
der. Ta gevinst da, den lille der.
See how
Ta
small
gevinst.
2.75 is compared to.
Nei, nå kommer den ned, vet du. Nå er det null. Nå er det minus.
MPWR, ABGO to come. Down.
Nå går den ned igjen.
Some of the travel names still holding on to gains like they were this morning.
Ikke på nedadgående trend.
CLH all positive on the
Nå er
day.
det null.
Media, Marriott, Booking.com, to name a few. There's
Ja,
an AAD
nå er det minus.
5.5% on top of what happened yesterday to the downside for advanced auto parts. Banks still leading as far as the group is concerned. Industrials are here.
Nå er det minus
Yeah, big move for energy as I
Ja,
was
den faller med.
mentioning there. Crude oil, almost 4% to the upside.
Nå er det minus.
SLB, BKR, DBN,
Sånn sitter jeg hele tiden.
Du
Du blir gal i huet.
6.5% in
Du følger med. Nå tror jeg han skal ned da. Jeg tror du tar feil nå.
few hours makes if you're wondering about DG here.
Nei, jeg kjøpte noe treigt. Det er bra, for det er på vei ned. Hadde jeg kjøpt før, så hadde jeg tatt mer penger.
3% in the red as well off of a forecast.
Oi, nå får du kanskje rett. Eller gjør du det? Eller gjør du ikke det?
Retail side of things.
Så ta gevinst, nå er det gevinst.
Is going well. Let's get into a pretty exciting move here as far as Nvidia
Okay,
and Microsoft
du bestemmer.
are
Si ifra, skal ta.
concerned. Coming off this
Jeg trykker bare.
regarding the two that they're going to team up with CoreWeave.
Ja, det er ikke akkurat så mye, men det er bare for at du skal være med.
That Nvidia invested over $100 million.
Gjør du det mange ganger?
So
Oi,
it's
i
actually-
helvete, så ta
It
den.
is Nvidia, but it's
Skal jeg ta den?
CoreWeave company, which
Så er
is
det
a
sykt, da.
SaaS company for further
Okay.
AI dealings. It looks like so a nice move here. 5+ now for Nvidia. A bit of a pullback back towards this 398 area. Guys, Microsoft and Nvidia keeping on the AI train here.
Ok.
With that Nvidia move, because quite frankly, I should have left it alone
That-
with the
Tom?
first breakout trade, because I just lost money on that. Trying to chase it multiple times on the break of the high of the day. I kind of felt like you'd go to 400 on that move.
Se da, nå falt det.
Broke 398. Looked like
Du traff helt perfekt.
Tried to get through 399.
Helt perfekt.
Come to my
Helt-
turn for a
helt
second
perfekt.
because it was,
Du
it
traff
was a bit
helt
of a
perfekt.
mess. Like I got
Helt
a long
perfekt.
off the 398 break and it went to 99, and then I went for the 399 break.
Ja, men det er jo ingen som følger
Instant
med.
40-cent hit, took more shares on the
Dropp
break
helt
than I
perfekt.
did on the dip buys. Had the dip again, that worked to 399, and then just got back in, reloaded at 98 half.
Stenger, nå stenger det at 11.
98 even, that ended up breaking, and it's still kind of going sideways. I feel like this should be
Skal du
tested
kjøpe nå?
400 on a day like
Kom
today.
ned den.
when the
Nå
market
var det
is
heldig.
strong, but we'll see what happens.
Traff på
We had
topp.
some holdover positions
Ja.
earlier, but
Hadde du
right now
sittende
my
nå, så hadde du
eyes are
tapt.
sort of set on Nvidia. Is
det
it going to get to 400? 400 would have been the
Ja, det var
area
litt
to
spesielt.
reject.
Og du sa til og med
Maybe
antall
399.50 is
pips.
close enough. I just
Antall
not convinced on
pips.
it yet. Oh, by
Ok,
the
så
way,
du kjøpte
Tesla's
Krimen,
great
kjøpte
side today. Apple is
Ja,
on march
jeg
back
takker
to
pip.
180. I don't know if you guys were watching, but Apple was at 180 for a
Ja,
little
det
bit
var
and could head back there again. So rinse and repeat. I think it's a short and then a reversal. That's what was earlier happening. I was actually betting more on the reversal.
Ellers blir vi
so I
alle-
didn't
ellers blir vi
really
bare
do that
sitte
well on
her.
the short
Jeg
trade.
sitter her hele dagen.
Because I wanted the break of 180.
Ja, du skal
wanted
dra
to
nå,
get
da.
for more than I was
Bestille og
willing
dra.
to.
Kan du shorte?
Yeah, we
short nå.
we made everything back
Ja,
on
jo,
Apple. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But right now it's Microsoft
Skal
and
vi altså
Nvidia.
selge
So
på nytt?
you know, a little bit late to the party,
Selge.
obviously, as it broke through. It got
Klar,
close enough. We
nå
went long at 80, 398, 80.
Nå shorter jeg.
Then we
Du
averaged
begynner, det begynner, så er det be, ja.
20, we got some out at 399.
Ja,
So
så
that was a good trade.
det begynner i
Right
minus
close,
nå.
398, we got out. And now I'm
Se.
starting to build the short against
Ja,
400.
snart. For da
It's
begynner,
pretty
oi, nå
simple.
tror jeg
Like, if we don't take 400, I want to be short this name, and I'm not going to like sit here and worry about $1 or $2 or anything like that. Hopefully, we can get short now and then let it drop back in as the market continues to take out new highs. Like right now, like
Da har du
1.3%.
akkurat tjent
We
10
still have
poeng.
bears over here, by the way. Beside us,
Really?
but,
I didn't even notice.
yeah, 14,500 coming into play. So I feel like that's all the way up here. And if we can get to that, then yeah, we
Står
are.
der.
Getting ready to bust out again here on Nvidia and on the market. This is the last recent high. We got as high as 14,571 right there. So
Men
this is coming into play.
jeg er
We
ikke
have
sikker at det
Frank
går
Warner
nå,
coming
kanskje det
up.
går i
He's
morgen.
probably going to talk all about some of the JOLTS numbers and some of these recent economic data points we've gotten. And then we do have the quarter point hike coming, hopefully.
Hvis den kommer ned
for the
her
Fed.
nå,
That will
så
definitely
da
check
kan
that
den
out
droppe
as
helt
we
ned
go.
til
But
hit.
so far, so good here. Apple, we just got the reload.
Nei, men det er det som kan
right
se
at
sånn.
180 again.
Se, nå er det penger, nå er
My
det
chart
penger.
for this has been absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if you guys have noticed, or I put out some tweets there today, but we paid bills with these
Og du må
fills.
dekke
Like
shorten.
all these shorts.
Jeg
Look
trykker,
at this.
skal jeg gjøre det
For
nå?
1 hour, we just kept on. It was like a printing press around here. We just kept on taking a little bit of cash, taking a little bit of cash, and then eventually boom to the downside there, getting a little bit of love back down near 179.50. So we shorted again. We're short Apple. Watch out for 180. If it breaks, it's quite simple what the plan is here. You get out on a 180 break.
Å, fy faen, så har... Nå har du tjent en krimi.
Close Apple.
All right, Salesforce on the board there from this morning. It ends up being a bit of a tricky trade. I mean, it was so volatile. I was actually watching this at the open this morning. So volatile, not a lot of liquidity. Initial move was down. Gets everyone out around that 206 and then just kind of grinding up here.
Yeah, the look on them is they're carrying a lot of capital costs, and that's going to hurt them in the long run, or so say the analysts. We also didn't hear much with respect to concrete orders going forward. With respect to their use of AI, he mentioned that a lot in the interview with Kramer. I'm talking about Ben Benioff, the CEO of Sierra.
Yeah, Einstein. Get ready for Einstein, guys, attached to Slack possibly. But I was just reading through this again. There was, there was a couple of price target increases on this and positive notes from analysts overall. So from the analyst point of view here, 2 or 3, Bernstein, Piper Sandler, Canaccord as well, mostly positive even with this move aftermarket downside.
With the move, okay, so just to get this out of the way, Apple gets them out in front of 90, gets them out in front of 80, gets them out in front of 70, and then see what happens. If 180 breaks, it breaks. I thought CRM was along at 200. Suffice to say that I didn't trade it today because it didn't get anywhere near 200. Everything was way too strong for that today. It was a big time hold for the stock right at the open off 206, and then it's off to the races. It might even set up for a top break at 215. Crazier things have happened. This market seems to want 2% today. If we do get a 2% day, great. The 200 level was also the 50 period on the daily. It was absolutely gorgeous. Apple, if you see me looking up every 2 seconds, I'm reversing the Apple. I'm reversing Apple at 180 to go long. But look at this 215 setting up on the 15-minute chart for a possible break on CRM. It's not alone. There's a lot of things right now that are setting up for that. Like NVIDIA is going to be at 400 at the same time. Like, this is nonsense. You have so many things at the highs ready for breaks that there are scalp trades galore if you like scalping off the top, reversals, breakouts. If you don't enjoy it, then you don't like markets that move, quite frankly. I don't think I'd be taking this trade because there's way too much else happening. But I'm glad CRM went up. Still going to be out of the money in my long term because I think I'm at like a 220, 222 something is my, 221 something is my cost base. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. We'll see what happens here with CRM. I don't want the breakout. I think it was not that bad of a quarter, but they didn't really blow it away the way that that NVIDIA did, and that's a lot of the reason why I think you had a bit of a downtrend early on in the pre-market, but the recovery was everywhere. Everything that was down, with the exception of Dollar Tree and Lucid, I want to say, everything else that was down on earnings got back to the upside today. Bless you.
Got that covered.
Oh, you got the mute? Nice.
No, no,
I never get the
I
mute
hit my
fast
mic.
enough.
I hit the mic.
I never get it fast enough. It's like
muted there.
I got Sharif's old man hands when it comes to hitting. the
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys are old. Okay, so we just so our average price on NVIDIA, like we put on a much bigger position right here at 399.45 or whatever it was. Where's my
God, that's
fill?
at
40s actually only. So now it's up to 400. So we break, we're out. I mean, here it goes, right up to 400 bucks. We were able to get something out there at O's, which was nice on that little bit of a dip buy. But here we go, NVIDIA looking to take it out, man. Again, huge high move here. It's too bad because we were already long, but that's okay. We're short at 399.15. This will be about $1
long.
plus slippage break to the upside again. So let's wait to see what happens. We're here to take a shot on NVIDIA, and unfortunately, yeah, shots fired right now to the downside here is missing. So here we come. Maybe we do get a little bit of a pullback, and guess what's happening again?
Apple.
Uh-oh.
Apple
We're
is-
doing it again. What's up to Brittany one more time? Because here it comes back, right back in again. And yeah, we did it again, guys. Apple just getting some more out at 90. Look, it's an amazing 8-cent trade, but this is what we've been doing. And you're just, like I said,
That's the trade.
this is the trade. And when as long as it's the trade, then it's the trade. So we'll sit here and wait to see what does happen with all this. So yeah, so far so good. NVIDIA now pulling back nicely. So I got to get some bids out here because that was not expected. Oh, we missed. Did we get anything on that bid? No, we didn't. So too busy watching Apple and counting pennies instead of dollars here. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to pull back down. We just took a fill at 90 there. Just releasing some pressure really on this trade. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a flush down on this name into the 70s again and take a fill down here. So let's go NVIDIA, putting some bids now back into the 50s. Here it is. We're making a lot on this now, baby. Let's go NVIDIA. Bring the pain to the south side, not north side, wow. South side there. We're just bidding 64. I saw me on the bid, but we did not have a fill. So hopefully that'll come back in a little bit right now. You know what? I'm going to take an 80 and cancel that 64. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Downside on NVIDIA.
Just watching some of these yields trying to bounce as well. Here is a quick look at the 10-year. Back to the upside. I mean, we came right down to support and bounced nicely today, trying to hold back above 3.6 on the 10-year. There is the 2-year as well. Not as strong, but trying to bounce. Frank Caberna coming up here at 2:45, about a half an hour. We'll get his take on what's to come tomorrow, because, oh, yeah, it's non-farm payrolls day. Yeah. Tomorrow morning at 8:30. Make sure you're with us. We'll bring that to you live as it happens. CrowdStrike, almost all the way back, if you can believe it. It was 8%, I feel like, is what we were talking about this morning. But, I mean, we were sitting here this morning, you and I, talking about the fact that, you know, there's not a lot of bad in this report. I mean, a little bit of question marks, but overall, the stock has been doing nothing but going straight up all day.
They beat on the top and bottom lines. The only glitch in the system was they were down about 20% quarter over quarter on recurring revenue, yearly recurring revenue. But the business model for cybersecurity, I love. You and I talk about this all the time. We're just getting into a more challenging environment.
Nice look overall. Going to be a huge wick on the weekly chart, guys.
CrowdStrike's ridiculous. By the way, that wick on NVIDIA, I got in when it retraced 399. I kind of wanted the backside of the trade, which I haven't been doing enough of. So I got into it. Apparently, it hit 340 a couple times. I swear, 400. I swear it didn't hit 400 on NVIDIA, but the chart did say it does. CrowdStrike, what else can you say? Even if it's down 1.7%, there's nobody in their right mind that would be upset with the price action in terms of strength today. You could almost argue that CrowdStrike is the strongest stock in the market today because it was down so much. But what this tells you is in an industry where everyone believes cybersecurity has lots of room to grow, there's a lot of money on the sidelines that wants a piece of this pie. And when they got an opportunity to get it today, they started buying it in droves and never stopped. It just never stopped. I don't see, 160, I suppose when you look at something like this, it's easy to say hindsight, you short 160, but trust me, it looked so strong and bullish at that moment. It felt like it was going to get to yesterday's high. And if you weren't going to be wrong till 162, it's hard to get it in at 159. So, if you fade it at your own risk at this point, I guess if it double taps it, maybe it's worth a shot, but wow, what a day. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat on this one. And it makes me feel like Earlier today, I mentioned about Lululemon. Get your stink bids in just in case of Quadunks if you want to buy into something like that. I don't think you get those chances. The way the buying came into all these depressed names in the pre-market, they just got eaten up. So good on CrowdStrike. Still expensive when you think about the earnings, but it doesn't matter here today. Maybe we do see a test at the high of the day and there's a trade, but we got other fish to fry. Apple is coming right back. You guys understand what's happening here for Apple. It was an hour here before. I still think it has a chance to run this top, and I'm looking for the reversal. I'm going long on the reverse. I actually did not just reload, which is kind of stupid. I thought I was on the offer. It turns out I was not, so we're gonna rinse and repeat as many times as this wants to go. So just keep on shorting that level. As I said, I got into NVIDIA here on that retrace. I missed getting out 398 there because it bounced just shy of it. But I want this to 400 the same way. I just waited until it got above and then back down below.
All right. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with all this talk here. So CrowdStrike, if you guys remember, if you're here at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, I said do not sell this name, and at least look at it. If it takes out 135, might be something that you're concerned with, but we didn't do that. So nice little move back up to the upside. This does not surprise me. I'm a fan of this name, and I've been in the cybersecurity space for a while now. So I'm a fan of this, and I would just say, yeah, stay with this name, stay with Palo Alto, and the strong survive, man. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, good name. Zscaler, another one as well. So good day here on the daily chart for CrowdStrike, and more to come. I feel like it's a nice move. We're almost back to green. This name could go red to green. Watch out for CrowdStrike here today. But I mean, I'm in NVIDIA, AI, Apple, and SoFi. Like I have way too much to worry about. But CrowdStrike, great trade on the day if you're able to pick up anything there. I mean, there's the bottom. This is why I don't trade the earnings calls most of the time. Comes into the pre-market lows and then just rips. So we really liked it. We were talking about staying long and strong on that name, and I hope you did. So congratulations to anybody there in CrowdStrike. My best outs for NVIDIA, though, were 50s. We got twice out right there. So these were good shorts, right? So that's about $1 twice on NVIDIA right there. So we made back everything that we lost, but now we're still in shares. We still actually have 40% of this trade left. So we got out of 60% there on the way down. Now we'll have to hold out because here comes 400. So we're going to pay attention to this as it's looming, and it's 400 on NVIDIA.
Lucid day lows here, absolutely getting crushed right now, almost 20%. We're at 19 right now. I was sitting here during lunchtime. It was 655 to 650. There was just layered bids that apparently finally got pulled and maybe are getting out of their trade right now. But heavy volume here, downside. Lucid, if you missed it this morning, we were talking about it in the pre-market. $3 billion going to be raised through an equity offering, 2/3 of which is going to be picked up by the Saudi PIF fund. Yeah, they own more of it now, Brendo, and the price per share that they bought at was $680. Funny enough, let's look at the chart. We opened up today at $682. That's the high, and we've been retracing back down since. So the market not really liking what it's seeing from Lucid and this announcement. Not a good trade so far for these Saudi investors, guys, for Lucid.
Frustrated about this one because, look, I had NEO at $7, but this morning I went and looked back and I was like, I liked Intel on the dip at 31 and I got in early. It bounced off 31. I'm an idiot. Lucid I liked for a dip at 650. It bounced off 650, goes to 670. You don't see any executions for me because that's how it roll. That's how I roll apparently. So it bounced off 650, gave you your VWAP bounce, exactly what we're looking for. And then when it comes back to the key level, you can just play the break because it worked the first time for the long, and then it reverses short, and it's probably going to go to 6. Now, if there's size at 6, I guess I'm going to play that. I did get, and shout out to Renata in the chat because, quite frankly, I did miss NEO at 7 the first time, and it sucks because usually when I make a trade off of an even dollar level, it's like a gimmicky trade. So you're looking to play a lot out to VWAP and just catch the range, and maybe it extends further. Well, NEO extended a heck of a lot further than I would have anticipated. And this would be the equivalent of like Apple off to 180 going down to 177 or 176. We don't think that's going to happen. Like, I'm not trading it based on that happening. So I didn't think NEO was going to go to 760, and that's what ended up happening. And I don't think Lucid has any chance of doing that, so we're not really worried about it. But if it bounces off 6 on Lucid, I'll try to take 10 cents if that's the case. So sometimes you just got to be patient and wait for it, and take the trade that you set up to do early on in the day and not worry about what comes out in front of you. I understand, like, so much happened at key levels. It was hard not to be staring at the Apples of the world when they got there and the Teslas, because those are always going to be exciting. But there were a few, I want to call them layup levels, like that Lucid 650, holding first time, breaking second time. That's not that complicated. It's just a round number and you take the trade. If it gets there again, it's $6, we'll take a shot at it. Otherwise, I say all that and then I'm going right back over to Apple, which just gave fills down to the 80s and is right back up to 98 for a reload, it looks like.
Yeah, we got all those fills down there. We got an 86, an 87, and all of that. So far, so good here with Apple and with that. So, oh, by the way, NVIDIA, look at this. We got a 50 fill, and then we got out at O's right there as Neil was talking. So it looks like it does want to take 4 bills right now. I'm not going to reload this. We've already done enough damage here waiting for this to go down. It doesn't look like it wants to anymore. So forget about it. Here comes 400. We'll get out and just, I have the order to go. So, I was gonna say Jesus take the wheel, but NVIDIA take the wheel here, because if it does make the move to the downside, then we'll be in it. And if it takes out the top, then as long as my script order, which I'm just realizing isn't even in, breaks, then we have to get out right now. So watch out for an NVIDIA break. Yeah, okay, forgot to put my order in. Wow, that's good. All right, so now we're in there. So break of 400, and we will get out of NVIDIA. And again, man, Apple just keeps on, it's like the gift that keeps on giving over and over and over again here. And we've done this multiple times. And if you don't believe me, well, now do you? Look at all of these fills here on Apple. If I zoom back out, you'll be able to see, look at this. Cha-ching, 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 like, this is called ringing the damn register. So, you don't get out of your seat when you see stuff like this happening. And then we came all the way back down, and we got out of a very significant part. We got, like, look at this. We were shorting Apple the whole way. We made it all back just by this little move there. So, getting pretty aggressive up at the top side, but still trying to hold something out for this, right? So let's wait to see what happens here with Apple as we just continue to do the same trade over and over again. Guess where my reload is? It'll be 98. We'll see if that comes in. And then ultimately, I'm still holding. Like, I'm not getting out. I'm trying to scalp out, like, 30%, not even at these levels. Like, if it hits 85, then I'll get even more than that out. But for now, let's hold for a downside move. And there goes NVIDIA breaking 400.
Didn't get the long.
Yeah,
I don't want it. No.
We got filled at $400.30. So obviously a bad fill there. But that is the stock market for you. All right, let's go, man. Good trade on NVIDIA, but not good trade for me as it continues to break higher. Oh, we had the long there. That's too bad. Gave a little bit of money back there on that NVIDIA break, guys.
All right, just a little more background on this so everyone's completely up to speed, because we are now. CoreWeave, so it's a deal essentially between Microsoft and this company, CoreWeave. If you rewind the clock back to their NVIDIA's last earnings report, in that earnings report, they mentioned that they were going to start renting these AI-focused GPUs. So CoreWeave is actually the company that is going to do, or is doing that renting and renting out these GPUs through NVIDIA. So NVIDIA invested, I think it was over $100 million in CoreWeave, but it's actually CoreWeave, and you've been kind of pointing to this as a catalyst, is the one that's actually doing the renting.
Yeah, and we heard about this because people want to take these GPUs, take them on an LLM, a large language model, and train it on their own proprietary data, their own API. That's what they want to do, and they want to be able to manipulate that data. So this is what this computer system allows them to do. When we heard Jensen Huang, you brought it up at the last conference, talked about new revenue sources, and that's what we were saying at the desk. We want to see what those new revenue sources were, and they did not disappoint.
Clearly, still to this day, have not disappointed. So yeah, looks like Microsoft going to pack the closets with some more GPUs maybe for AI. Anyways, let's wrap things up with Chewy. What a move for Chewy today. Initially up huge in the pre-market on an absolute monster report. Again, another one that just had very, very little in the way of negativity in it on earnings.
Amazon competitor or an Amazon takeover project, I guess. Who knows? Let's look at the chart. 38 is a key level for me on the chart. Last time we were up here, it was mid-March. We topped out at that level. We haven't been up there since. I'll be looking for 38 as resistance.
I'm just double checking. 12.5 billion market cap for Chewy. So I guess that's probably at the close yesterday, but still, 12.5 billion. I actually thought it was smaller than that. But yeah, no. I mean, Amazon makes it so easy. We were saying this morning, Amazon makes it so easy. You know, same day things show up at your door, even when it comes to pets. I think I was reading during lunch. I think the difference here is there's a lot of individual brands and individual products that you might find on a Chewy where you don't.
Interesting.
On an Amazon. Rundown brought to you by Nextech3D.ai, an emerging company poised to revolutionize 3D modeling applications in the rapidly growing e-commerce industry. Their generative AI technology allows for the efficient creation of high-quality 3D models. Scan the QR code, bottom right corner, to learn more. NTAR is the ticker here on the CSE in Toronto. You can see OTC QX listing is NEXCF for Nextech 3D, guys.
So so two things today, and one of them is Chewy, and the Chewy 36, so we'll get that out of the way on the daily chart, was a bit of a breakout. It was more like 35.80. You can see here, this was the break, and you're looking at other things. At the open, you got, we always say this, you got to pick and choose what you want to trade at the open, and if you don't take an open break, sometimes it's just that's it, and then it dipped to the same price. Nothing else to see here. But there is something else that broke that I got to be accountable. Here's some accountability. For multiple days, we talked about CRM getting to $30. Now, CRM opened at 20. Everyone in the back is going crazy. I have no idea why. But $27 where Upstart was at the open. And at that point, I'm not really thinking 30 break in my head, but the 30 break was out there. That's the level on the daily chart. It was a pretty solid, it screamed into that level, but it was clean, man. It didn't reverse till it got past 31.5. So it was a good trade. I should have been in it. A lot of times something gets 10% away from your price. You're like, I'm not going to have the order out there. But you should always set an alert so that if it gets to $29.50 or something like that, or $29.10 or whatever, I'm just triggered that I know I got to go over there and look at it. I did not do that. That was a bit of a miss. Chewy I can live with because I did not want to break out at 9:30. I had made that decision strategically from a risk standpoint. But Upstart, that broke out with plenty of time. It was a good level. And there's been lots of breakouts today. And it's just, I'm also frustrated with myself on NVIDIA because the first break on the news, if I only take that trade, I'm up on NVIDIA. But I kept on going for it over and over again for more and more, and then losing, then shorting it, and then losing on the short when it broke 400, only for that to wick back down to 399. So I'm just going back to the well to Apple. I do have a Google short where it's just barcoding in front of 123.55. And SoFi we're holding on to from earlier. But right now the story for me is Apple at this 180. There's so much going. I hear 4 LATs, 4 LTAZ, Nike nearing 100. Okay, that's a big round number. There's so many names out there at key prices. Just try to pick 1 or 2 and stick to those. You almost have to today because if you can be all over the place with so many names at key levels right now.
It's ridiculous. I mean, we're still doing the same work on Apple. We've got another position right now as well. Chewy, I didn't even look at it. I think if you are a pet lover, owner like I am, like Brendo is, like Sharif is, yeah, it's pretty cool. I've been on that website before. I like it. A lot of unique things. I don't think they deliver to Canada, though, but I was an investor off. Oh, they do? Okay, good. I heard that story. Okay, good. So that was in the beginning. I was an investor in Chewy from their IPO. So it's been a good one on that. But yeah, right now I'm just watching Apple as here it goes back to the downside here a little bit. Did I just get a fill there? 94s? Okay. Yeah, we got a 94 fill there. I don't want to take 4 or 5 cents, but like I said, just 10%. If it's only going to give me that, we're using more shares than normal, obviously, as this just continues to drift higher, lower. We just keep on reloading at the same levels, 98 every time. So now that we get a little bit of a pull down, where's my next bid? 91 for much more shares. Give me it at 91 now. Oh, we didn't miss it. We missed it, but that's okay. Hopefully, there it is. Now I get it. So that's a good one right now. We spend the money on all this. But yeah, we would be up a hell of a lot more money if we you could take that off the board there, Alfredo. We're done with all that right now. But there it is, another pull back down. We just got an 87 fill, I think, there, 88 fill. And now we'll watch out because it's NVIDIA that's bothering me. we're just stuck. We're stuck long again. Like we were short. We got out on the 400 break. It wick topped. It's pretty easy trade, but missed by me. We should have been short, not long again on this name. We were short early, short late, long late, and it looks like we're going to get stopped out. I just don't want to be part of this anymore. 398.50. If it doesn't hold it, we're gone. That's the level for me. Let's see if it goes back up $1. Get me something out at 399.80 or something like that for flat, and then we'll work on that trade after that. But there goes Apple. Let's freaking go right now. This is what we're all about on the show, man. Give us that monies right now, Apple. Nice pullback down in. Hallelujah for Apple, man. I've been absolutely disgraceful on this NVIDIA trade. But there goes Apple again. We put that money in the bank again here. Give me those 81s. Yes, sir. All right, Apple, let's go. Let's start to pay some bills with this trade. Downside action now on Apple and not on NVIDIA. I'm going to take a piece out of NVIDIA right here.
The way I feel right now about Apple flushing is this is kind of like the Palantir 15 level. And I know I was one of the first people to even say to everyone we talked to, like when there's a level like this where the scalp trade's on as a day trader, you just want to make sure you're making your bank on that one and put the risk toward that because it'll end up being worth it at the end of the day and being all over the place. Like I'm looking at NVIDIA. It's like, okay, well I lost long, I lost short on NVIDIA, and if I had just taken the time and capital on NVIDIA, I could have just made another 50% on Apple by putting the risk there and being focused on taking more fills on Apple. So there is an opportunity cost on all of it. Like I haven't been rinsing and repeating my Google trade. I'm just sort of sitting in it. Same thing with SoFi. But there's other things happening. Two things I want to get to quickly is Apple. My next fill is going to be in the 70s there. UCAR apparently is going again. So this nonsense. Whoa, 70s on Apple? Let's go.
Let's go.
UCAR making more move because that, quite frankly, that's just what it does. It is all the way up at $10 again. It's running. Tesla, another one I want to get to, because it has a chance at 210 today. This is still going up. Tesla's been going only upside, super strong. It broke 200 this morning, and it could hit 210 this afternoon. But as I said, like everything should have been Apple. For good reason, it'll be my number one stock today. But I'm just angry over the fact that I decided to put risk in other places. You always have to have good risk to reward. That'll allow it to be okay, but sometimes all the risk should be in one spot. That's just how it is at times. And SoFi, we can look at SoFi. We should. It's load. There we go. It's coming back into VWAP. It could never get past that 725 level. However, it bounced once off 7 even. I did not take it. I was looking for a better test of VWAP. If it were to bounce off VWAP again, I think I'd look for a reload on SoFi. Maybe just give it to like 95 or something. But it's not really moving all that much. You can see that other stocks are moving much more heavily than SoFi right now. So yes, it was a good break at that 7 level, but there's more exciting things happening. It goes without saying at this point.
Yes, sir. Very, very exciting day right there as we, obviously we're tweeting this. I mean, the thing is we've been tweeting this out. Make sure you join me at Trader TV Sean there on Twitter, of course, because this Apple trade, it's not like this is something that we haven't been, pounding out all afternoon. And we talked about this. It only takes one trade to give you what you want, and this is doing it right now again. Look at this, nice flush down, a lot of fills. Because I don't know if it's going up or down. I mean, the Nasdaq is at the 50 period right now. Let's just keep on trading with Apple here. It's a pretty simple opportunity. You're short in front of 180. The risk, I got stopped out 29 cents on NVIDIA, which obviously sucks, but so I don't know how many cents are we going to slip up here on Apple. I said it before, I thought 20 was probably appropriate. So now that we're pulling back in 30 cents in the money, you start to get a little bit more out here, right? So this is so good so far here on Apple to that area. We're still in C3AI, by the way. We're still in it from the morning down here at 30. We took a 32 fill. No fills lower than our first in. So what a great trade. But you guys know we were watching this. Actually, we were off the show. But that went to $37, giving us. I remember Sharif was like, "Oh, where are you in at?" I'm like, "Ah, it's just a $6 winner." But that is what it was, and we should have taken it, obviously. But there it is, all the way to the upside. I didn't know. I was trying to hold out for the dream. We still have 20% left, on this trade, and we'll wait to see where we go. But C3AI kind of barcoding right now, so not doing too much. I mean, obviously we need a 35 take. I'm not going to get out of this. So if it comes all the way down, let it come all the way down, and we'll just feel that one out. Because honestly, the amount of money that we're making on Apple and everything right now, and losing on NVIDIA, those are the ones that I'm looking at now. Not C3 AI, that's kind of sleeping. There's NVIDIA right now, right back into some key levels once again, 398.60. So we'll see if it can hold that. But yeah, this long does not appear to be right down here.
Oh, just I got to get to Carvana because it's made a big run, but it's back $1 pulling back here as the market's off those highs. And this will be another situation where I don't know, I got out of this the long at like 15, 20, so it doesn't matter. I didn't hold it to that 16, 17 area, but that was the zone on the daily where the short I thought would come in. I just didn't really wait for I didn't wait for 17. And it happens. I thought there was a setup there at the 16 level. I took that one, ended up getting stopped out, and look at it go at 17. That was absolutely gorgeous. Naresh Gupta saying Lulu 365 and maybe 400.
Liking that, eh?
I mean, look, I don't own shares of Lululemon, but it's at 330. I guess you think it's going to go to 365 tomorrow, and then maybe go to 400 after that. The story for the retailers has been go down first and then rally. So I still kind of feel like the numbers might not be great, and you can still have a quadunk, and then you eventually catch a bid. But a lot of things caught bids today. Even Target caught a bid today. So I kind of felt like earlier, if you got any kind of a pullback on this stock that approached the 300, like 10% down day on Lulu was going to be a license to just try the long off the open as a day trader, and that you look for situations like that. But yeah, things after watching CrowdStrike and Macy's and every other one that you want to talk about, I'm not sure that's as likely. I'm going to get back over just quickly to update. I do still hit enter twice. I got one fill in the 60s, but last time Apple got down here, and we always say don't get up. I got up when this started pulling back and didn't double check my orders. I actually, because I didn't refill Apple the last time before I went to the bathroom, I ended up with too many shares on the bid, reversed into a long, and then it went down to 179.50. So I kind of feel like that's where you want to get some more shares out in front. And if it breaks that recent low, you could see 179 even on Apple today. At that point, I mean, I would only have like 10, 20% because I think that's how scalp trades work. But you absolutely never know. I'm still watching NVIDIA. I just feel like Apple's going to be a little bit more important. I'm out of Google. We already talked SoFi. And if you're still watching that UCAR, looks like it gave up that $10 area. Could be interesting if it makes a run at $11 here. I have no idea to price target a stock like this. These things are usually a little bit ridiculous. And it's about the fact that it has a low float. It's not a big short interest or anything like that. This is like I want to say a 7 million float on UCAR. So very tiny float, very tricky to trade if you're going to be into that kind of thing. So my focus, as we said, going to be over there on Apple, a little bit of UCAR. NVIDIA 400 could still be a thing, but it obviously has to. I think it has to get back above there, in my opinion. Oh, and one other one for you, Amazon. Are you still in Amazon?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was really early. What was that, Amazon? Oh, yeah, it was early in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I only mean because like a litany of stocks are at the high of the day today. But look at Amazon on the daily. Quickly, this is Amazon daily chart. This is Amazon right at test of that 123 high. So if it's gotten above, it's now right back beneath it. If this market were to turn around, you just saw Amazon break or fail that break of the high. So I like the money fills into that 123 level. Apple is now again in the 60s. So that's the one. It should be twice as good in my opinion. But I felt the same way about Palantir. As long as it's your best stock on that day, when it was the best opportunity, you shouldn't be too upset with yourself because it means at least you prioritized it. But at the same time, it's like that Palantir day, if you traded nothing but, or like if you traded nothing but Apple, it's always much better.
So we, I don't know if you guys, I mean, I was talking about this key level here on NVIDIA right there. So we took some more shares at 398.70 here, and now look where it is. So we were able to get some out at 399, so made 30 cents back on a piece of it. Now we got to go. I mean, now we got to go, and it needs to go. I'm sitting here at 50 just to get a piece out because the last time I didn't get it out, we went right to 45 and then dropped back down. We are quadunking a little bit, not really, but on Apple, which is now set 40 cents in the money. Let's see if this can go, man, for NVIDIA. We've made, like I just mentioned, man, Apple was like the worst stock for me today, and now we're up on it. So cannot complain on Apple at all. We danced a little bit. SoFi, oh, look at these fills on SoFi, by the way. You're like, oh man, this guy's still in it, but not really. Look at these outs. We actually tweeted this out as well. SoFi, we have a 725 fill there on SoFi. And again, this is one of those, if I just stick with sticky note names and just trade like key levels, I think we'll be okay, because we wrote down on here SoFi right at the bottom, $7 long. It's the only trade we have. We got them out around 8s, 9s, 10s, came back in, got some outs like basically for flats, 05s, 06s. It finally breaks down below. We got one piece out at 97. But our stop was down here like 90, so we were lucky that didn't fill. Then it just ripped all the way back up, and we started getting more outs again. 10s, 18s, and then eventually all the way up here at 24 we got, which is amazing. And now you're starting to fill it back in a little bit. Let's watch to see if SoFi still comes back down to the 695, 696. Obviously, as I keep talking like this, my eyes, just like what Neil was saying, we're always looking at different trade opportunities. And I got to keep an eye on NVIDIA. It just stopped again at 50 right there. So that's too bad, because we're sitting there again. 10 more cents and we get that fill. And now look at it. Now it's 20 cents against us the other way. So hopefully we get one more little blast up there. We're at 399.50. Hopefully that will fill. We're actually at 49. So let's see if we can get that fill back in here for NVIDIA. Let's see if C3AI wants to wake up a little bit. We're $4 in the money on this one. And everything else is a wrap, man. I mean, we did great to get out of Apple. Look at all these outs in the 60s. This is what trading's about. Like, you take, I mean, Neil's been talking about it, you take the best opportunities and you just hope to have a decent amount of risk, and we did that, I mean, numerous times. A decent amount of risk. I mean, how many fills is this? So, good opportunities.
180.
Yeah, on Apple, 183, Neil.
Well, that's because, you know what I'm, it's 'cause
yeah,
of darts,
that's
right?
the darts, yeah. You get 3 60s in a row. But,
To be honest with you, do you not just love watching when darts are on like
it's the
ESPN
best, because
sometimes?
it's just drinking, basically.
And the commentators, dude, the commentators that do those darts things, they're lit, man. They're amazing at it, because like it's just that, but who cares? And the crowd's going nuts too. I love watching that shit. So Apple comes back to the top, you know what we're gonna do. But Tesla making another run at the high of the day. Oh my goodness! If Tesla goes 210 and there's size on the offer, I feel like it's going to be the same thing over and over and over and over again, where it's just these runs at the top. Structuring along is difficult. The breakouts haven't been good, so I'm not taking a 209 break on Tesla. Good luck if you do. I think maybe the way to go here, if you like the trend, would be to look at these consolidations. So when it broke 208, it came back down. It got to 09 or 0870, came back to 08, consolidation, just